Yi Bai considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. He was a traverser, someone who had inexplicably found himself in the perilous world of Marvel. But unlike the superheroes and geniuses who populated this universe, Yi Bai arrived with no powers, no advanced technology, and no special system to guide him. What he did have, however, was a wife, Hela. Her name might remind one of the fearsome goddess of death from Asgard, but this Hela was a stark contrast to that legend. She was ethereal, her features delicate yet striking, her demeanor regal, and her presence commanding. The only resemblance she bore to the myth was her name and an air of cool detachment that could make her seem aloof. At the breakfast table, Hela sat across from Yi Bai, her usual composed demeanor interrupted by a slight frown as she noticed his gaze lingering on her. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, her tone laced with both irritation and curiosity. Yi Bai chuckled and leaned back. "Hela, the more time I spend with you, the more beautiful you seem to me. Sometimes, I wonder if I'm just imagining it." A faint blush crept across Hela's cheeks, betraying her composed exterior. She cast him a sidelong glance, her lips pressing together as if suppressing a smile. "You and your glib tongue. Hurry up and eat before the food gets cold." Despite her words, the corners of her mouth twitched upward, revealing that Yi Bai's compliment had its intended effect. The breakfast Yi Bai had prepared was simple but well thought out, a steaming bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge garnished with chopped green onions, golden fried eggs cooked to perfection, and freshly squeezed soy milk. It was a modest meal, but the love he poured into making it was evident. As they ate, Hela spoke, her voice soft but firm. "You're going out today, aren't you? Be careful. Things have been unpredictable lately." Her concern touched Yi Bai, though she masked it under her usual stoic demeanor. He smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I'm just meeting with a film company about the rights to The Lord of the Rings. I'll be back before noon. And I'll make your favorite ribs for lunch." Hela nodded, satisfied with his reassurance. After finishing her meal, she stood, intending to return to her room to rest. Her injuries from a past battle still required her to conserve her strength. "Wait," Yi Bai said, stopping her in her tracks. She turned, eyebrows raised in mild confusion, as he reached out to gently wipe away a trace of porridge from the corner of her lips. "There," he said with a grin. "Perfect." Hela's face flushed a deeper red, and without another word, she hurried upstairs, her graceful demeanor faltering slightly in her haste. Yi Bai laughed softly, shaking his head as he began clearing the table. Despite the years they had been together, Hela still had a shy streak when it came to his affection. It was endearing, especially given her identity. #### A goddess's secret. Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin and rightful heir to the throne of Asgard, was not one to be easily flustered. She was a figure of awe and terror, a symbol of death across the 9 realms. But her fall from grace had been catastrophic. Betrayed by her father, she was sealed away for eons until her recent escape left her gravely injured and stranded on Earth. It was there that Yi Bai found her, vulnerable and alone. Now, as she sat on the edge of her bed, her thoughts lingered on the morning's events. The memory of Yi Bai's touch, his words, and his warm smile made her heart race, a sensation she wasn't accustomed to. How absurd, she thought. I am Hela, the goddess of death. I have led armies and conquered realms. Yet a simple mortal man has me blushing like a maiden. Still, she couldn't deny the warmth his presence brought her. For the first time in her long existence, she felt something she had never known, love. #### A day in the life of Yi Bai. Yi Bai's life might have seemed ordinary on the surface, but it was anything but. As a traverser, he had leveraged his knowledge of pop culture from his original world to build a lucrative career as a writer. Titles like The Lord of the Rings, A Song of Ice and Fire, and The Hunger Games now bore his name, earning him both fame and fortune. Driving his sleek Ferrari, Yi Bai navigated the streets with ease. Today's agenda was straightforward: negotiate the film rights for The Lord of the Rings with a major studio. Though his success afforded him the luxury of bodyguards, Yi Bai no longer felt the need for them, not since the awakening of his system. Each day brought him peculiar rewards, ranging from the absurd to the extraordinary. Tom Cat's experience catching mice. Drifting skills that never fail. The Kryptonian template of General Zod. It was this last reward that had truly changed the game for Yi Bai. While he had yet to fully absorb the powers of a Kryptonian, the fragments he had unlocked were more than enough to ensure his safety in a world where danger lurked around every corner. For now, though, Yi Bai had no desire to play the hero. He was content to live a quiet, happy life with Hela. Saving the world could wait. After all, what was the fate of the planet compared to the happiness of his wife? #### Trouble looms. Unbeknownst to Yi Bai, danger was already closing in. On the top floor of the building he was about to enter, a group of men in black suits watched his approach with predatory eyes. The target has arrived. Prepare to move, their leader said, his voice cold and calculating. As Yi Bai stepped into the elevator, his thoughts focused on the deal ahead. He remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him. For now, his life was peaceful. But in a world like Marvel, peace was always fleeting. In the sprawling metropolis of the Big Apple, the streets belonged to the government by day, but by night, the city answered to its underground ruler, Wilson Fisk, better known as the Kingpin. His reach extended into every dark corner of the city, and his influence was absolute. Recently, the Kingpin's interest had been piqued by an unlikely figure, Yi Bai, a rising star in the literary world whose works, like The Lord of the Rings, had become cultural phenomena. Success like that rarely escaped the notice of someone like Fisk. As Yi Bai stepped out of the elevator on the top floor of Fisker Pictures, the supposed film company interested in acquiring the movie rights to his novel, he couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The front desk wasn't staffed by a smiling receptionist but by a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses, his demeanor cold and impersonal. "I'm Yi Bai," he said, maintaining his professional tone. "I'm here to discuss the movie rights with your boss." The man didn't reply at first, his face unreadable. After an uncomfortably long pause, he finally gestured. "Straight to the end. Knock and go in." Yi Bai frowned at the lack of basic courtesy. If it weren't for the substantial offer this company had made, he would have walked out right then. Forcing a smile, he followed the directions, approaching a room at the far end of the hallway. When he opened the door, he was greeted by an unsettling sight. The room was sparsely furnished, with heavy blackout curtains drawn across the windows, plunging the space into an unnatural dimness. A single large table stood in the center, devoid of any paperwork or indication of a professional meeting. "What's going on here?" Yi Bai muttered to himself, stepping cautiously into the room. An unwelcome encounter. Before Yi Bai could piece together what was happening, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway behind him. Moments later, the door burst open, and a group of men in black suits poured in. At their lead was a hulking man adorned with a gold chain so thick it could have been mistaken for a weapon. "You're Yi Bai," the man said, his voice gruff and menacing. "The author of The Lord of the Rings." Yi Bai's unease sharpened into suspicion. The man's tone was anything but professional, and the fact that one of his subordinates locked the door behind them didn't help. "That's right," Yi Bai replied, his voice calm despite the tension. "And you are?" The leader ignored the question, reaching into his coat and pulling out a contract. "You're going to sell me the full rights to The Lord of the Rings for $1. Sign it." Yi Bai's expression darkened. "And if I refuse?" The man chuckled, an icy sound that made the air seem heavier. In one fluid motion, he drew a pistol and pressed it against Yi Bai's forehead. "Then you die." A hidden strength. For a moment, the room was silent. The gangsters watched, expecting Yi Bai to crumble, to beg for mercy. Instead, he smiled, a cold, unsettling expression that froze the air. "I hate it when people point guns at my head," he said, his voice low and icy. Before the man could react, Yi Bai moved. His fist shot out with the force of a cannonball, slamming into the gang leader's chest. The man flew backward, shattering the window behind him, and plummeted out of sight. The room erupted into chaos. The gangsters scrambled to draw their weapons, but Yi Bai was already moving. He delivered a bone-crushing punch to the nearest man, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent. The remaining men raised their pistols, but Yi Bai was too fast. He closed the distance between them in a heartbeat, his fists moving with inhuman speed and precision. Within moments, the room was silent again, the gangsters lying in crumpled heaps on the floor. Some groaned in pain, others were ominously still. An unexpected guest. As Yi Bai surveyed the damage, the sound of shattering glass drew his attention. A red figure swung through the broken window, landing gracefully amidst the wreckage. Clad in a tight crimson suit and wielding a pair of batons, the figure's identity was unmistakable: Daredevil, the vigilante protector of Hell's Kitchen. The superhero straightened, his unseeing eyes hidden behind his mask. "You must be Yi Bai," he said, his tone wary. "I've been watching Fisk's operations for a while now, but I didn't expect you to handle them like this." Yi Bai's gaze hardened. "I know who you are, Matthew Murdoch. The blind lawyer by day, vigilante by night." Daredevil tensed, surprised by the revelation. "How do you—" "Doesn't matter," Yi Bai interrupted. "What does matter is that you keep my name out of this. Say a word, and I'll find you." Daredevil opened his mouth to protest, but Yi Bai didn't give him the chance. With one last glance at the fallen gangsters, he turned and strode out of the room. A troubling figure. Left alone with the aftermath, Daredevil sighed, his senses taking in the devastation around him. The gangsters, once confident and untouchable, now lay broken and defeated. Yi Bai's strength, his ruthlessness, and his knowledge were all deeply unsettling. Daredevil couldn't help but wonder what kind of person this talented writer truly was. I don't know if Yi Bai is going to be a savior or a storm for this city, he muttered. Pulling out his phone, he dialed a familiar number. Fisk's operation was hit hard today. But there's someone else you need to know about. As the call connected, Daredevil's thoughts lingered on the enigmatic figure of Yi Bai, a man who had already begun to blur the line between hero and something far more dangerous.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
While Yi Bai dealt with these gangsters, his seaside manor also welcomed a group of uninvited guests. In order to obtain the astronomical benefits of Yi Bai, Jin also specified a comprehensive plan. The first is against Yi Bai, and the second is against Hela. Jin does not believe that as long as he catches Hela, he is not afraid of Yi Bai's failure. Jin Bin's idea is correct, but one thing is missing, that is, Hela is not an ordinary person. When the killer sent by Jin dealt with the bodyguards around the manor, Hela, who was sleeping in the manor, suddenly opened his eyes. Those bodyguards were naturally arranged by Yi Bai. He didn't need a bodyguard himself, but it didn't mean Hela didn't need it. The purpose of these bodyguards is to protect Hela. It's just that these bodyguards are still too immature compared to the killers sent by Jin. When these assassins broke through the barriers of the bodyguards and broke into the manor, Hela had gotten up from the bed and came into the living room. Hurry up, the police will come in 10 minutes. Let's move faster. A killer of Jin Bin urged the other members. Kim Do is very powerful in the Big Apple, and he has colluded with many politicians. Even the police station has his own people. However, even if it is a golden tie, the police can only come here later, rather than fail to come. So these killers are also under pressure. If the time is up and Hela has not been caught, this action will be a failure. What are the consequences of failure? I believe no one will be willing to try. With a bang, the miniature bomb exploded the gate of Yi Bai's manor, and many killers entered in file. It's just that Hela, who they thought would find a place to hide, was sitting on the sofa in the living room and staring at them coldly. It seems that Yi Bai is in trouble outside. Hela thought in her heart, but didn't care too much. This is just the atrium, how big can it be even if it gets into trouble? The big deal is that she exposed her identity and turned the entire atrium upside down. Find the target, hurry up and take her away. The killer of Jin Bin didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and the target person was in front of him. However, after a short pause, he quickly reacted and planned to take Hela away. One of the assassins couldn't help but walked towards Hela first, and cursed secretly in the assassin's heart as the assassin who looked around was a step slower. If he could catch Hela, it would be a great achievement, but it was a pity that he was preempted. And the assassin who first approached Hela was filled with ecstasy. He seems to have seen the days when he was soaring. Hela shook her head, put down the coffee cup in her hand, and sat upright. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Then, a pitch-black sword of the night sky was thrown out by Hela. When this killer was still immersed in his bright future, he was hit by the sword of the night sky and passed through his heart. The sudden change shocked everyone. Hela slowly got up under the dull eyes of everyone, with a very classical elegance and dignity. A mere mortal, trying to be unfavorable to God, it is not a pity to die, Hela said lightly, but pronounced the fate of these killers. These killers also reacted, and everyone's eyes revealed fear. Mutant. Yes, Hela's methods are completely mutants in the eyes of these killers. And thinking of the power of mutants, many assassins panic. At this moment, they ignored the order to capture Hela alive, and all raised their guns at Hela. What about mutants? Under their powerful firepower, there is only one dead end. Hela dismissed these almost toy guns, waved at will, and several swords of the night sky flew out. Accompanied by it, several assassins were killed by the sword of the night sky. This efficient killing is simply creepy. The killers could no longer control the fear in their hearts, and fired at Hela one after another. But when those bullets came in front of Hela, they seemed to hit a transparent wall and were frozen in front of Hela. Bored. Hela said lightly, and then dozens of swords of the night sky flew out. Like the sharpest scythe of the god of death, it accurately harvested every life present. This time, the killers were completely frightened. They don't have the courage to stay any longer, only fear and anxiety are left in their hearts. Hela is not a human at all, in their eyes he is the most terrifying devil who crawled out of hell. But in front of Hela, no one can escape, and no one can survive. In the end, all the killers who broke into the manor died under the sword of the night sky. Hela didn't focus on these mortals anymore, and after stretching, returned to the room gracefully. Just before leaving, Hela stretched out her right hand, and snapped her white and slender middle finger with her thumb. The next moment, the bodies of the killers who were nailed to death by the sword of night sky disappeared, leaving no trace until the last trace. For the time being, Hela does not plan to tell Yi Bai her identity, and it will not be too late to have a showdown with Yi Bai after she regains the throne of Asgard. Yi Bai didn't know that his manor had been attacked by Jin Bin's assassins. At this time, he had just walked out of the supermarket, still carrying some fresh ingredients in his hand. This is Yabai's habit, he likes to choose the ingredients himself. Otherwise, with his financial resources, any food in the world can reach him in the shortest time. I bought an extra chicken to replenish Hela, she is too thin. Yabai thought to himself. Hela is perfect in both facial features and figure, as well as a delicate collarbone. The only drawback is that it is a little thin and not sensual. It looks good, but he clasps his hands a bit. Moreover, if you are too thin, your body will become weak, and Hela itself will be injured, so he should make up for it. Yabai didn't know that in his eyes, Hela, who was soft and easy to push down, was actually a true killer. If you let those former opponents of Hela hear Yabai's evaluation of Hela, they might cry. Where is she thin? Where is it weak? Did you know that she killed a planet by herself? Just like mowing the grass, she didn't have any soft hands. Such a guy, you tell me the body is soft and easy to push down? Is it because you have a problem, or am I having a problem? Yabai, who restarted his sports car to go home, didn't know that he had attracted the attention of many people now. The discussion about Yabai couple has already begun somewhere on the Earth. Above an altitude of 30,000 meters, the Sky Mothership, SHIELD Bureau. Nick Fury, who put down the phone in his ear, put the phone down in his ear. Collison, come to my office. Nick Fury spoke to Collison through S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network. After that, he sat in his seat and looked at the photo of Yabai in front of the screen, his eyes flickering and he didn't know what he was thinking. Soon, Agent Coulson came outside Nick Fury's office and knocked on the door to enter. Sir, what's your order? Coulson said to Nick Fury. Do you know this person? Nick Fury didn't say it straight, and asked Collison. At this time, Collison noticed Yabai on the screen. No, the most popular genius writer at the moment, a Chinese descent. I am a big fan of his books, and I like Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean the most. Sir, does he have any problems? Naturally, Collison knew Yabai, and he has a habit of reading. It's just that Collison doesn't understand why Nick Fury asks himself about Yabai. Don't look at the current Yabai's momentum, but in the eyes of SHIELD, he is still an ordinary person. The best-selling author is not worthy of being taken seriously by SHIELD. You go get in touch with him, and if you can, draw him over. Nick Fury did not say clearly, he would not tell Collison why many things. It's not that he doesn't trust Coulson, but he doesn't trust anyone. Okay sir, maybe I can ask him for a signature book. Collison did not ask why, which is also the biggest factor in Collison becoming Nick Fury's confidant. Coulson never has extra curiosity. He only knows what Nick Fury asks him to do, and he does what he does. When contacting him, try to be gentle and avoid conflict. When Coulson was about to leave, Nick Fury said again. Coulson nodded, smiled, and left. In addition to SHIELD, there is another group of people thinking about the couple Yabai and Hela. To be precise, he was thinking of Hela. Odin sat on his throne, bowed his head not knowing what he was thinking about. Are you still thinking about Hela? The Queen Frigga didn't know when to come to Odin's side and asked him. Hela broke the seal and escaped not long ago. The whole Asgard knew about Odin and Phrygia. Yes, this kid always doesn't let me worry. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Odin did not deny that he would not hide anything from Phrygia, and the same was true for Hela. Hela became like this, who is it because of? Don't you count in your heart? A hint of blame flashed in Frigga's eyes, although Hela was not her own, but she grew up. The relationship between Hela and Phrygia is much deeper than the relationship between Hela and Odin. Seeing Hela become what he is now, it is impossible for Phrygia to say that Odin is not to blame. But everything has happened and became a reality, and Phrygia will not help even if he blames Odin. It was my fault. I didn't teach her well. She should have been my most satisfied heir. Oh, it's too late to regret now. I am worried now that Hela will pose a threat to Asgard. When Odin recalled the past, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes, but it faded quickly. The big mistake has been made, and there is no point in regretting it. It's better to think about how to make up for it. Hela would definitely return to Asgard. Odin knew this in his heart. It's just that no one will know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for Asgard at that time. I believe in that child, just as I believe in Thor and Rocky. They are both children of Asgard. Frigga smiled and was relieved to Odin. The specific reason Frigga did not say, because she foresaw some fragments of the future. She knew that Hela had changed. She was no longer the cold goddess of death in the past, but had learned to love and be loved. As the god of magic and the most powerful witch in the 9 realms, Frigga's strength is obviously not as unbearable as in the legend. Especially in some aspects, Phrygia is stronger than Odin. 9 realms, atrium. After lunch, Yabai took Hela to the manor's swimming pool, and the two lay on the sun loungers to bask in the sun. Yabai is only wearing a boxer shorts at this time, showing a strong muscle. Hela is more conservative, wearing a one-piece swimsuit, showing only his arms and 2 white, tender, and slender legs. Yabai didn't know what happened in the manor. All traces were erased by Hela. The only strange thing is, where did all the bodyguards go? Could it be that he was hiding and being lazy, and it seemed that he had to change another group of bodyguards? This thought only flashed past, and Yabai still looked at Hela. Yabai was dazzled by the exquisite and perfect face, the white glowing skin, and the 2 big white legs with perfect curves. The look in your eyes makes me feel threatened, so don't turn around soon. Hela said to Yabai with an anguish. She knew what Yabai's eyes contained. But to say so, Hela didn't have any other actions. Instead, he adjusted his body to make Yabai's look and feel better. This is just saying no with the lips, but the body is very honest. Yabai smiled and didn't care. He has been very familiar with Hela after getting along for so long. My own wife is old and arrogant. He said no, but his body was very honest. My wife, I'll help you put on sunscreen so that you don't get a tan. Yabai said maliciously, and quickly put it into action. Of course, this is just an excuse. Hela's skin is so good that he can't get tanned no matter how he suntans. Yabai can't figure out why, so he can only explain it with natural beauty. As for sunscreen, Yabai doesn't have this thing at home, he just wants to take advantage of it. Of course Hela was not allowed. He stretched out a leg to block Yabai, but was held by Yabai instead. Looking at the bare feet struggling in his palms, Yabai's eyes gradually became dangerous. Hela is very thin, her ankles are also very obvious, through the white and tender skin, even hidden blue blood vessels can be seen. For Yabai, the LSP, there is no way to bear it at this moment. My wife, it's getting late, let's rest early. Yabai leaned over to Hela's ear and said to her. Hela gave Yabai a white look, then opened her eyes and said nonsense. When is it late for such a big son? Would she not know what Yabai's idea was? Just greedy one's own body. However, Hela did not object, or that he was not resolute. Under Yabai's very aggressive gaze, Hela finally agreed. Don't be here, let's go back to the room. Hela whispered. If it weren't for Yabai's increased hearing now, he probably couldn't hear clearly. Early the next morning, Yabai got up early and began to prepare breakfast for Hela. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and rewarding Cunjin Kaitian. The system prompt sounded again, but Yabai didn't care. Yabai was still a little excited at the beginning, but now he can deal with it indifferently. He doesn't plan to save the world, so what does he rush to become stronger? Life is pretty good now. Isn't it fragrant to live a plain life with a wife? Thinking of his wife, Yabai's mouth wore a gentle smile. He said don't, but his body was very honest. Tossing all night last night, even more vigorous than Yabai. Fortunately, Yabai's physical fitness is not what it used to be, and she is getting stronger every day, otherwise she really can't cope with her. However, Yabai also had some doubts. It is reasonable to say that most people should not be able to bear his physical fitness, but Hela does not have this problem, which is really strange. Nearly Japanese reporters got news that Tony Stark was attacked by extremists while discussing arms trade in the Afghan area, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Affected by the news, Stark Group's share price fell in response, and today fell more than 5%. Furthermore, according to the analysis of authoritative financial experts, this decline is only the beginning, and there may be even greater declines in the future. Please be prepared for the majority of stockholders and audiences. The news on TV stopped Yabai, who was preparing breakfast. Finally began the era of superheroes. Yabai murmured. As a traverser, Yabai naturally knew this, and knew that Tony Stark would not only not die, but would also become the famous superhero Iron Man. If it is other travelers, maybe they are already ready to go to the Afghan area at this moment, looking for Tony and preparing to hug his thighs. But Yabai doesn't. He doesn't have the slightest interest in being a superhero. On the contrary, what Yabai is really interested in is the stock of Stark Group. Don't look at the stock price of Stark Group now falling all the way, but Yabai knows this is only temporary. When Tony Stark returns from Afghan and invents the arc reactor, the Stark Group will truly become a super giant. By then, Stark Group's stock would not be at its current price. What Yabai has to do is to take advantage of this decline and quickly buy enough Stark Group stocks. There will be no need to write books by then, and the annual dividends of pure stocks are an astronomical figure. Yabai can also take his wife to travel around the world and live a life without shame or irritation. Thinking of this, Yabai smiled at the corner of his mouth, then picked up his mobile phone and found a phone named Kutcher to dial out. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hi buddy, have you heard that Stark Group stock has fallen? Just now, I buy all my funds into Stark Group stocks, and I want as much as there is on the market. Kutcher is a big crocodile on Wall Street. Yabai has earned from writing books over the years and has been left to Kutcher for safekeeping. It's just that you don't need it in the future. Yabai only needs to buy Stark Group stocks to sit back and relax. You don't need to worry about money in this life. He told Kutch a few more times, and after agreeing to have time for a meal, Yabai hung up the phone and began to prepare breakfast happily. According to the address in his hand, Collison came to the gate of Yabai Seaside Manor. This is it, what a rich man. Collison looked at the luxurious manor in front of him and sighed from the bottom of his heart. With his salary, this kind of ultra-luxury manor is no longer in this life. But his pursuit is not here, so after sighing, he quickly regained his normal heart. After adjusting his clothes, Collison rang the doorbell. Soon, Yabai, dressed in casual clothes, came to the gate. Yabai is strange, who would look for himself in the early morning, only to see a familiar face. As a well-known good old man in the world of Marvel, the head of Novice Village, Collison's face is too recognizable. And to put it bluntly, Collison is definitely one of the people Yabai doesn't want to see. Because of this, Yabai has been targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, you are Mr. Yabai, right? I am Agent Collison from the Bureau of Investigation. I am here to find out about what happened yesterday. Collison said to Yabai with a harmless smile. Yabai kept his face cold, wondering whether he wanted to kill Collison. He really didn't want his happy and peaceful life to be broken. But in the end, Yabai opened the door and let Coulson in. Just say something here, what do you want to know? Although Coulson was let in, Yabai said coldly without the idea of entertaining him. Do you remember what happened at the film company yesterday? Can you give me a recollection of what happened that day? Coulson didn't expect Yabai to be so cold. Isn't it that this genius author has no heirs? It seems that the rumors are not credible. After carefully examining Collison, Yabai spoke. You can just talk about your purpose, the shield behind you, is it trying to win me over, or do you want to control me? Yabai originally planned to deny it, but after thinking about it, he found that he couldn't deny it at all. It simply explained what was going on, and everyone could talk about it. Coulson's face froze immediately, but Yabai would have revealed his history in one go. He didn't know how to deal with this situation now. In the end, Collison, still under the voice control of Nick Fury, said to Yabai, Mr. Yabai, the creed of our shield has always been to unite all forces that can be united. With your ability, you can definitely help more people. Would you like to consider joining us? As soon as Collison spoke, Yabai knew that the Old Women's Federation had been established. If it was the meeting that had just crossed over, maybe Yabai would really agree to it, but now, it's impossible. Yabai will become a superhero when he is full and has nothing to do. I'm not interested, I'll just say it straight. I don't want to cause trouble, as long as you don't come to provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you want to control me, I promise you will pay a heavy price. Yabai said coldly, and made no secret of the threat in his tone. It also shows Yabai's attitude, that is, not to interfere with each other. If SHIELD does not open its eyes and intends to do something to Yabai, then I'm sorry, Yabai will never sit still. The big deal is that anyone who gets ahead will die, and it is not impossible for Yabai to do it if SHIELD is destroyed. The Earth is just such a big place, wait for Yabai to absorb the sun for a few more days, and he will blow it up for you. Who is afraid of who? Undoubtedly, this time the negotiations ended up unhappy. Under Yabai's strong attitude, Collison had to retreat temporarily. Sir, this is the specific situation, what do you think? Through the equipment, Coulson reported to Nick Fury on the Sky Mothership. Nick Fury put his hands together and held his chin in thought, before speaking for a long time. This will be the case for the time being in advance, I will arrange it, you come back first. In the end, Nick Fury still intends to slow down first, there is no need to push too quickly to cause the fish to die and the net to break. Of course, it's not that Nick Fury is afraid of Yabai. Yabai's strength is not enough to make Nick Fury afraid. He just cherishes talents and does not intend to completely cut off Yabai's chance to win SHIELD. After all, there are not many tools people who can beat them in these years. After ending the call with Collison, Nick Fury picked up another Dash Plus phone and found a number to call. Soon, the call was connected, and a heavy voice came through the phone. Nick Fury, why are you looking for me? Nick Fury straightened his body and said, Jin Bin, stop the action against Yabai, he is not something you should provoke. That's right, the target of Nick Fury's call is the Underground Emperor of the Big Apple City, Jin Bin. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Jin did not immediately answer, but fell into silence for a period of time. Then he made a voice, are you teaching me to do things? Obviously, it is not a simple matter to make the Underground Emperor Jin easy to subdue. You can try. If you are not obedient, the Big Apple City will be replaced by another obedient Underground Emperor the next day. Don't force me to do this. Jin Bin is very horizontal, but Nick Fury is even more horizontal, and he has no intention of giving Jin Bin face. This is also normal. SHIELD, as the highest level special department on the planet, is a violent organization that overrides the state apparatus. Such a department's style of conduct is one word, domineering. If you don't cooperate, then you will die. SHIELD is fully capable of this. Although Jinping is the Underground Emperor of Big Apple City, he said that Po Tian is also a gang leader. In front of SHIELD, it was just a bigger ant, which could be pinched to death at will. Jin didn't know this fact too, so after being silent, he was still subdued. Well, I listened to you, that's it. Immediately, Kim hung up the phone, and Nick Fury slowly got up and came to the window to watch the clouds rise and fall outside. Now that the era of superheroes has not begun, SHIELD is the most violent organization on the planet, tying all dissatisfaction. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As the controller of this violent organization, Nick Fury has a higher power than Yingjiang's national affairs. Big Apple, Manhattan, inside a skyscraper. The luxurious decoration shows the owner's financial resources, and the embellished oil paintings show the owner's artistic taste. If you don't know it, you might think this is the bedroom of a certain consortium predator, but in fact the owner of this house is the well-known Kim Nam in Big Apple City. The fat bald man with muscles all over hung up the phone, put down the small cell phone at will, and then turned his body from the boss chair. This is Jin Bin, the emperor who ruled the underground order of the Big Apple for 10 years. In front of Jin Bin, there stood two big men in suits and a man who knelt on the ground and cried silently. Lance, you are my best friend, and you worked under me very early. I have always trusted your abilities, and you have never let me down. But today, you must give me an explanation. Why would you fail to deal with an ordinary person? Jin Bin said indifferently, and no one could hear the anger in his tone. As for the hapless man named Lance kneeling on the ground, He was the mastermind of the Yabai incident. Jin didn't want to do something with Yabai, but it was necessary for Jin to worry about this little thing, and naturally it was left to his hands to do it. As a result, it was such a simple thing that couldn't be simpler, and it turned over. Even if the car rolls over, just now, Nick Fury, the biggest gang leader on the planet, called him and warned him not to attack Yabai. Kim is self-aware and will not disobey Nick Fury's words, but it is impossible to say not to be angry. Therefore, he can only vent the anger in his heart to the kneeling person in front of him. Boss, listen to me. I really don't blame me for this. Everything went according to plan, but Daredevil suddenly broke in. Otherwise, we have already succeeded. All the wealth in Yabai's body should be ours at this time. It's all to blame Daredevil, he is the one who failed our plan. The man named Lance cried and defended, trying to push the fault on Daredevil so that he could be exempt from punishment. Yes, you are right, it's all the damn Daredevil. Jin Biao said slowly, and lightly lit one of the best cigars for himself. Then stood up from the chair, walked slowly to Lance, and took a deep breath. Then explain to me, why can't you handle a woman? What Jin Dong said is naturally Hela. If something goes wrong with Yabai, it can be said to be the cause of Daredevil. The woman who was aiming at Hela, who had no power to restrain the chicken, actually overturned. There is no way to make excuses, this is pure incompetence. Hearing Jin Bin's questioning, the man named Lance was speechless. I can only keep shaking my body under fear, and I can't think of how to justify myself. That's it, take him down. Jin Ping glanced at Lance indifferently, and casually ordered the other two men in suits. The subtext is, take this Lance down and do it. No, don't kill me. Give me another chance, boss, I beg you, give me another chance. Lance kept struggling and begging for mercy, hoping to get Jin into the grid and give himself another chance. Put him into the mixer in the factory, and feed it directly to my dogs. Jin Bin completely lost his patience, his eyes flashed with terrible fierce light, and said cruelly. He was not joking, but he really wanted to do it. I don't know how many unlucky ones have been sent to the mixer to be broken up in the past few years. After he was left alone in the room, he regained his calm appearance and sat in his favorite seat. Yabai, who are you? Jin Bin murmured, but he really couldn't guess what Yabai's special status was. Even big people like Nick Fury were alarmed. Obviously Yabai couldn't be an ordinary person. In the seaside manor, Yabai sent Carlson away and returned to the living room. Hela also woke up at this time, and was slowly walking down the stairs. Today, she is wearing a black long dress, slightly lifting the skirt with her hand, walking step by step, like the most classical lady, elegant to the extreme, and like a quietly blooming black lotus in the night. It is pleasing to the eye. Did you have a guest at home just now? Hela asked, apparently knowing someone had been here just now. Not a guest, a troublesome guy, I've been sent away. Yabai did not conceal it, but also did not explain Collison's specific identity. Hela nodded, did not ask any more, went to the table to sit down, and began to enjoy breakfast. Today's breakfast is very simple, just normal cooking noodles. In addition, Yabai also put some expensive medicinal materials in the noodles, intending to supplement Hela with nourishment. Yabai once won the award of Little Master's cooking experience, and I'm afraid that the whole earth can't find a counterpart in the whole world. Therefore, even the simple noodles produced by Yabai have a mouth-watering aroma. Hela used chopsticks to lightly enter a few noodles, narrowed her eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Yabai's cooking skills are also an important reason why Hela likes him. Hela, who was not originally a foodie, has to be cultivated as a foodie by Yabai now. Are you in trouble outside? While talking about the noodles, Hela asked Yabai. No, I don't break the law. What trouble can I cause? Yabai denied it on the spot, and didn't want Hela to know about the outside. It's just a gangster, he can handle it himself. That's it, then you usually be careful. Hela didn't delve into it, knowing that Yabai didn't say that he didn't want to worry about it, so he didn't plan to ask more. But she took out a black ring and placed it in front of Yabai. Take it and bring it by your side, so I will feel more at ease. Hela didn't explain too much, nor did he tell Yabai that the ring was made by her divine power. It can withstand a blow from a powerful person at the father level, and it is specially prepared for Yabai to defend himself. This is the first time you have given me something. I will save it. Yabai didn't ask too much, just picked up the ring and put it on the ring finger. In Yabai's view, this ring is mostly similar to a peace talisman. It was Hela who specifically prayed to come over and protect him from peace. The request is a psychological effect. In fact, this was made by Hela with a lot of divine power, and it was considered a divine tool in Asgard. Just as Yabai would worry about Hela's safety, Hela would also worry about Yabai's safety. After all, Yabai seemed to Hela to be just an ordinary mortal. Of course, it is the mortal who pleases Hela. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Knowing the fragility of mortals, Hela specially made this artifact ring, just not wanting to see Yabai accidents. Perhaps, we should consider how to turn Yabai into a god. Hela thought to herself. Yabai put on the ring she prepared, and there is basically no danger in this small place in the atrium. But the lifespan of mortals has a limit. Hela has to consider how to extend Yabai's lifespan. Hela is very greedy. She not only wants Yabai to accompany herself for 100 years, she wants Yabai to accompany herself forever. I've eaten, and I'll go up and rest first. The idea of turning Yabai into a god cannot be realized for the time being, so Hela didn't say it clearly, but planned to go upstairs to rest as usual. Well, I have a signing meeting today. I have to go out later, and I may come back later. You call Aunt Lu directly at noon and ask her to get lunch. Yabai nodded, and also said his own arrangements. Aunt Lu is Yabai's nanny, who can cook good Sichuan cuisine, although Aunt Lu has very few opportunities to cook. I see, you pay attention to safety outside. Hela's tone is still cold, this is her character. Fanatic moments like last night, after all, are still a minority. Yabai got used to it too, and drove away after packing the utensils on the table. What he didn't know was that on the second floor of the manor, next to the window of the master bedroom, Hela watched him go away. The mortal who is going to be against Yabai is named Jin Bin, isn't it? Hela said softly, but her eyes didn't have the tenderness in front of Yabai, but with a cold killing intent. Although Yabai did not tell Hela the matter, Hela naturally has its own way to find out. After learning that Yabai was targeted by a mortal named Jin Bin, Hela planned to do something. Yabai is her person, and she can only bully. Is a mere mortal worthy? After confirming that Yabai had left the manor and would not return in a short time, Hela also disappeared in the room. Jin Bin's building. Jin Bin is puzzled and can't figure out what special identity Yabai has. This feeling is very aggrieved. He is the underground emperor. When has he been so confused? He doesn't even know who his opponent is, which is too bad for Kim, who likes to control everything. And don't know why, Jin Bin has a strong sense of crisis in his heart, as if something terrible is about to come. This made Jin He very uncomfortable. After mobilizing a large number of assassins to protect him, Jin He was relieved and had a sense of security. Then, a woman in a black dress broke in. Jin Biao watched the surveillance video. His subordinates were easily killed by the woman, and he had no ability to resist at all. Who is this woman, and why did she suddenly come in and kill my person? Even if Jin didn't want to break his head, he couldn't think of when he provoked such a terrible woman. The assassins under him have been rigorously trained, and are comparable to the military. But under this terrible woman, she was vulnerable, fragile, and pitiful. Undoubtedly, this woman who suddenly broke into the Golden State building was Hela. Through the souls of those killers, Hela learned of the existence of Jin Bin, and then came to the door without hesitation. This is Hela's style. Hela, who is arrogant and easy to tear down in front of Yabai, is just the way he looks in front of Yabai. The true Hela is the goddess of death, the cruel man who spread death and killing to the universe. With a boom, Hela kicked away Jin Bin's door. As for Jin Bin's subordinates, all of them had passed away. Because Hela came too fast, Jin Ping didn't even have a chance to escape and was blocked by Hela. It seems that you are the Golden Union. After Hela entered the room, she saw a fat bald man, knowing that this was the enemy she was looking for. So a sword of the night sky emerged in his hand, and Jin Bin's life was about to be taken down. Madam, can I ask the reason? Jin did not feel the threat of death, but did not sit still, but actively found a way for himself to survive. If you want to ask for a living, you must first understand why Hela is an enemy of herself. Only by understanding the reason can it be possible to resolve the enmity. My name is Hela, Yabai's wife. Hela didn't do it right away either, but explained it. The significance of this is just to make Jin He understand. Jin He was still planning to say something more, but Hela's sword of the night sky dropped out, piercing his strong body in a pair. Hela is not interested in wasting time here, and go back to rest soon after the solution is completed earlier. She is still injured now. Odin's seal is not so easy to break. The poor underground emperor Jin Bin didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy, so he died under Hela's hand. Unclear. After finishing all this, Hela stopped staying and disappeared into the room in the blink of an eye. After a long time, a mechanical sound rang, a secret compartment in the room was opened, and a group of gangsters armed with heavy firearms walked out of a secret room. The last thing that came out was a fat round bald man with a height of 2 meters. This is the real Jin Bin. He has been hiding in the secret room. The one killed by Hela before was just the stand-in he pushed to the front. Boss, people are gone, we are temporarily safe. A bald face with a fierce face came to Jin Bin and said to him, this is Jin He's #1 killer, a fierce bullseye, and a ruthless killing machine. Let's go, let's change place. Jin Bin said with a cold face that everything that happened today made Jin Bin's mood terrible. Because of a Yabai, he was not only threatened by Shield, but now he was approached by a terrifying woman. If he knew this was the case, he wouldn't do anything to Yabai. And what is Yabai's special identity? This impact is too great. It's Shield again, and a terrifying woman who doesn't know the details. Will there be Superman and aliens in the future? It's simply outrageous. However, Jin He, as an underground emperor, had no problems with his methods and Xingxing. Since it has been confirmed that Yabai is someone he can't afford to provoke, it is enough not to provoke. Can't afford to fight, still can't hide? Yabai didn't know what Hela did. In Yabai's heart, Hela should be lying on the bed of the two of them. At this time, he was doing an autograph session at a university in the famous Ivy League. As the most popular best-selling author in recent years, Yabai's reputation is still very large. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. An autograph event not only attracted many college students, but also many Yabai book fans came from other cities to get a book signed by Yabai. This is true love fan. Yabai's attitude is still very friendly to these leaks who are willing to pay for their own novels. Very patiently sign the book fans who are waiting in line, and write a blessing slogan. Hello, Mr. Yabai, I am a loyal book fan of yours. I especially like the Star Trek you wrote. Could you please sign me? Standing in front of Yabai at this time was a hairy girl with wine-red hair. There is a natural charm on the beautiful facial features. The huge evil made Yabai feel a sense of oppression. Undoubtedly, this Mome is a stunner, and she is too big. Although Hela's is not small, it is not as spectacular as the person in front of him. But Yabai just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. My wife is the best. Maybe beautiful lady, what should I write? With a friendly smile, Yabai calmly replied to the Mao girl in front of him. Thank you for your generosity, let me think about writing something. Well, just write, I wish you always beautiful and moving, to my dear Ms. Natasha. That's all. The Mao girl named Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, and handed the Star Trek she was holding to Yabai. Yabai didn't say to reveal Natasha's identity. He quickly wrote the blessing and returned the book to her. At this time, Natasha didn't know yet, her identity had been exposed. She was also thinking about how to prepare for the next encounter, so as to get close to Yabai. The old agent is now, and it is a compulsory course for every female agent to use the lustful psychology that men have to achieve their goals. It's a pity that Yabai's heart is still in the water now, unless his wife Hela, otherwise no woman can make him tempted. Natasha's calculations are doomed to fail. Besides, how hungry Yabai will be before going to Natasha. Black Widow, who was an agent, didn't know how many guests had been in the scene. Hela is different. He treats his feelings as a blank piece of paper and belongs to Yabai. The purity of the two is not comparable at all. After Natasha, Yabai sat at the signing party for 2 more hours and signed the name for 2 hours. Thanks to the physique of Yabai now far surpassing ordinary people, otherwise he would have to write. Soon, the signing event ended successfully, and the time came to noon. It stands to reason that Yabai should go home at this time and prepare lunch for his wife Hela. But Yabai still has things to deal with, and doesn't plan to go back for the time being. Golden Union. Yabai thought in his heart. Yabai will naturally not let go of the golden tie that has provoked him. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, this is Yabai's code of conduct. Poor Jinmei didn't realize at this time that his troubles were far from over. At this time, Jin Bin was hiding in an underground warehouse with his henchmen. This warehouse was built secretly by Jinhee, and it was used to store his private property. This includes billions of dollars in cash, as well as 10 tons of gold and numerous jewelry. Such a huge amount of wealth, one can imagine how strong the defensive force of this place will be. The steel plates installed on the surrounding walls are nearly 2 meters thick, and the missiles cannot penetrate them. In addition, there are hundreds of elite gangsters guarded, equipped with heavy firepower, to ensure that there is nothing wrong. When he came here, Jinhee felt a sense of security. Bulai, have you contacted the person you contacted yet? Jin asked his number 1 killer. The Bullseye is a killer, and it is a killer with superpowers. Naturally, I know many mutants who also have superpowers. After being killed by Hela's double, Jinhee began to prepare to gather the mutants to form a guard to protect his safety. Don't worry, boss, they will be here soon. The Bullseye said calmly. Unlike Jin and being frightened, Bullseye is not afraid. Although Hela was powerful, the Bullseye felt that he was not without the power of a battle. What age have you used throwing this primitive attack method? Don't you know that only guns are the absolute king in this era? Well, the superiority of the Bullseye to Hela is that Hela's attack method is not as good as firearms. You ask them to come here quickly. I always feel that things are not over yet. After Jinhee took a sigh of cigar, he said with some restlessness. After seeing Jin Bin's appearance, many people feel that Jin Bin is a brave person. This is actually an illusion and was deceived by Jin Bin's body shape. He is courageous, but he is definitely not a fool. Otherwise, it is impossible to rule the underground world for 10 years. If I had no brains, I would have been bumped into the sky long ago. Boss, you are too cautious. Why don't you give me 100 million and I will help you get rid of that woman, how about? Unlike Jin Bin's other subordinates, Bullseye does not have much respect for Jin. To put it bluntly, Bullseye and Jin can only be regarded as a long-term cooperative relationship, not the real superiors. I don't mind if you want to die, but don't involve me. That woman, you can't settle it. Jin Ping squinted his bullseye and cursed in his heart. How did such a person live to the present? Just as the Bullseye looked down on Jin Bin's timid and cautious, Jin Bin also looked down on Bullseye's brainlessness. As for which of the two is stronger, you can see who is the boss. Boom. Just as Jinhee was talking to the Bullseye, a loud noise suddenly sounded, making everyone nervous. What's the matter? What happened? Jin Ping immediately stood up from his seat and asked the surrounding subordinates. He is now a frightened bird, and any disturbance will make him frightened. Not to mention such a big movement. It seems, something is attacking the wall. One of Jin Bin's subordinates said bitterly. Don't worry, these walls have 2-meter-thick steel plates, even missiles can't penetrate them. The Bullseye is still calm, not worrying about the wall being pierced. But soon, even the Bullseye couldn't calm down. Because the loud noise rang again, it came from the wall on the right of everyone. And unlike before, this time the loud noise was accompanied by the obvious protrusion of the wall. This shows that the wall with 2-meter-thick steel plates is being punctured in a rough way. Fact squid, what the hell is this? Jin Bin completely broke the defense and screamed, so as to dispel the inner tension as much as possible. Boss, you are right, we really provoke an offender. At this time, the Bullseye also suffered a face, without the confidence it had before. No matter how arrogant the Bullseye is, you don't think you can penetrate a 2-meter-thick steel plate. This is simply not something human can do. Jinbin gave the bullseye a fiercely stare, and it's still up to you. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Boom. The sound of the third impact came again, this time the protrusion of the wall was more obvious. A big bag bulged up the entire wall, as if some wild beast might break through the wall and come in at any time. Prepare, fire on me no matter what comes in later. Although Jinbin was panicked, he didn't completely lose his sense, and his opponent commanded him. As for Jinhee himself, he has quietly come behind everyone, and he may escape at any time if the situation is not right. Boom. The sound of the fourth impact was heard, accompanied by a steel wall that was completely torn apart. It's just that the opening is too small to allow a person to pass through, but even so, it's scary enough. Boom. The last impact sounded again, and this time the entire wall was punched with a big hole. Then, a handsome-looking man in casual clothes stepped in. Undoubtedly, this person is Yabai. General Zod's template gives Yabai the physique of a Kryptonian, who can become stronger in the sun and gain super hearing. It was also relying on super hearing that Yabai found the underground warehouse of Jinbin. Then Yabai came to the door and punched through the 2-meter-thick steel plate with his bare hands. Fire. The moment Yabai came in, Jinbin was shocked severely. What appeared in front of him was a human being, but what he was doing was not human at all. Can normal human beings penetrate a 2-meter-thick steel plate? So Jin did not hesitate to let his subordinates fire, intending to use the power of technology to solve the monster in front of him. In the face of a large number of heavy firepower, Yabai did not dodge and did not even close his eyes. Using firearms to deal with Kryptonians can only be said to be gold and very imaginative. Even the most vulnerable eyes cannot be penetrated by human firearms, let alone other parts. Yabai allowed the firepower to fall on him, and it felt like a rain. Then in front of everyone, Yabai faced the metal storm and began to harvest the lives present. The human body is fragile and pitiful in front of the Kryptonians, no different from the paper. Seeing Yabai's slaughter, Jinbin was completely panicked. He didn't know how to deal with such a monster. Let's run. Jinbin wisely chose to withdraw strategically, but Yabai did not give him this opportunity. After killing everyone present at high speed, Yabai came to Jinhee and blocked his way. As for the poor bullseye, Yabai had already broken his neck at this time. Wait a minute, can we sit down and talk? It was impossible to resist, and Kim never thought of resisting this matter. Who can resist such a humanoid monster? Still have a good talk and see if we can fight for a dignified way of death. Okay, how do you want to talk? Yabai didn't care either. In the face of the absolute power gap, he was not afraid of gold and played tricks. You are Mr. Yabai, right? I have seen your picture. As for the previous thing, I apologize like you. That was not my intention. It was a stupid decision made by one of my subordinates. He is dead, and now in the dog's belly, he has to pay for the mistakes he made. So, can you let me go? I swear I really haven't thought about how to treat you. In the face of the threat of death, Jin did not have the dignity of talking and laughing in the past. It's like a kid who has done something wrong, trying to clear his own fault. Really? Then what? Yabai still sneered, but his heart was not moved. If Jin does not give a satisfactory statement, he is dead today. Yabai still understands the truth that cutting grass does not remove the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Jin took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then said, well, even if you kill me, what can you get? You can only get a chaotic Big Apple City, and the new underground emperor will provoke you. After all, your value is really amazing. You let me go. You will be my master in the future. I promise that similar things won't happen again. No one will disturb you and your wife. Do you think this is okay? Jin does not understand very well that it is not for Yabai to forgive him if he wants to live at this time, and it is impossible for Yabai to forgive him. But to show his own value, as long as Yabai feels that he is still useful, then he will have a much greater chance of living. Facts have proved that Jinbin's choice was not wrong. Yabai thought about the scene after Jinhee died, and found that what Jinhee said really made sense. As the current underground emperor, Jinbin's death will definitely bring chaos to the underground world of Big Apple City. When the fanatics in the underground world are not bound by the rules, it is certain that there will be trouble. Although Yabai is not afraid of these underground world fanatics, it is a trouble after all. Therefore, Yabai does not intend to kill Jinbin now. You are very smart and successfully convinced me. I hope you remember what you said today and don't bother me again. Otherwise next time, I will unscrew your head and I will do what I say. Don't doubt if I can find you. As long as you are on the earth, you can't run. A very straightforward threat can also be regarded as a warning to Jinbin. As for Jin and believe it or not, that's his business. If he doesn't believe it, Yabai will fulfill what he has said and unscrew his head. How could Jininj not believe it? You have already penetrated 2-meter-thick steel plates. Dare I not believe it? Jin does not feel that his body is stronger than steel. After hearing Yabai's willingness to give himself another chance, Jinbin became weak as an afterthought. At the same time, he made up his mind that even if he committed suicide, he would never provoke the two Yabai. Not only that, Jinbin also planned to send a large number of people to lurch beside Yabai's manor, so as not to offend this murderous god by people with short eyes. It can be said that Yabai not only achieved his goal by leaving the gold, but also saved many troubles that may occur. With Jinbin's help, at least some guys who can't make it to the table, it is impossible to cause trouble to Yabai. Those gangsters who intend to kidnap Yabai will be thrown into the blender to feed the dog before they come to Yabai. After solving the problem of Jinbin, Yabai left the underground warehouse. Before leaving, Yabai also took away a set of Jinbin's clothes. In the previous metal storm, Yabai himself was not harmed, but his clothes were beaten to pieces. This is the price of coercion. After seeing the killing god completely leave, Jinbin was relieved and sat on the ground and gasped for breath. It was too scary. It was really scary to face a monster like Yabai. Jinping is also a bold master, but he is still scared to face. As an ordinary person, there is a possibility of being scared to death alive. Fortunately, he still survived a small life in the end. After a long time, Jinbin calmed down, and the majesty of the underground emperor appeared on him again. He is going to summon his men, and then announce a major order. In the future, in the Big Apple City, whoever dares to be an enemy of Yabai is to be an enemy of him. Why didn't you come back so late today? At sunset, Yabai returned to his manor. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hela has regained consciousness, watching Yabai complain. She looks like a wife who complains about her husband coming home too late. After the signing meeting was over, I had another meal with the publisher, which wasted time. Yabai told a white lie and didn't want Hela to worry too much. Men shouldn't bring the ups and downs of the outside world back to their homes, let alone make their wives worry about themselves. Hela didn't think too much, just a routine question. Now that Yabai has the artifact ring she made, and the culprit Jin has already been put down, she is not too worried about Yabai's life. A question for you: if one day you find that I am not the one you are familiar with, what would you do? Hela suddenly asked a dumb question, which made Yabai feel a little confused. But looking at Hela's expectant and nervous eyes, Yabai's heart still softened. Fool, I like you just like you, no matter what you are, I like you? Yabai walked up to Hela, touched her hair and smiled. This intimate action made Hela blush again, and she still wasn't quite comfortable with such an intimate action. But I don't object, I just feel shy. If one day, you discover that I am a bad person, would you still like me? Hela ignored Yabai's messy hands on her head, and looked at Yabai's eyes and asked another proposition. Yabai did not immediately answer, but vaguely felt that today's Hela seemed a little different. If you can't tell the details, it just feels like something is on your mind. Yabai took away the messy hands on Hela's head and hugged Hela's waist. You are my wife, even the bad guy is my wife. No matter what you become, I like you? Yabai said softly in Hela's ear, and the exhaled hot air blew on Hela's earlobe, making the earlobe bright red visible to the naked eye. Hate. Hela struggled symbolically, but soon closed her eyes and let Yabai deal with it. If it's too late today, let's take Hela to rest first. Sky Mothership, Shield. Natasha returned to her glamorous appearance, and put away her fanciful face in front of Yabai. He quickly entered Nick Fury's office and began to report. The first contact with the target, there is not much progress, I am not his food. Natasha's goal is naturally Yabai. When Natasha went to contact Yabai, she naturally got the advice of Nick Fury, otherwise she didn't know who Yabai was. Normal. According to the survey, Yabai and his wife are in a good relationship and are a good man. Nick Fury said confidently. He was not surprised by the result of Natasha's first contact. Before contacting Yabai, Nick Fury naturally had to investigate. Hela, as Yabai's wife, would naturally not let it go. What puzzled Nick Fury was that he couldn't find Hela's information. I only know that about a year ago, Hela suddenly appeared next to Yabai, just like falling from the sky. This makes Nick Fury have to think more about what Hela is. Was it really accidental that I met Yabai, or was it someone from other organizations who had been around Yabai? The former is okay, and the latter Nick Fury must be taken seriously. So, why won't Collison do this thing? You have to find me. Do you want me to destroy the relationship between the target and his wife? I don't remember that SHIELD is also responsible for divorce. Natasha complained about it. She still can't figure out what kind of mentality Nick Fury asked her to contact Yabai. Hearing Natasha's complaint, Nick Fury almost didn't cough. This is too embarrassing. But what Natasha said was right. He did think of letting Natasha seduce Yabai, and it's best for Yabai to be inseparable from Natasha. Compared to the woman who doesn't know the details of Hela, Yabai's wife should obviously be Natasha, a person who knows everything. It is also more in line with the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, Nick Fury can't arrange this kind of thing either. Everything depends on Natasha's own thoughts. As for Hela, Nick Fury would like to get in touch if he can, to get a closer look. After dealing with Jinbin's affairs, Yabai ushered in another period of peaceful life. Flirting with Hela every day, doing something you like to do, but also living comfortably. In addition, during this period, Yabai's sign-in system also opened some weird things. The leader of the Talker, Lucy's Heart of the Sea, the Scepter of the Last Pharaoh, Black Magic Encyclopedia, Grand Masterclass Classical Music Encyclopedia. These weird rewards are not all useless, such as the Black Magic Encyclopedia. But the problem is, Yabai can't use it now. To put it simply, it is not practical enough, which is tasteless to Yabai, so it is used to pretend to be compelling. It is worth mentioning that the plot of Iron Man 1 has already happened during this period. Tony Stark has become Iron Man and has admitted this in front of the global media. Unlike other superheroes, Tony Stark does not hide his identity. He is an arrogant and conceited person, willing to accept any challenge without any concealment. This calmness and responsibility may also be one of the reasons why Iron Man is loved by the public. Yabai admires Tony Stark a lot anyway, at least this guy is honest enough. By the way, by taking advantage of the previous decline in Stark Industrials stock, Yabai acquired a large amount of Stark Industrials stock at a low stock price. Today, Yabai has become one of Stark Industries' shareholders, holding a % of shares in his hands. The annual dividends from the shares are a sky-high wealth, enough to allow Yabai to live a luxurious life without worries. In the future, Yabai will no longer need to run around because of his livelihood. It's okay to lie down and eat shares. Hela didn't feel much about this, she had no concept of money at all. Instead of caring about Yabai's wealth, Hela cared more about what Yabai did for herself. Are you going out again later? At the table, Hela, who sipped the gruel, took the time to ask Yabai. Yabai nodded, yes, Tony Stark invites all shareholders to a party, and I also want to go. Wife, will you go with me? Hela frowned upon hearing this, and shook her head. I won't go, I don't like crowded occasions. She is now a fugitive in a sense, and naturally doesn't like to show her face outside. Well, Asgard's fugitive, there is nothing wrong with it. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Well, I'll go by myself. You can rest at home or do some exercise. If you want to go for a walk, remember to bring a bodyguard. Don't worry me. Yabai told Hela carefully. With Hela, Yabai never thought of locking up Hela, which is unrealistic. If Hela wants to go out for a walk, Yabai is happy to keep it simple, provided that he has to bring bodyguards to ensure safety. Although Hela never went out once, and knew Yabai for a year, almost all of them stayed at home and rarely went out to walk around. She is a housemaid, at least in front of Yabai. For Yabai's concern, Hela is very useful. It's troublesome, I will take care of myself. Hela Tsundera's old problem has committed again, but the smile at the corner of her mouth can't hide. Yabai has also become accustomed to Hela's duplicity, without exposing it. After a soft kiss on Hela's forehead, he left the manor. As for Hela, after Yabai left, she came to the window and looked in one direction, frowning her pretty brows slightly. The destroyer, is it for me? Hela whispered. The destroyer, as the armor that has accompanied Odin in his battles for many years, Hela is naturally no stranger. But the destroyer suddenly came to the atrium, and Hela couldn't help but not pay attention. She secretly ran out of Odin's seal, who knows if Odin will come to catch her and reseal it. Thinking of the terrible old man Odin, Hela's good mood all morning disappeared. She likes her current life and the carefree being with Yabai. Every day you just need to expect what Yabai will do to eat and deal with Yabai's molesting. This kind of life is something Hela has never thought of. Hela naturally cherishes this kind of feeling of being loved by others. Even in Hela's view, Asgard's position as the king of gods is nothing more than that, nothing comparable to the days with Yabai. But Hela said she was not interested in Asgard, who would believe it? Even if she really thought so, Odin would never let her go. Hela can foresee that she will still have to face Asgard and Odin one day in the future. This is her destiny and she cannot escape. At that time, whether Hela can be with Yabai, even Hela has no idea about it. Odin, you have ruined me once, you can't ruin me again. Hela thought in her heart that if Odin really wanted to ruin her current happy life, then Hela vowed to make Odin pay the price of blood. In New Mosago State, Loki controls the destroyer armor and is pursuing Thor. Although Odin had instructed him not to kill Thor, Loki still liked the game of chasing Thor. Run, little Thor, run faster, your embarrassed look is so funny. As a brother, Loki was fed up with Thor's arrogance. Suffering from the strength being inferior to Thor, it can only endure all the time. Now that Thor has finally recovered his supernatural power, it is natural to seize the opportunity to bully him. Besides, Loki basically has a black abdomen. But in addition to persecuting Thor, Loki has a bigger task this time. Will the elder sister in the father's mouth appear? This time Loki used the destroyer armor to land on the earth. In addition to honing Thor, the most important thing was to come for Hela. It is impossible for Odin to be so heartbroken that Hela has escaped from the seal. At the same time Odin also knew that Hela would return to Asgard one day. Instead of waiting for Hela to find the door by herself, it is better to attack and induce Hela to come out by herself. If Hela couldn't help showing up after feeling the armor of the destroyer, then Odin's goal would have been achieved. At that time, whether it is to reseal Hela or take Hela back to Asgard, Odin will hold the initiative. Of course, this news is not friendly to Rocky. Damn, there's a sister on my head. This is Loki's inner thoughts. As the second child of the family, he was already very depressed, but he did not expect that he was actually the third child. Especially after learning about Hela's specific deeds from Odin's mouth, Loki became even more jealous of this sister, who is known as the goddess of death. I hope this Hela will not become a stumbling block for him to ascend to the throne of God. Yabai is not clear about what has happened in the plot of Thor 1. At this time, he was in a luxurious auditorium, chatting happily with the guests coming and going. Yabai is actually used to this kind of upper-class liquor bureau. During his time when he became famous, he participated in many similar wine bureaus. After all, Yabai is now a successful person, a billionaire with a lot of money, has entered the circle of celebrities. That mutant is here again, really lingering. Unlucky, how did the organizer do it? When will mutants come to this kind of occasion? I worry that when we wake up that day, the entire world will be occupied by mutants. This is a group of dangerous elements. The politicians in the Belu should arrest them all. Forget it, let's change the place. I don't want to be affected by these inferior guys to my good mood today. Listening to the conversations of successful people around, Yabai knew that a famous guy was coming again. Sure enough, soon a bald old man sitting in a wheelchair was pushed in by a lady wearing a red dress. The lady in the red dress is named Jean Grey, a teacher at Xavier School of Genius. Of course, not many people know her name, but many people know her nickname. The famous Black Phoenix, one of the hosts of the cosmic power Phoenix Power. In this way, the identity of the bald head in the wheelchair is clearly revealed. The founder of Team X, Charles Xavier, is known as Professor X. An alpha-class mutant possesses the most powerful psychic power on Earth and can read anyone's mind. Professor, I don't understand why these people don't welcome us. While pushing Professor X forward, Jean Grey complained to the professor. Today's society discriminates against mutants, and no one looks down on mutants. In this case, why did the professor insist on attending this banquet and get dazzled by others? Jin, I know that many people look down on us, but we are not here for these people. Everyone who can participate in this banquet has tremendous energy in society. We only need to find a friend to be of great help to our current situation. Professor X explained to Jean patiently. Where does he not know the thoughts of these so-called celebrities? If he can, he is not willing to be scorned by others. But the problem is that the situation of mutants is too bad now. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Not only in society, ordinary people are hostile to mutants, and even within the government of the Eagle Soup Nation, there are many people who have bad intentions towards mutant groups. He must come to find friends of mutants as much as possible, or sympathize with mutants. Only in this way can we better protect the mutant group. After listening to Professor X's preaching, Chin Mo silently closed his mouth and said no more. She is also aware of the situation of the mutants, and she is indeed not optimistic to the extreme. Especially not long ago, Magneto almost turned all high-level federal politicians into mutants, and the social opposition to mutants reached a peak. The plot in X-Men 1. Suddenly, Professor X, who was originally looking around, lit up, and then motioned Chin to come directly in front of Yabai. Hello Mr. Yabai, this is Charles Xavier. Just call me Charles. I like your alien ET very much. It was my childhood dream to be friends with aliens. It would be nice if there were people like Mr. Yabai in society. When facing a life different from ourselves, human beings should be more tolerant and kind, instead of malicious speculation. Professor X said very skillfully that the subtext is to compare mutants to alien ET, hoping that mutants, like alien ET, will become friends rather than enemies with humans. Looking at the hand extended by Professor X, Yabai thought for a while and shook it. You're right, Professor. I'm honored to have a great book fan. When I wrote Alien ET, I also took into account the situation of mutants. I hope I can help you. Yabai did not refuse the kindness of Professor X, the big boss. Although it is unlikely to be socialized in the future, don't you just reach out and don't hit the smiley person. Just the next moment he held Professor X's right hand. Yabai's face changed drastically and became savage. Get out of my head. Suddenly, Yabai caught the eyes of many people, and made Professor X's face pale in front of him. Looking at Rage's Yabai, Professor X was puzzled, but more regretful. Just now, at the moment of shaking hands, Professor X subconsciously planned to see what was in Yabai's mind. Don't overestimate Professor X's ethics, he has never done this kind of thing, it's just that most people don't notice his small movements. Yabai was different. The moment he shook his hand, he felt that his brain was pricked by a needle, and then he realized that it was Professor X's ghost. So the scene just now appeared. In fact, Professor X is really not malicious towards Yabai. Intruding into Yabai's mind is just a subconscious habitual behavior. But who knows, he was caught by Yabai and hit the gun. This is how you treat your friends? This is how mutants treat humans. Yabai stared at the embarrassed Professor X fiercely, almost overflowing with anger in his eyes. Yabai is a person with big secrets. Whether it is a traverser or a system, it is something that cannot be known by other people. But Professor X spied these secrets unscrupulously. To be honest, at this time Yabai had already murdered Professor X. The old hooligan has violated his bottom line. Professor X is also aware of the awfulness of the matter. The most important thing is that he is completely ignorant of this matter. If Yabai exposes this matter, it will definitely be the most terrifying blow to the mutants' situation. And there is another question that Professor X does not understand, that is, how does Yabai know his actions? Is it possible that Yabai, like them, are not ordinary people? Professor X didn't understand this question, and he didn't have time to think about it. There is a more serious matter before him, and that is how to comfort Rage's Yabai. I'm sorry my friend, this matter is indeed my fault, I apologize like you. I swear, I didn't see anything, I hope you can forgive me this time. Professor X apologized to Yabai with a bitter face. But Yabai doesn't take this set at all. Do you want to expose this matter if you apologize? This is because Yabai sensed Professor X's invasion. If he didn't sense it, would he not even apologize? You will pay for what you did today, I promise. Because there are so many people nowadays, Yabai can't say anything. But this matter can't be left alone. Professor X must pay for what he did, and Jesus couldn't keep him, Yabai said. Since Yabai came to this Marvel world, he knew that this world is essentially a dark world. No one can rely on it, even superheroes. But Yabai still didn't expect that Professor X, the famous and well-recognized professor, would actually do this kind of thing in public. Mutants have the current social situation, and they are really not all human beings, and their mutants themselves have a lot of problems. Relying on the superpowers brought by the X gene, it is just too normal to think that it is superior to ordinary humans, and then expand to do excessive things. This can be seen from Professor X. Even Professor X, who has an excellent reputation, is like this, and other mutants can be imagined. And there is a saying, if Yabai is a politician, after knowing such a powerful group of mutants, shouldn't you try to master it first? A terrible weapon. The first thing you think about is how to master it. If you can't master it, you will consider destroying it. Where is there a fool who would be hostile to mutants in the first place? It wasn't the mutants who did it themselves, and the arrogant pretentiousness led to today's situation. To put it bluntly, the mutants deserved it. It was they who played themselves as they are now. There is no denying that some mutants are victims and innocent. But among these innocent mutants, there is absolutely no Professor X. Originally, Yabai was still holding a friend, and later asked Professor X to help deal with the troubles caused by some mutants. But after this incident, make a ghost friend. In the future, there will be mutants who dare to provoke them and kill them directly. Yabai will not stay alive. If it weren't for the crowds here, Professor X Yabai would not let it go. Dare to covet the secrets of his heart, not a pity to die. Looking at Rage's Yabai, Professor X's embarrassment froze on his face. He really didn't want to see the situation become like this. Who would have thought that this kind of thing would happen just by flipping through Yabai's memory? However, the grievance has been settled. Even if Professor X is unwilling to change anything, he can only find a way to save it. Of course, there is another way, and that is to let Yabai die. As long as Yabai is dead, this grievance will naturally disappear. With this plan, Professor X finally didn't say anything, but watched Yabai walk into the crowd. The news that should have been reminded to Yabai was not able to say it at this time. Professor, are you doing this too much? Behind Professor X, Jean Grey frowned. Professor X's previous actions, even Jean couldn't see it. It's a bit inappropriate, but it's also necessary. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Mr. Yabai is one of the objects in my heart that I can cooperate with. I must understand his true thoughts on the mutant group. I don't want to make things like this. Professor X sighed and said that his plan for today was messed up. Originally, what Professor X wanted was to leave a good impression on Yabai first, and then confirm Yabai's true thoughts on the mutant group. If they are all qualified, then Professor X will tell Yabai that he has recently been spotted by Magneto's mutant brotherhood. It is best if Yabai is at a loss and panic, so that Professor X can appear as a savior and tell Yabai that he can settle Magneto and the brotherhood. Then success occupies a heavy weight in Yabai's heart. At that time, Yabai's wealth and his huge social reputation will become the help of mutants. It's a pity, no matter how good the plan is, something went wrong in the end. If Yabai knows what Professor X is thinking, I am afraid he will recognize the so-called superhero again. But this is reasonable. After all, this is a real Marvel world. The first contact with mutants was undoubtedly a failure. Yabai is still brooding about Professor X's affairs until now, without realizing that he has been targeted by another mutant leader. Yabai at this moment is talking to Tony Stark. Mr. Yabai, right, I have heard of you. Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed a loyal fan of your book. Can you sign me later? Tony Stark changed his arrogance in front of the public, but instead looked like a fan, which surprised Yabai. This is also normal. Tony Stark is a tech fanatic, but who says that tech fanatics don't read novels? And in a sense, Yabai and Tony Stark are still the same kind of people, both geniuses. One is a genius in literature and the other is a genius in technology. The so-called hero cherishes heroes, that's probably it. Of course, I have always been tolerant of book fans. Not to mention that your company's stock makes me a lot of money. Yabai also smiled and clinked glasses with Tony, and he didn't dislike Tony's favor. After all, Yabai's net worth is in Stark Industries, and he points to Tony to give him more dividends in the future. And making friends with good people is a pleasant thing in itself. After a few more conversations, the two parties exchanged phone calls with each other and agreed to have time to come out to play together. Then Tony chased the pretty girl and left in front of Yabai. Yabai looked at the watch on his wrist and found that it was late, so he planned to leave. Only at this time, the Momae Natasha who had ever met appeared in front of Yabai. Great writer, we meet again, can I buy you a drink? Natasha showed a charming smile, and at the same time naturally pulled down her collar to reveal a large amount of white greasy. This temptation is absolutely fatal to ordinary people, but it has no effect on Yabai. On the contrary, Yabai is very disgusted. Originally planned to play with Shield, but now I am completely impatient and plan to show down completely. Miss Natasha, put away your trick. In addition, tell Shield behind you, don't try any more, otherwise I don't guarantee that I will do anything radical. After speaking, regardless of Natasha's cold face, she turned and left the banquet. Natasha's two random encounters, Yabai would be a fool if he didn't understand it anymore. Nick Fury, the black-hearted marinated egg, obviously wants to play beauty tricks with Yabai. Yabai is of course impossible to win, but Hela is hard to say. If it gets to Hela's ears and gets misunderstood, that's the real trouble. In order to put an end to this situation, Yabai didn't even have the idea to talk to Natasha, turned around and left. He is not hungry and thirsty, and he won't be able to walk unless he sees a woman. There is a Hela wife in the family, and you still like a woman like Natasha? Watching Yabai leave without giving any face, Natasha was really upset, wondering if her charm had disappeared. But that's okay, she was fed up with selling meat in order to get close to her goal. Natasha does appreciate Yabai, but she only appreciates Yabai's loyalty to Hela. In fact, Yabai is not her food. Successfully sign in, reward +1 for resurrection coins. Wake up in the morning, the first thing is that the sign-in reward given by the system has arrived. Resurrection coins. Yabai is slightly wondering, can I still get this kind of thing when I sign in? But there is one thing to say, the resurrection coin is an absolute good thing. This is equivalent to giving Yabai a chance for fault tolerance. It is equivalent to adding an extra insurance, which makes Yabai more confident about the future. Soon, Yabai started to get up from the bed and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Not long after Yabai left, Hela also opened her eyes and looked at the direction Yabai was leaving. Hela's eyes flickered and she didn't know what she was thinking. Yabai, what are you hiding from me? Hela thought in her heart. Yes, Hela has discovered that Yabai is abnormal during this period. Yabai's body is getting stronger day by day, and Hela can clearly feel it. Hela can be sure that Yabai has not told herself clearly about something. But Hela herself is not much better, isn't she hiding her identity from Yabai? Thinking of this, Hela had a headache. Her original intention was to find a chance to have a showdown with Yabai, but every time it came to an end, she flinched. Because I dare not, I am afraid that Yabai will change the relationship between the two after knowing his identity. And Hela's reputation is not good, she is a killer, blood-stained executioner. I don't know how many cosmic races were destroyed by Hela. Is Yabai really willing to accept such a sinful self? Hela has no bottom, this is the fundamental reason why Hela dare not have a showdown with Yabai. I am afraid that Yabai will choose to leave after knowing his past. Hey, there is still a chance to tell him about this. Hela sighed and thought that the time for a showdown with Yabai was determined to wait. As usual, Yabai has nothing to do today. You don't need to be a superhero to save the world, and you don't have to worry about making a living. Today's Yabai, the biggest task every day is to stay with Hela and fully enjoy life. Yabai also ordered a luxury yacht worth more than $80 million some time ago, planning to find an opportunity to take Hela to the outside world. Bored in the house every day, although it is comfortable, it is less interesting. Life is to enjoy yourself. Go to see the scenery that you haven't seen, and experience the things you haven't experienced. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Just when Yabai was planning to take Hela to play outside for a few days, an unexpected guest from Yabai came to the door. Nick Fury. When neither Collison nor Natasha succeeded in contacting Yabai, he decided to go out and talk to Yabai himself. The location was in Yabai's manor. Behind Nick Fury was Collison and a group of agents in black suits. Hello, my name is Nick Fury, I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to talk to you this time and talk about our relationship. Nick Fury is straight to the point, speaking directly about his purpose. At the same time, he did it carelessly in front of Yabai, without any restraint, and his attitude was very strong. There is no relationship between us, and I am not from S.H.I.E.L.D. either. Yabai didn't like Nick Fury at all, and frowned at Nick Fury's actions. Why are people in the Marvel world so self-righteous? I have said many times not to provoke me, so why don't you listen? What I want to say is very important to you. I advise you to listen to me carefully. Nick Fury already knew Yabai's character and knew that this was a person who was afraid of trouble. But Nick Fury doesn't care. Yabai's ability is not enough to make him jealous. Well, it's because Nick Fury didn't know about Kim Bin. If you know that Yabai can punch through 2-meter-thick steel plates with bare hands, maybe Nick Fury will be more sensible. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Yabai became even more disgusted in his heart. The opening is that I am for your own good, which is worthy of the standard foreigner thinking. In history, foreigners do not know how much civilization has been harmed in the name of your own good. This is nothing new. If it were not for S.H.I.E.L.D., it did not pose a threat to himself, and Yabai himself was not a murderer. Nick Fury didn't have the opportunity to sit here and talk. Yabai had already broken his neck. If you have something to say, just say it straight, but I declare in advance that I will not cooperate with you, nor will I join S.H.I.E.L.D., so don't bother to think about it. Yabai said indifferently, without giving Nick Fury any face. This is also normal. Yabai is now strong and rich. I don't see Nick Fury, and I don't care about being a superhero. I just want to live my little life at home with peace of mind. How could I be interested in S.H.I.E.L.D.? If S.H.I.E.L.D. had known to pay attention to some measures and didn't do too much, someone wants to deal with you, and you can't solve this person. Nick Fury also noticed Yabai's impatience, so he stopped selling guanzi and said frankly, to deal with me? Who is it? Hearing Nick Fury's words, Yabai paid more attention to it. Can't deal with it by yourself? Could it be that the 5 great gods descended on the earth? Yabai, who didn't know that he and Nick Fury were no longer on the same channel, wondered whether it was the creation god who would visit the earth and make trouble for himself. Could it be star swallowing? It seems that the star swallowing had planned to swallow the earth. Yabai couldn't help but got a snack. With his current strength, he was really reluctant to deal with Tungzing. Have you heard of the Brotherhood? Nick Fury revealed the suspense, and it was the Brotherhood of Mutants that was eyeing Yabai. Yabai didn't show the panic that Nick Fury was expecting, but looked at him with a strange look, as if saying, Brotherhood of Mutants? That's it. Yes, Yabai really thought so when he heard Nick Fury said that the Mutant Brotherhood was going to deal with himself. If it is the 5 gods, it is indeed worthy of the current Yabai's attention. But the mere mutants, even the alpha-class mutant Lawan, in Yabai's eyes, are nothing more than a jumping clown. If not to provoke himself, Yabai is also unwilling to worry about how Lawan jumps. But if Lawan dares to trouble him, Yabai doesn't mind letting Lawan know what the god of the world is. You are not surprised to hear this news. Now it's Nick Fury's turn to be a little confused. In this age when superheroes have not yet flooded, the Brotherhood of Mutants is definitely the biggest villain organization at present. Even many mainstream media in society feel that the Earth will be destroyed in the hands of the Brotherhood of Mutants sooner or later. Lawan has always made the destruction of human civilization his lifelong goal. In the past, Nick Fury found other people and told them when they were targeted by the Mutant Brotherhood. Without exception, those people would panic and pray for shelter from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury also relied on this trick to find a lot of oil and water. If it wasn't for Lawan to be an extreme mutant supremacist, some people would even wonder if Lawan and Nick Fury were in collusion. One intimidation, one to collect protection fees, it is a perfect match. But this move came in front of Yabai, but it did not achieve the effect that Nick Fury expected. Even Nick Fury faintly felt that Yabai felt relieved when he heard that he was being spotted by the Mutant Brotherhood. Is it because Yabai believes that the Mutant Brothers can threaten him? Nick Fury is worthy of being the king of agents, and his ability to observe words and colors is full. Only by the change of Yabai's tone and demeanor, he has guessed Yabai's inner thoughts. Of course, this is also related to Yabai's no intention of hiding. The Magneto of the Mutant Brotherhood is staring at me, why? To be honest, Yabai doesn't think it's a big deal to be targeted by mutants. But Yabai is still a little puzzled, why is the mutant staring at him? It stands to reason that mutants should not target those high-level government officials who persecute them? Is it because of Professor X? Don't you know how high your value is now? Nick Fury was helpless, he found out that he and Yabai were not on the same channel. And Yabai really doesn't have the slightest sense of being a billionaire. Although other billionaires have higher net worth than Yabai, most of their net worth are properties owned by their names and are non-transferable things. Yabai is different. His net worth is cash flow, which is very rare. It means that as long as Yabai is dealt with, anyone can get the billions of dollars behind Yabai. By the way, with the recent rise in Stark Group's stock price, Yabai's net worth is now approaching the 10 billionaires. How could anyone not be tempted by such a huge windfall? In fact, in the past few days, Jin Bin has helped Yabai deal with several batches of gangsters who were planning to attack him. In other words, Lawan is interested in my money. Yabai frowned, grasping the key to the problem. Nick Fury nodded and approved Yabai's guess. Wealth is touching. Even in the Marvel world, a group of sky-high wealth will attract the coveting of many people. Not to mention that the Mutant Brotherhood itself lacks money, and it is easier to spot Yabai. In addition to your own wealth, your huge social reputation is also a problem. Think about it, if you control you, and then use your reputation to speak for the mutants, how much impact will it have on the world? Nick Fury said to Yabai sharply. In addition to the obvious value, Yabai also has this huge hidden value. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yabai is a copywriter and the most outstanding genius writer in recent years. In today's Yingjiang country, almost everyone is a reader of Yabai. It is conceivable how much influence Yabai can bring with one sentence now. Listening to you, it seems to make sense. Yabai nodded, confirming the authenticity of Nick Fury's news. It was basically concluded that Magneto of the Brotherhood really had his eyes on him. Not only want his money, but also people who want him. However, Yabai doesn't care. Does he still care about those mutants with his strength? Does the dragon care about ants who are malicious to him? As long as you join us, S.H.I.E.L.D. will protect you, and the Mutant Brotherhood will not threaten you. Nick Fury has laid so much in front of him, and now he is beginning to tell his true purpose. It is the hope that through the threat of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Yabai will be drawn into S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a toolman of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Nick Fury wanted to come, Yabai had no reason to reject himself. Unless Yabai intends to face the Mutant Brotherhood alone. In fact, Yabai thought so. It's just a mere Brotherhood of Mutants, and it's not enough to make Yabai afraid. There's nothing to talk about, I won't join S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the Brotherhood of Mutants, just let them come over. Yabai said disdainfully, not paying attention to the mutants like Lawan. Nick Fury frowned when he saw Yabai's determined attitude, if he had any. Even after racking his brains, Nick Fury still couldn't figure out why Yabai would reject his proposal. However, after seeing Yabai's resolute attitude, Nick Fury had to temporarily put down his plan to win Yabai. As for the protection of Yabai, there must be some. Nick Fury doesn't want the purpose of the Brotherhood of Mutants to succeed, otherwise there will be a mess, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will also be under a lot of pressure. Well, when you figure it out, S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomes you to join. In addition, I have one more thing to tell you. Today's main goal was not achieved. Although Nick Fury was disappointed, he didn't care too much. Turned around and started talking about the second thing today. What else do you have? Yabai is also a little curious in his heart. Besides the mutants, is there anyone else looking at him? Who is it? Hydra, or other large organizations? Your wife Hela, do you know her? Nick Fury whispered. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Yabai's eyes changed immediately. If Yabai didn't catch a cold to Nick Fury before, then he is disgusted now. This damn black heart bitter egg thought there was something. It turned out to be to provoke the feelings between his husband and wife. Seeing Yabai's disgust, Nick Fury quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I'm not provoking the feelings between your husband and wife, just to remind you. We have investigated your wife's information, and the information shows that there was no Hela in the world before she appeared by your side. She has no past, no parents, just like falling from the sky. Do you know what this means? Yabai did not answer, but fell into deep thought after listening to Nick Fury's words. Because Yabai discovered that what Nick Fury said seemed to make sense. If even Nick Fury's shield cannot find Hela's information, then Hela's past is a bit of a story. This means that Hela is either not from this world, or someone deliberately erased her traces. If you think about it, is it really a coincidence that you and your wife know each other? Not a scam carefully arranged. Nick Fury then added. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Nick Fury's meaning is obvious, that is, to tell Yabai Hela that there is a problem. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Yabai was also lost in thought. There are many things that I didn't feel when I first experienced them, but in retrospect, it is indeed a coincidence to the extreme. For example, Yabai knew Hela a year ago. When Yabai opened the door that morning, he saw Hela lying outside his door. At that time, Hela was covered with blood all over, and he was seriously injured. It was Yabai who took Hela back to the house and saved Hela's life. Yabai also started from that time, took care of Hela slowly, and had feelings, and finally became a husband and wife. Yabai only felt lucky that he opened the door and picked up a wife in vain. But now I think about it, but I have some doubts. What if my wife was arranged by someone? Moreover, Nick Fury said that he could not find the information of Hela, which shows that Hela's origin is really mysterious enough. It is so mysterious that even the Shield, which is the king of the earth, has no ability to trace it. This makes Hela's identity become mysterious in Yabai's heart. But on the surface, Yabai still dislikes Nick Fury, as if he doesn't believe what Nick Fury said at all. My relationship with Hela is unwavering. No matter what she is my wife. No one can change this. You better go, don't force me to drive you away. Yabai scolded with a cold face, ignoring Nick Fury who came all the way to provide him with news. Nick Fury didn't care, either. He said everything he should say anyway. As for believe it or not, that's Yabai's own business. His goal was achieved anyway. Before leaving, Nick Fury left his business card to tell Yabai if he had any questions, he could contact himself at any time. Yabai didn't even look at the business card and threw it directly into the trash can. If there is really something that even Yabai can't handle, what is the use of Shield? And whether Hela is a pawn arranged by other organizations around Yabai, there is one thing that cannot be changed. That is, Hela belongs to Yabai completely, and no one can deny that. If Hela really wants to belong to a certain organization, Yabai will destroy that organization and leave Hela by his side. The best way to deal with sugar-coated cannonballs is to eat the candies and hit the cannonballs back. Thinking clearly, Yabai is not worried about this. With this idle time, it's better to think about something delicious to make up for Hela later. Otherwise, Yabai is worried about whether he will be hungry if he has a child with Hela in the future. No matter how hard it is, you can't suffer the child. On the second floor of the manor, although Hela was lying on the bed, he heard the conversation between Yabai and Nick Fury completely. When he heard that Nick Fury was actually provoking his relationship with Yabai, Hela almost couldn't hold back from rushing downstairs and blasting Nick Fury's braised egg head. When hearing Yabai's righteous words and believing in herself, Hela couldn't help but smile. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Smelly man, if you have a conscience, it's worth noting that my old lady usually allows you to take so much advantage. At the same time, Hela's heart was relieved, but fortunately, her most worried thing did not happen. If Yabai really doubted her because of Nick Fury's words, Hela wouldn't know what to do. Yabai can't be beaten to death. It's not about staying widow for a lifetime. Fortunately, in the end, Yabai's answer made Hela very satisfied, and silently decided to treat this stinky man tonight. Those tricks that I usually disagree with are regarded as rewards for Yabai's performance today. Of course, Hela's heart is still very vigilant. Yabai was able to trust her unconditionally. Hela was naturally satisfied, but it also sounded a wake-up call for Hela. Sooner or later, her identity will be known by Yabai. At that time, will Yabai still choose to think about her now and trust her unconditionally? Hela didn't know, and she didn't know what to do. Why don't I start from now, and secretly reveal a little bit of my past to him, so that he can be mentally prepared? In this way, when the truth is finally revealed, maybe he won't be so difficult to accept. Hela thought of it in her heart, and felt that this method was feasible. At this moment, Hela deeply understood a truth, that is, feelings are definitely the most complicated thing in the world. Even Hela felt that when he worked with Odin to make war plans before, it was not as difficult as it is now. Falling in love is really too difficult. In addition to these things, Nick Fury Hela does not intend to let it go. This black-hearted bitten egg is really too much to provoke the feelings between the two husbands and wives. It is necessary to teach the black-hearted marinated egg a lesson, otherwise it may be possible to figure out what other tricks this black-hearted marinated egg can play. In addition, there is the Brotherhood of Mutants. From the conversation between Nick Fury and Yabai, Hela learned that an organization called Mutant Brothers was recently fighting Yabai's idea. My man, can you also touch? Dare to do something with my man. You are afraid that you don't know how to write dead words. Hela has decided, first go to beat the black-hearted marinated egg, and then go to destroy the Mutant Brotherhood. The old mother's man, the old mother wants to protect herself? At this moment, Hela, for the first time in her life, had the urge to strongly protect a certain person. Hela does not understand that the source of this desire for protection is love. Magneto, who is aging and frail, is still making his own plan in an abandoned factory. He didn't know that his mutant brotherhood had been targeted by death. Through our investigation, we know that there are a large number of bodyguards stationed around Yabai's manor. If we want to attack, the probability of causing a commotion is very high. Magneto pointed to the floor plan of Yabai Manor on the blackboard and said to many members of the Brotherhood below. What Magneto didn't know was that the bodyguards he saw were actually gangsters with gold and planted nearby. The main task of these gangsters is not to protect Yabai's safety, but to ensure that no blind people will provoke Yabai. Jin didn't want to experience the excitement of being pulled out of the underground warehouse anymore. Then you can't attack. What shall we do? Outsmart. A big guy looked at the drawings next to Lawan and asked. Yes, we can only outsmart. If you forcibly rush into this manor, it will cause a huge riot, and it will also attract the nasty group of X-Men. Magneto nodded, approving the strategy of outsmarting, and soon began specific arrangements. First of all, you, the devil. Your task is to get into this manor and try to trick Yabai out of it, Magneto said to a woman with fine blue scales all over her body. The witch nodded. With her mutation ability, it is not difficult to complete this task. Then we will find a way to control Yabai's wife. This woman is Yabai's weakness. With her in hand, Yabai will compromise everything. Lao Wan briefly explained the plan. Although it is not a leak-proof one, it is justified and has a great chance of success. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Lao Wan's mouth, which was the smile that he was holding in victory. Thor has been very annoying lately, and has never felt this way before. As Thor in Norse mythology, the Prince of Asgard, the first heir to the throne of the King of Gods. Thor is actually a naive. Sand sculpture is his style of painting. However, a series of recent events made the young Thor turn his head in sorrow. Having lived for hundreds of years, I have never been so sad. First, his brother Loki, who had accompanied him in love and killed for hundreds of years, was confirmed not to be his parents. More than that, Loki's true identity is actually Asgard's mortal enemy, the child of the King of Frost Giants. Only in the previous battle, Loki was brought back to Asgard by Odin to raise him. That's fine. Anyway, Thor feels that blood does not affect the relationship between himself and his brother Rocky. But Rocky didn't think so. After learning that he was not of the blood of the Oddingsson family, Loki was directly blackened. First took advantage of Odin's sleep to seize the throne of the king, and then sent the destroyer armor to prepare to kill Thor. In the end, the two brothers turned against each other and Loki fell into the abyss of the universe, not knowing his life or death. The younger brother who had been with him for hundreds of years was gone. Thor was sad. But what makes Thor even more upset is that Odin suddenly tells him that he still has a sister. His sister is Hela, Odin's first child and the first heir to Asgard. It's just that Hela was raised by Odin and turned into a lunatic who only knew how to kill, so he was locked up by Odin. But recently, Hela escaped from the seal and his whereabouts are unknown. The two things that appeared one after another made Thor a little absent-minded, and he even began to doubt life a bit. At this time, even though Thor was standing in Odin's golden palace, he was still thinking about Loki and that plain-masked sister. On the throne of the God King, Odin was also thinking about Hela. He is also annoying now, even more annoying than Thor. Odin knew about the usurpation of Rocky, and he also acquiesced to it. But sending the destroyer armor to the atrium is not only a test of Thor, but also to find Hela's trace. As a result, Thor's test was up to the standard, but Hela's trail was not found. This is also what Odin is worried about now. Odin knew in his heart that Hela would definitely not forgive herself because of what she had done before. Sooner or later, Hela will return to Asgard. At that time, it was definitely a huge test for Asgard. The best way is to reseal Hela while Hela's injury has not recovered. But the key to sealing Hela is to find the trace of Hela, otherwise no one will find it, and it will seal a ghost. Where is such a big Hela hiding? Why can't you even see the personal shadow? Thinking of this, Odin sighed again, sad. Read more at hotentelnovel.xyz. But one thing Odin can be sure of is that Hela must still be in the atrium, because Odin sealed Hela in the atrium world. But since the atrium is so big, what can I do to find Hela? At this time, Odin looked at Thor below. Maybe, it's time to spread the glory of Asgard in the atrium. Odin thought to himself. Only relying on Asgard to find Hela, it is better to use the humans in the atrium world. A lot of people are powerful, so it must be faster to find Hela. Odin, who had an idea in his heart, stopped hesitating and spoke slowly. Thor, my child, I have one thing, can you help me do it? Odin's voice awakened Thor, who was still thinking, and he reflexively looked at his father. What's the matter? Thor asked in a naive way. The corners of Odin's unnoticeable mouth twitched, a little sad in his heart. How could a person such a cunning man, a man such a virtuous Frigga give birth to a naive person? Could it be that Hela inherited all of his excellent genes, which caused Thor's innate brain development? I thought so, but Odin didn't say it straight. Have you been to the atrium? Where do you think of mortals? Odin asked Thor. Thor thought about the mortals he had come into contact with in the atrium, Earth. The one who impressed most was Jane Fox. So he replied, it's very big, very white, very soft, and very kind in my heart. After speaking, Thor realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Odin's face was visibly dark. But holding back his anger, Odin continued, "Then I will let you go to the atrium again, would you like it?" "Really, there is such a good thing." Thor was pleasantly surprised, all the troubles just disappeared. Resisting the urge to kill Thor with a stick, Odin kept muttering, "This is my own birth, this is my own birth." After finally suppressing the anger in his heart, Odin nodded. "But I didn't send you to play, there was a mission." Odin said. Thor nodded quickly. The girlfriend is not important, the important thing is the task. He was willing to go to the earth to help his father to share his worries, not to hang out with his girlfriend. "You go to the atrium this time, in the name of Asgard, let those mortals help you to track down Hela's whereabouts, understand?" Odin said his plan, or for Hela. If this eldest daughter doesn't arrange it early, he will have no life for a whole day. Thor hadn't listened carefully to this task at all, and his head was full of big, white, and soft girlfriends. Hearing that Odin had finished speaking, Thor nodded quickly, for fear that Odin would regret it if he reacted a bit slower. Odin is indeed a little regretful now, and always feels that Thor is not the right person. It would be great if Rocky was there. Rocky was much more silly and reliable than Thor. But in the end, Odin suppressed these thoughts and told Thor to go away. One more look, his heart hurts more, this silly. After Thor left, Odin slowly stood up from the position of the king of gods. The only one left looked at the land of Asgard with nostalgia in his eyes. "This is my Asgard, and it will always be my Asgard." Odin thought slowly. As long as he doesn't want to retreat from the position of the king of gods, no one can be king. Whether it's Hela or Thor, it's true. He can give the throne, but those children can't grab it. Because this is his Asgard, the country he built and led to prosperity. Many people think that Odin is a very good old man, very kind in Thor 3. But few people know that Odin was the most famous war lunatic in the universe when he was young. The famous death goddess Hela is Odin's most satisfying work. But even for Hela, the blood on his hands is less than 1/10 of Odin's. Today is a sunny day. Yabai woke up early in the morning, and before he could get out of the bed, he heard a sound in his ear. Sign in successfully, reward the complete works of Conan comics. Hearing today's system reward, Yabai's mouth twitched a few times. Go system, the good mood of labor and management for a day is so gone. But thinking of Hela's cooperation last night and those novel tricks, Yabai's face became bright again. It's better to be your own wife, who knows how to be considerate and warm. After a simple aftertaste of last night's enjoyment, Yabai started to get up to prepare breakfast. Today is even earlier than before. It used to be more than 8 o'clock in the past, and I got up at more than 7 in a few days. So early, naturally there is a reason. The luxury yacht that Yabai ordered some time ago has arrived and is now parked on Yabai's private pier. So Yabai plans to take Hela to relax today. Now that life is carefree, it is time to think about how to do it. Yabai's idea is to take a yacht from Big Apple City and drive along the coast to the City of Angels. In Beverly Hills in the City of Angels, Yabai also has a luxurious villa. It's time to enjoy the California sunshine and bikinis. Yabai thought of this, and took out his phone to see if there was any latest news. The first thing that catches your eye is a video. In the video, a familiar big man is fighting with military personnel. The place of the fight seems to be in a university. That big man is all environmentally friendly, and Hulk is the #1 meat shield in the Marvel universe. It seems that the plot of Hulk happened. Yabai thought in his heart, but didn't take it too seriously. He does not intend to be a savior, nor does he like to be a hero. Hulk, let's leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to get a headache. Besides, the battlefield between Hulk and Abomination is in Manhattan, and has nothing to do with Yabai. He doesn't have real estate wherever he is. His seaside manor is on the outskirts of Big Apple City, which is still Tony's neighbor. After a few glances, Yabai quickly forgot about Hulk. With that effort, it is better to think about what ingredients to bring to the yacht later. Hela's body is still too weak and needs more supplements. Although it's good to be able to hold it with one hand, Yabai doesn't mind being bigger. This is also for the sake of children. It is undeniable that Yabai is an LSP, and men are both. But Yabai asks himself that he is a principled LSP, he only greets his wife Hela's body. Yabai wouldn't even look at other coquettish bastards. Hela also got up in a daze at this time. Feeling the exhaustion of the body, Hela blushed and cursed that Yabai is too beast. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But the heart is more sweet. Who doesn't want the people he likes to be obsessed with himself? Moreover, after personal inspection last night, Hela is now basically certain that Yabai is definitely not an ordinary mortal. That strength, that endurance, she believed that Yabai was the same god as her. As for the specific god, it doesn't matter. What's important is that Yabai loves her, doesn't it? Pulling tired and even difficult to get up, Hela slowly walked down the stairs. After seeing Yabai who was busy in the kitchen, tenderness appeared in his cold eyes. This feeling of being taken care of every day when I open my eyes is really good. When he came to the kitchen, Hela leaned gently on Yabai's back. What can I eat today? Hela asked, with a dainty expectation in her tone. I'll make soup for you to replenish your body. You worked so hard yesterday. Yabai said in a pun, and he succeeded in reaping Hela's eye. Then you are busy, I'll go to wash, otherwise the smell will be weird. Speaking of this, Hela glanced at Yabai complainingly, stretched out her hand to grab the muscles under Yabai's ribs, and twisted it hard. Ouch. Yabai gave a strange cry, and the action of making soup in his hand almost deformed. Hela walked away satisfied and went to the bathroom on the first floor. Yabai looked at Hela, who was just like the child, amused, and shook his head dozingly. I forgot one thing at all. That is, with Yabai's current physical strength, how could a weak woman pinch him? The epidermis, which can't even be hit by bullets, is easily sprained under Hela's slender fingers. This in itself is very telling. It's just that Yabai's heart is full of sweetness with Hela at this time, and he hasn't noticed this at all. After a brief breakfast, the two boarded the yacht. This is a white yacht named the Goddess. Yes, Yabai bought it for Hela. There is no one on the yacht, because Yabai can start the yacht alone because he doesn't need it. The reward of Tomcat's mouse catching experience, except for not letting Yabai learn how to catch mice, has all other skills. All kinds of elegant music, all kinds of elegant sports, the use of all kinds of transportation, and even all kinds of scientific and technological knowledge are all included. Only how to catch a mouse is not taught at all. It seems that the cat named Tom should not catch mice very much. Throwing these messy thoughts out of his mind, Yabai quickly started the yacht. Then under Hela's expectant gaze, the two lay on the deck of the yacht and sailed towards the City of Angels on the far side of the continent. The wonderful holiday has officially begun. In Yabai's manner, the witch-shaped girl who had changed her face was suspicious of her life in the deserted manor. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? It took a lot of strength for the devilish girl to mix into this heavily guarded manor, only to find that the target had already run away. Could it be that the plan was detected by the target? It shouldn't. The magical girl who couldn't understand was completely messed up facing the empty luxury manor. In a dark alley in the City of Angels, Bruce Banner is carefully hiding his whereabouts. When did such days start? It seems to have started from that damn experiment. Bruce Banner thought back. Some time ago, Bruce Banner hadn't been in such a situation. At that time, Bruce Banner was a winner in life. As a world-renowned professor of physics, I found another white, rich, and beautiful friend, and he reached the pinnacle of life. Originally, Bruce Banner thought he would keep winning until he was penetrated by gamma rays. After that, a demon was born in Bruce Banner, and his nightmare began. The military is pursuing him, agents are pursuing him, and even some private research laboratories are pursuing him. This kind of embarrassing situation made Bruce Banner completely desperate. He can only run and hide all the time. People are not like people. Ghosts are not like ghosts. Do you want to ask Bruce Banner to regret it? That must be regrettable. If he had known that he would become what he is now, he would not have touched that damn gamma ray experiment. It's just that there is no regret medicine in life, and once something happens, you can never look back. Bruce Banner is like that. He is no longer the rising physical star, but a poor homeless creature. Listening to the sound of footsteps around him, Bruce Banner shrank his body. It's so cold and hungry. I really want someone to see through his bravery and remove his disguise. Then tell yourself, don't be afraid, I will help you. It's just a pity that all of this can only appear in Bruce Banner's dream. Yabai, who is enjoying the sun at sea, does not know that. Instigated by his butterfly wings, the Hulk war hatred that should have taken place in the Manhattan City of the Big Apple was changed to the City of Angels. And Bruce Banner, already in extreme hunger, sneaked into his luxurious villa in Beverly Hills. At this time, Yabai is still flirting with Hela, not knowing that his luxurious villa has been occupied. Yabai, do you like Captain Barbossa? A villain among Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't like it. Who would like it? Bad old man. Yabai replied straightforwardly, not understanding why Hela asked herself such a strange question. What about Demon Lord Sauron? Lord of the Rings' biggest villain. I don't like it either. Why do you ask? Nothing, is just asking. Hela smiled, her eyes evasive. Do you like Voldemort? Harry Potter villain. I don't like it either. Who likes the villain? Yabai wondered why Hela kept asking such silly questions. That's it, okay. Hela was a little unwilling, but didn't keep asking. Just thinking in my heart, it seems that the time for the showdown with Yabai has to be delayed. What Hela didn't know was that Yabai didn't like those villains, not because they were bad. It's that the villains look uglier than the other. How can you like it? Man, sanguine follows the five senses. If Hela asks Yabai whether she likes Zhongyuan, then Yabai will definitely answer that she likes it. It can only be said that Hela still doesn't know men too well. Although he doesn't know what Hela is doing with these questions, Yabai also sees that Hela has something on his mind. Yabai did not ask, but quietly hugged Hela. Doing it is always more direct than it is, and it shows Yabai's intentions better. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hela, who was still a little worried, now lay in Yabai's arms obediently, enjoying the beauty of this moment. Xavier School of Genius Youth is well known in the Marvel world. This is the headquarters of the X-Men and a paradise for mutants. One of the most powerful mutants on the planet at present, Professor X personally sits here, sheltering many homeless mutant children. Coupled with the connections of Professor X and the energy within the Federation, some careerists dare not extend their tentacles here. Only in the past few days, Professor X, the patron saint of many mutants, fell ill. In fact, it's not considered sick, it's more like being attacked by some mysterious force. At this time Professor X was lying on a white hospital bed, his pale face was covered with black lines. While he had passed out in a coma, Professor X still frowned from time to time, apparently suffering some terrible pain. Jin, how's the professor doing? The laser eye with a pair of quartz eyes, Scott asked Jean Grey anxiously. Jean Grey's face was dim, and he shook his head slowly. The professor's situation is very bad, his physical skills are weakening, and the strangeness in his body is also dying. If you can't find a solution, the professor can only live another 3 days at most. Jean Grey tried his best to control his emotions, trying to keep himself from crying. But her words still made the other X-Men's eyes red. Professor X has always been everyone's patron saint, and even the most respectable elder in the hearts of the X-Men. But such an old man who had given his life risks to mutants suffered such bad luck. This result makes all mutants feel very uncomfortable. Damn, what the hell is going on? How come a good professor fell ill? Laser Eye angrily hammered the wall beside him, and the pain in his hand was far less than 1/10,000th of his heart. But he was just incompetent venting, and he didn't alleviate Professor X's current situation. Jin, please tell me what happened during these times. Why did the professor fall down after he was so good? There must be a reason for this. Think about whether the professor was tricked by someone. Storm Girl is considered the most sensible among the people, knowing that anxiety can't solve any problems. After listening to Storm Girl's words, everyone's eyes were also placed on Qin's body. Qin also carefully recalled the experience of himself and the doctor in the past few days. There seems to be something. I don't know if it has anything to do with the professor's illness. Qin remembered the contradiction between Professor X and Yabai before. It seemed that from that time on, Professor's body began to slowly fail. After listening to Qin's account, many X-Men also fell silent. If Jean Grey is right, then Yabai is probably the murderer who caused the current situation of the professor. But the whole thing itself was provoked by Professor X first. If Professor X didn't check Yabai's memory rashly, Yabai wouldn't act against him either. From the point of view of this matter, Professor X himself is unreasonable. Even if he wanted to avenge Professor X, he couldn't live up to his moral values. The X-Men have their own codes of ethics, and they can also think in empathy. Reasonably speaking, if someone wants to invade their minds, they will also kill the other person. From this point of view, even if Professor X's current tragedy is really caused by Yabai, it is Professor X's own responsibility. In fact, this was really done by Yabai. Don't forget that Yabai knows all about black magic. Just finding a cursing black magic is enough to kill Professor X. Mind control is not immune to curse black magic. Yabai is not the one who suffers and does not fight back. I'm going to find him, and I must let him let go of the professor. As the laser eye that received the most help from Professor X, after hearing that he had a target, he immediately couldn't sit still and turned around and planned to leave. Scott, you can't go. Going will only intensify the conflict. This matter itself is our fault. Jean Grey stopped the impulsive laser eye to prevent him from trouble with Yabai. I have to go. I can't watch the professor die in front of me. Besides, who said I was going to make trouble? Laser eye stopped. His face was full of stubbornness, and the veins of his clenched right hand were even more visible. Then what are you going to do? A sturdy man spoke with a curious tone. It was Wolverine Logan, the old oil man in the X-Men who spoke. I'll beg him to let the professor go. He will kneel down for him if he doesn't agree, and I will kneel all the time if he doesn't agree, and I will kneel down wherever he goes. Laser Eye spoke the most insulting words in the most ruthless tone. In the end, the X-Men still did not stop Laser Eye. Let him try. What if it succeeds? And Professor X's current situation is very bad. If he doesn't find a way quickly, he will really die. So many X-Men only hope that everything goes well for Laser Eye, otherwise the professor will really get cold. Nick Fury felt insulted. Who is he? The director of SHIELD, the king of agents, the invisible guardian of the earth. But those dem politicians actually regarded him as a diplomat and asked him to engage in diplomacy. This is not just a waste of talent, it is also an insult. Yes, just an hour ago, the National Affairs Officer of Eagle Sauce called Nick Fury and asked Nick Fury to cooperate with him to attend a diplomatic conference. For this diplomatic conference, Nick Fury was so angry that he didn't know how many times he scratched his head. Thanks to him being a bald man, otherwise he might not know how much hair he would fall out. But when he came to this diplomatic conference room, Nick Fury was puzzled. Because this diplomatic conference was much more high-end than he thought. Not only did Yingjiang's words attend personally, but also important figures from all major countries on the planet. Is this diplomatic conference talking to aliens? Nick Fury muttered inwardly. Such a big battle, even Wakanda doesn't have such a big face. Nick Fury, do you know who this meeting is for? Such a big battle is not uncommon. Beside Nick Fury, the old buddy Alexander Pierce asked Nick Fury quietly. Nick Fury remained silent and shook his head slowly. Although he trusted Alexander Pierce, he really didn't know anything this time. Soon, with the attendance of the conference, this unprecedented diplomatic conference officially began. The first person who came to the stage was the speaker of the Eagle Soup country, Mr. Unreliable. Mr. Tibukaupo took his own unique and special steps, slowly came to the center of the podium, and then began to talk in a storytelling tone. To be honest, Nick Fury doesn't catch a cold for this unreliable person. Not relying on Mr. Pu's words, he only listened to a few important ones. One sentence is, a brand new friend found us. One sentence is, humans are not alone. The last sentence is, welcome friends from Asgard. Asgard's Nick Fury knows it, Norse mythology. Of course he also knows that Asgard is a real existence, and just a short while ago, there was a Thor in New Mossy. Could it be that the Thor from Asgard is here again? Nick Fury faintly guessed the truth, and he only confirmed it when Thor appeared. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yes, this diplomatic conference is to welcome Thor. As Odin said, Thor contacted high-level human officials after he came to Earth. And after proving the real existence of Asgard, he immediately became a guest. Hello mortals in the Atrium world, I am Thor from Asgard. The first words Thor came to power, the corners of the human mouths twitched in anger. This Thor's mouth is too cheap. But Thor doesn't think so. He thinks he's telling the truth and sincerely. When I came to your atrium this time, there were two main things. The first thing is that Asgard hopes to establish a good diplomatic relationship with the humans in the atrium. We are all in the 9 realms, and we should be natural allies. The second thing is that I hope you can help me unleash your strength and find my sister. The above is all the purpose of Thor's trip. One is to let mortals know that Asgard really exists, and the other is to use humans to find Hela. Just take the liberty to ask, what's your sister's name? Someone asks questions, after all, they don't even know a name, how to find it. And in Norse mythology, it is not said that Thor has an older sister. This is natural. Most of the so-called myths are fabricated. How can it be completely true? You're right. My sister's name is Hela. As for her looks, I haven't seen her. She should look pretty good. Thor also realized his mistake and quickly filled in the information. But there is only one name, and there is no description of the appearance. This is not so difficult to find. Many people frowned, thinking about how to help Thor find his sister from the vast sea of people. Only Nick Fury, when he heard the words Hela, almost squirted out the tea in his mouth. If it weren't for his dark skin, his face would be blushing. But Nick Fury can't take care of this anymore, and his mind is full of what Thor said just now. Hela? Hela. Nick Fury thought of where he had heard this name before. It wouldn't be so coincidental. But thinking of Hela's almost blank past, Nick Fury thinks this possibility is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe, this Hela really fell from the sky? Nick Fury, who was lost in thought, didn't notice. His reaction was all caught in the eyes of his friends. The guy named Alexander Pierce, who appears to be the president of the Security Council and the top of SHIELD, is actually a proud Hydra. After carefully watching Nick Fury's reaction, he was thoughtful. Does Nick Fury know where this Hela is? No, I have to investigate. Alexander Pierce thought. As a person who can arrange Hydra into SHIELD, his ability is beyond doubt. The ability to observe words and colors is no worse than Nick Fury. According to Nick Fury's reaction, it was enough for him to think of many things. Soon, the meeting ended and everyone walked out of the meeting room. Thor left with the accompaniment of many high-level human beings. He is now a star holding the moon. Nick Fury is not like those high-level humans, but silently walked to a corner. The first thing we did was to adjust the information of Hela and Yabai to the highest level of confidentiality. Only he, the director, has the authority to view it. After doing all this, his heart relaxed a little. If my guess is right, then Yabai is really a lucky guy. Nick Fury thought with envy in his heart. Marrying a real goddess as a wife is more exaggerated than the plot in the movie. Could it be that Yabai saved the galaxy in his last life? How else is luck so good? What Nick Fury didn't know was that Alexander Pierce was also investigating Hela at this time. He first entered the SHIELD database, but found nothing. Strange, I remember that I saw it yesterday. Pierce thought in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had read the report on Hela yesterday. Why couldn't he find it? While Pierce was desperate, there were a group of people who were anxious. That is the Xavier School of Genius Youth headed by the X-Men, that is, mutants. Laser Eye was originally planning to kneel down for Yabai and beg Yabai to release Professor Yabai. Even Laser Eye has made plans to use his own life to change the life of the professor. But the crux of the problem is that he can't find where Yabai is now. They went to Yabai's manor, but did not find Yabai, only an empty manor. Even if I wanted to kneel, I didn't have this opportunity. This ending made Laser Eye almost run away. If Yabai is not found, Professor X will not be able to survive for a few days. Maybe when Yabai returns, Professor X's funeral will be over. At this time, the Storm Lady, who had more ideas in the X-Men, proposed a way to extend Professor X's life. This method is to transfer Wolverine's vitality into Professor X's body by using the mutation ability of Little Naughty. The most terrifying thing about Wolverine is his self-healing ability, which can be called a beast that will not die. This plan is indeed feasible. After getting Wolverine's vitality, Professor X's situation is much better. Although he was still in a coma, at least his physical condition did not deteriorate further. The only thing that suffers is Wolverine. The original Wolverine was a hunk, with a strong muscle exuding a sturdy atmosphere, which was very difficult to provoke at first glance. But now, Wolverine was languid and pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. When I look at the harmless little mischief of humans and animals, my eyes are full of fear and rejection. And thinking that such days might last for a while, Wolverine's thoughts of jumping off the building are all there. Never before has Wolverine been so desperate for Laser Eye to succeed. Even Wolverine wanted to find Yabai as soon as possible, and then knelt down with a plop, begging Yabai to quickly recover his magical powers. Otherwise, if this continues, Professor X may not die, but he will be fed by a naughty man first. Yabai naturally didn't know this about the Xavier Genius School. Even Professor X's situation, Yabai didn't pay much attention. After punishing the old hooligan with black magic, Yabai didn't care. Yabai didn't feel distressed at all. It doesn't matter if you are not dead, as long as you don't come to him and cause trouble. Yabai was lying on the deck with Hela at this time, looking forward to seeing the land quickly. This is the third day of their yacht trip, and in one sentence, it is a bit boring. Looking at the endless sea around him, Yabai deeply felt that it was a foolish thing to go out on a yacht. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. One day was fine, but the next day I was a little tired. In fact, the yacht itself is not used for travel, the yacht is actually a party tool. This is also the fundamental reason why the richest people in the Eagle Sauce country rarely buy yachts. The price/performance ratio of yachts is really too low, and the travel experience is extremely poor. They are generally used to hold various parties or go fishing. If you really want to travel, you still have to rely on airplanes. This is also the reason why there are so many private jets in Yingjiang country. Yabai has plans to buy a private jet. Anyway, he is not short of money now. Finally, after the third day of boring sailing, Yabai and Hela finally arrived at the private port in the City of Angels. At this time, there were already a dozen people waiting at the port. These people are the butler team hired by Yabai to take care of Yabai's daily life. This is to enjoy life, otherwise you have to do everything yourself, and Yabai, a billionaire, is too out of hand. Sir, the car is ready, do you return to the villa directly? As soon as Yabai and Hela got out of the car, an old man with a very gentleman came forward and bowed to Yabai and asked, "Let's go home first, and then see the situation." Yabai was also used to it, and replied faintly, and then took Hela's hand and walked into an extended Rolls-Royce. Although Yabai received a socialist education before crossing, he has to admit that capitalism is indeed commendable. For example, for the wealthy, capitalism is much more convenient and more enjoyable. Many things do not require you to worry about. Naturally there will be a team to arrange everything for you. All you have to do is to calm down and enjoy. After 3 consecutive days of sailing, Hela was also a little tired. At this time, she was leaning on Yabai's shoulder and closing her eyes to rest. What? You say Hela is a god of death, how could you be exhausted from traveling? Hehe, then you have to see who Hela travels with. On a yacht, Yabai must have some fun when he is bored. Unfortunately, Hela couldn't even run. In 3 days, how could Hela not get tired? Without a word, the extended Rolls-Royce quickly stopped in front of a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills. Yabai did not let his butler team continue to follow up, but dismissed them. Then he helped Hela, who was a little soft when he walked, slowly walked into this luxurious villa. Before entering it, Yabai frowned slightly. He heard the sound of human breathing in his villa. Someone came in? Yabai thought in his heart, and then became a little angry. This is his house, his private property. He wanted to see who dared to break in. Don't forget, the Eagle Soup country has the castle law. For those guys who broke into the villa privately, Yabai is not guilty of shooting him to death. In the villa, Bruce Banner was asleep. Since coming to this luxurious villa, Bruce Banner has lived a very good life. Don't worry about someone chasing yourself, because no one will break into such a mansion at will. The only thing to note is when will the owner of this villa come back. It's better to never come back, Bruce Banner thought. Suddenly, Bruce Banner, who was asleep, woke up with his eyelids beating slightly. Thanks to these days of experience, his vigilance is many times stronger than before, allowing him to stay vigilant during sleep. When he heard movement on the first floor of the villa, Bruce Banner's first reaction was that he was a thief. But after another thought, isn't he a thief? So this guess was quickly rejected, and there was only one answer left, and the owner of this mansion returned. Realizing this, Bruce Banner woke up immediately and began to think about the route to run. In Yingjiang country, if he runs a little slower, he will not rule out the possibility of being shot directly by the owner of the house. Moreover, he was shot to death in this house, and he died in vain. While Pierce was desperate, there were a group of people who were anxious. That is the Xavier School of Genius Youth headed by the X-Men, that is, mutants. Laser Eye was originally planning to kneel down for Yabai and beg Yabai to release Professor Yabai. Even Laser Eye has made plans to use his own life to change the life of the professor. But the crux of the problem is that he can't find where Yabai is now. They went to Yabai's manor, but did not find Yabai, only an empty manor. Even if I wanted to kneel, I didn't have this opportunity. This ending made Laser Eye almost run away. If Yabai is not found, Professor X will not be able to survive for a few days. Maybe when Yabai returns, Professor X's funeral will be over. At this time, the Storm Lady, who had more ideas in the X-Men, proposed a way to extend Professor X's life. This method is to transfer Wolverine's vitality into Professor X's body by using the mutation ability of Little Naughty. The most terrifying thing about Wolverine is his self-healing ability, which can be called a beast that will not die. This plan is indeed feasible. After getting Wolverine's vitality, Professor X's situation is much better. Although he was still in a coma, at least his physical condition did not deteriorate further. The only thing that suffers is Wolverine. The original Wolverine was a hunk, with a strong muscle exuding a sturdy atmosphere, which was very difficult to provoke at first glance. But now, Wolverine was languid and pale, as if his body had been hollowed out. When I look at the harmless little mischief of humans and animals, my eyes are full of fear and rejection. And thinking that such days might last for a while, Wolverine's thoughts of jumping off the building are all there. Never before has Wolverine been so desperate for Laser Eye to succeed. Even Wolverine wanted to find Yabai as soon as possible, and then knelt down with a plop, begging Yabai to quickly recover his magical powers. Otherwise, if this continues, Professor X may not die, but he will be fed by a naughty man first. Yabai naturally didn't know this about the Xavier Genius School. Even Professor X's situation, Yabai didn't pay much attention. After punishing the old hooligan with black magic, Yabai didn't care. Yabai didn't feel distressed at all. It doesn't matter if you are not dead, as long as you don't come to him and cause trouble. Yabai was lying on the deck with Hela at this time, looking forward to seeing the land quickly. This is the third day of their yacht trip, and in one sentence, it is a bit boring. Looking at the endless sea around him, Yabai deeply felt that it was a foolish thing to go out on a yacht. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. One day was fine, but the next day I was a little tired. In fact, the yacht itself is not used for travel, the yacht is actually a party tool. This is also the fundamental reason why the richest people in the Eagle Sauce country rarely buy yachts. The price/performance ratio of yachts is really too low, and the travel experience is extremely poor. They are generally used to hold various parties or go fishing. If you really want to travel, you still have to rely on airplanes. This is also the reason why there are so many private jets in Yingjiang country. Yabai has plans to buy a private jet. Anyway, he is not short of money now. Finally, after the third day of boring sailing, Yabai and Hela finally arrived at the private port in the City of Angels. At this time, there were already a dozen people waiting at the port. These people are the butler team hired by Yabai to take care of Yabai's daily life. This is to enjoy life, otherwise you have to do everything yourself, and Yabai, a billionaire, is too out of hand. Sir, the car is ready, do you return to the villa directly? As soon as Yabai and Hela got out of the car, an old man with a very gentleman came forward and bowed to Yabai and asked, "Let's go home first, and then see the situation." Yabai was also used to it, and replied faintly, and then took Hela's hand and walked into an extended Rolls-Royce. Although Yabai received a socialist education before crossing, he has to admit that capitalism is indeed commendable. For example, for the wealthy, capitalism is much more convenient and more enjoyable. Many things do not require you to worry about. Naturally there will be a team to arrange everything for you. All you have to do is to calm down and enjoy. After 3 consecutive days of sailing, Hela was also a little tired. At this time, she was leaning on Yabai's shoulder and closing her eyes to rest. What? You say Hela is a god of death, how could you be exhausted from traveling? Hehe, then you have to see who Hela travels with. On a yacht, Yabai must have some fun when he is bored. Unfortunately, Hela couldn't even run. In 3 days, how could Hela not get tired? Without a word, the extended Rolls-Royce quickly stopped in front of a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills. Yabai did not let his butler team continue to follow up, but dismissed them. Then he helped Hela, who was a little soft when he walked, slowly walked into this luxurious villa. Before entering it, Yabai frowned slightly. He heard the sound of human breathing in his villa. Someone came in? Yabai thought in his heart, and then became a little angry. This is his house, his private property. He wanted to see who dared to break in. Don't forget, the Eagle Soup country has the castle law. For those guys who broke into the villa privately, Yabai is not guilty of shooting him to death. In the villa, Bruce Banner was asleep. Since coming to this luxurious villa, Bruce Banner has lived a very good life. Don't worry about someone chasing yourself, because no one will break into such a mansion at will. The only thing to note is when will the owner of this villa come back. It's better to never come back, Bruce Banner thought. Suddenly, Bruce Banner, who was asleep, woke up with his eyelids beating slightly. Thanks to these days of experience, his vigilance is many times stronger than before, allowing him to stay vigilant during sleep. When he heard movement on the first floor of the villa, Bruce Banner's first reaction was that he was a thief. But after another thought, isn't he a thief? So this guess was quickly rejected, and there was only one answer left, and the owner of this mansion returned. Realizing this, Bruce Banner woke up immediately and began to think about the route to run. In Yingjiang country, if he runs a little slower, he will not rule out the possibility of being shot directly by the owner of the house. Moreover, he was shot to death in this house, and he died in vain. Yabai put Hela on the sofa on the first floor and let Hela rest. Yabai stepped up the stairs and walked towards the second floor. Yabai clearly perceives that an unexpected guest has arrived on the second floor of his home. Yabai is going to find out to see who is so bold and dare to break into his private house. Listening to Yabai's unabashed footsteps, Bruce Banner was completely panicked. He started looking for a way to escape, but he couldn't find it in a short time. I can only rush around in the same place, and then look at Yabai who has come to the second floor. The air was quiet at this moment. Bruce Banner and Yabai looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. Oh my god, it's you. Yeah. Great, I finally don't have to worry about being shot. Bruce Banner was the first to react, with a surprised look on his face, and he opened his arms to hug Yabai. Yabai rolled his eyes too, but he didn't expect it to be the one who broke into his house. And isn't this guy in the Big Apple City now? How come to the City of Angels? Seeing Bruce Banner who was about to come and hug him, Yabai stopped his movements. Banner, why are you here? And it has become like this? Yabai asked, pretending to be puzzled. Yes, Yabai and Bruce Banner know each other, and they have a good relationship. Bruce Banner is an out-and-out genius, with 7 doctorate degrees at a young age, which is unique in the entire Eagle Sauce country. Even better than Tony Stark can't do this. One can imagine how talented Bruce Banner is. Of course, Tony Stark couldn't do it not because he was incapable, but because he was lazy. As for Yabai, he is also a genius, literary. Such two geniuses have graduated from the same university, which is regarded as the relationship of brothers. Naturally, Bruce Banner and Yabai have friendship. After all, at their level, the circle is so big, it doesn't work if they don't know each other. Yabai naturally knew that Bruce Banner was Hulk, and it was because of this that he first met Bruce Banner. At that time, Yabai's sign-in system hadn't awakened yet, so naturally he wanted to hug a thick thigh. After that, Yabai met Hela, and then there is the current story. And Bruce Banner, because he is busy with scientific research, the two have never seen him again. I didn't expect to meet in this way today. Banner, how are you doing recently? Why did you suddenly come to my house? In the living room on the first floor, Yabai simply entertained Banner, and casually brewed a bottle of beer worth thousands of dollars from glacier water in the past. Banner took the beer, took a sip, and then replied, "It's a long story. It's all because of a damn experiment." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Bruce Banner did not intend to conceal Yabai, but told all the things about him recently. From the beginning of the experiment, it was penetrated by gamma rays, and then demons were born in the body, and they were hunted by the whole world. Banner said very miserably, and he couldn't help but choke a little bit. He is not the future superhero Hulk now, he is just an ordinary doctor who has never seen many storms. An ordinary person, encountering such a big mess, without a nervous breakdown, is already tenacious. Yabai also expressed his sympathy in a timely manner, and Banner was unlucky. However, Yabai didn't plan to intervene in this matter either. Anyway, Banner could handle it sooner or later. Then what do you plan to do in the future? Keep hiding. Yabai asked Banner, a little curious about what Banner planned to do later. As for helping Banner, forget it. Yabai didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, Yabai didn't have any intentions with Banner, and didn't plan to accept Hulk as a younger brother. Naturally, he wouldn't care too much about Banner. I don't know, take one step at a time. If it doesn't work, I'll go to Shenzhou, where the federal government doesn't have much eyeliner, and if it's a big deal, I will live the rest of my life as a Shenzhou native. Banner shook his head and replied somewhat bitterly. He naturally hopes that Yabai can help himself, but he also knows that this is unrealistic. To be honest, after Yabai learned of his situation, he didn't get rid of him directly, which was quite interesting. Banner is also really embarrassed to trouble Yabai anymore. And Banner also knew that Yabai could not help at all in this matter, and Yabai would not go against the whole world for him. As a friend, I wish you good luck. But I believe that the future will not be so bad. After all, it is bad enough now. Yabai smiled and said, comforting Banner. Although he didn't intend to get involved in this matter, Yabai didn't want to give up Banner as a friend. Just like Tony Stark, being friends with good people is a joy in itself. Thank you, I feel much better now. You are right. Nothing is worse than it is now. I'm going to leave, I've troubled you these days. Banner stood up, bowed to Yabai and said. He also knows that if he continues to stay with Yabai, it will only cause Yabai more trouble. Yabai nodded slightly, without intending to stay. Banner's departure is good for both parties. But Yabai's expression moved and frowned. In Yabai's perception, a large group of soldiers had surrounded the villa, and the military came. After realizing this, Yabai glanced at Banner helplessly, knowing that trouble was unavoidable. Banner also seemed to realize something, and there was a lot of fear on his face. It seems that these escapes of time have left Banner with a great psychological shadow. At this moment, the doorbell of Yabai's villa rang. Yabai stood up, gave Banner a look of peace and quiet, and then walked towards the door. The one who came first was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes. If Yabai didn't guess wrong, it should be Banner's old father-in-law, General Ross, the military lieutenant general. Also the future Red Giant, Hulk's enemy. Where is the person? General Rose spoke with a hint of arrogance, causing Yabai to frown. I don't understand what you are talking about. And this is my private land. Your military has no right to enter here. Yabai protested with a cold face. This is also the tradition of Yingzhong. Even if the police enter the house to search, there must be a search warrant. Otherwise the owner of the house has the right to kill the police and protect his own safety. It sounds magical and reality, but this is the national condition of Yingzhong, a breath of freedom. When General Ross and Yabai were in a stalemate, Dr. Banner walked out. The sudden appearance of Dr. Banner eased the originally tense situation. General Ross no longer looked at Yabai with arrogant eyes, and Yabai's killing intent was slowly dissipating. Yeah, I'm glad you helped me, but I don't want to escape this matter anymore. You are right, there is nothing worse than it is now. Banner made Yabai's brows frowned with utterly enlightened posture. Obviously, Banner wanted to drive and didn't want to run anymore. I can't run away anyway, so I might as well accept my fate. And if Banner didn't show up just now, Yabai would definitely be in trouble, which was one of the reasons Banner made the decision. Looking at Banner, Yabai finally did not choose to intervene. Anyway, all this is what Banner is going to experience. As for him, he didn't want to ruin his peaceful life because of Banner's affairs. General Rose also no longer competed with Yabai, but turned his head and ordered his subordinates to control Dr. Banner. Finally, after another glance at Yabai, he turned around and led everyone out of the villa. Yabai is also a trouble for General Rose. After all, Yabai is not an ordinary person, but a super rich man, and also has a huge social influence. Against such a person, even if General Ross is very powerful in the military, he must seriously consider the consequences. After all, Yingzhong is a capitalist society, and the rich are the uncles. After these military men left with Dr. Banner, Yabai shook his head and returned to the room. Yabai is sure that he doesn't plan to intervene in this matter, and there is no need to intervene. You can't just kill everyone just because you have a good relationship with Dr. Banner. That's not helping Dr. Banner, it's harming him. It's all right. Hela also had a good rest at this time, walked out of the room, and asked Yabai, "It's okay, this in itself has nothing to do with us." Yabai simply replied, completely forgetting about Dr. Banner's matter. With this idle time, it's better to cook something delicious and nourish the wife. Yabai did plan to treat Hela well, and it was really hard for her these 3 days. Since Dr. Banner was taken away by the military, the lives of Yabai and Hela have calmed down. It has to be said that the climate in the City of Angels is indeed better than the Big Apple City and is more suitable for life. Yabai and Hela have completely forgotten everything in the past few days and enjoyed them with peace of mind. Occasionally organize barbecue parties with some big stars, or go fishing in the sea on a yacht. By the way, I also took time to watch a Lakers home game and watched Corvo play a whole game of Iron. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, the first Iron King in history, the old blacksmith. As for Hela, she seemed a little uncomfortable with this kind of life, too comfortable. But he didn't refuse. Instead, he tried to blend in, but when he was in front of outsiders, Hela kept a cold face. This is not bad, indicating that Hela has already begun to change for Yabai. There is a saying that when you like someone, you want the other person to change for you. If you love someone, you can change yourself for the other person. Hela is like this, for Yabai is slowly changing herself. Although this change was slow, Hela didn't even realize it. But after a certain amount of time, Hela looked back and she might be shocked by her changes. As for whether this change is a good thing or a bad thing, just look at the tenderness in Hela's eyes. While Yabai was enjoying life, Dr. Banner suffered several days of inhuman torture. First, he was injected with a serum inhibitor to prevent the monster in Dr. Banner from rushing out. Then came various blood draws, researches, and various data checks. Banner these days can't even be called a human being, but a little white mouse on an experimental platform. The so-called human rights and freedom seem like a joke under the research of the military. Banner deeply realized the malice of this world and suffered a ruthless beating by capital. So that Banner often imagined that if he was not so naive, the military is really untrustworthy. And in the research room of this secret base, a very risky experiment is going on. Colonel Brownsky, are you sure you want to accept this experiment? Know that this experiment is extremely risky. We have never tested it on humans before. A scientific researcher wearing a white coat confirmed to the soldier tied to the test bed. Hurry up and start this dim experiment. I can't wait for a moment. I believe I will succeed, and I will gain this kind of power. Colonel Brownsky said grimly, and constantly urged the researchers to inject Hulk serum into his body. Yes, the essence of this experiment is that the military hopes to use Hulk serum to recreate a Hulk. If successful, the military will master the technology of mass production Hulk. At that time, the Earth could not stop Yingzhong. Their goal was the stars and the sea. I see, the experiment will begin soon. The researchers ordered the rest of the assistants, and soon started this experiment. Outside the laboratory, General Rose looked through the window at what was happening inside. His eyes flashed with desire for success and terrible ambition. The earliest origin of this experiment was the Super Soldier Project during World War II. Scientists used Super Soldier serum to create the first superhero of Yingzhong, the US team. Then the research on super soldiers was forced to stop. General Ross restarted this project not long ago and intends to create a super soldier that is stronger than the US team. And Dr. Banner was the main person in charge of this project. This experiment was indeed successful, but it was not the kind of success that General Ross and Dr. Banner had envisaged. They did get a super soldier who was stronger than the US team, but this super soldier was uncontrollable. Hulk, a naive man with only smashing and anger in his head. This is the product of the experiment of General Ross and Dr. Banner. Now General Rose hopes to recreate a controllable Hulk with the serum made from Hulk's blood. General, the experiment will begin soon. I suggest you avoid it immediately. After all, no one knows whether what we created this time is a qualified fighter or another Hulk. At the side of General Ross, his adjutant stepped up to speak after seeing the experiment started. The meaning is obvious. I hope that General Ross will go to a safe place first. General Rose nodded, and did not object to what his adjutant said. As the adjutant said, no one knows whether angels or demons will be born after the experiment. His position is high and his life is expensive, so naturally he will not stay in such a dangerous place. Let the adjutant take charge of the situation here. He sits in the back and waits for the results of the experiment. General Ross, who was being transferred, didn't know that this experiment he led by one hand would create another monster. A monster named Abomination. Not long after, General Rose received a call back from his adjutant. General Rose didn't think much about it, and got connected directly. William, how is the situation? General Rose asked his adjutant. General, the experiment was very successful. We created a super soldier no less than Hulk. The only problem is that this super soldier looks a little out of control. The adjutant stood outside the laboratory, looking at the terrifying monster in the laboratory through the window, and said with some worry, I believe Colonel Brownsky. He is the best soldier. His will is stronger than steel. He won't let us down. We are destined to succeed. General Rose said confidently, without worrying about being slapped in the face. Colonel Brownsky is Rose's old man, and he followed General Rose very early. Starting with the lowest rank of soldiers, Colonel Brownsky was pulled up by General Rose with one hand. General Ross is very confident of Brownsky's belief. After hearing General Rose's answer, the adjutant felt calm. Just as he was about to hang up, a terrible scene happened in the laboratory. The monster that Colonel Brownsky had turned into broke free of the control of the operating table and smashed the head of the nearest scientific researcher. The bloody scene stunned everyone, staring blankly at the hideous monster in his sight. This is the power I seek, the power beyond the ultimate. Brownsky, no, it should be called Abomination. Abomination felt the surging power surging in the body, and said a little fascinated. His will is indeed as firm as General Ross said, but what General Ross doesn't know is that hatred is not for glory, but absolute power. After becoming an abomination, Brownsky's first thought was not to be loyal to General Ross, but to defeat Hulk to prove his strength. As for the scientific researchers around, he hated the cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Naturally, he will not let these researchers go, otherwise they can create him, and they can also create another monster. It's better to make him unique with this powerful force. The world does not need so many strong people, it is enough to have his own. This is the hatred of thinking at this time. He has been affected by the Hulk serum. What followed was a bloody massacre. Under the power of hatred, all scientific researchers in the laboratory were killed, leaving no one alive. Then, eyes of disgust passed through the glass of the laboratory and met with the adjutant of General Rose. What happened to you? Why didn't you speak? General Rose's voice came from the phone, but the adjutant was speechless. Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. The monster named Abomination had already arrived in front of him. The tall and hideous body made the adjutant lose all courage, leaving only the trembling instinct, and his mind was blank. With a pop, the adjutant was pinched to death by hatred, without mercy. He then leaned over and looked at the phone that fell to the ground, and recognized the name of General Rose. General, the adjutant will not answer you again. I have sent him to the embrace of God. Abomination said with a grinning smile, and General Rose fell silent in what was said. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, General Rose probably guessed what happened. At the same time that I was angry, I also carried a sense of fortune. Fortunately, I left in time, but the consequences would be disastrous. You are, Colonel Brownsky? General Rose asked the hatred through his cell phone. Disgust grinned. General, there is no Brownsky in this world. From now on, there will only be hatred. After finishing speaking, Hate stepped on the broken cell phone and walked in the direction of the exit. Gunfire accompanied by fire, screams accompanied by crying. This is the fate of the secret military base. On a busy street in Los Angeles, Yabai is hanging out holding Hela's hand. Staying in the house for a long time every day will also be boring, and it's actually nice to walk out occasionally. Hela did not refuse. Anyway, as long as she was with Yabai, she would not refuse. The two are just like the lovers on the road, holding hands, close together. Looking at the various shops and pedestrians around him, he whispered the little secrets between the two. This is the daily routine of Yabai and Hela. Show affection, spread dog food, and enjoy life. Suddenly, a cry came from the front of the street, accompanied by a violent explosion. Yabai looked there suspiciously, and found that many pedestrians started to run for their lives regardless of their image. What happened over there? Hela asked Yabai, with a little doubt in her eyes. Yabai also shook his head. Although he has super hearing, he can't drive it all the time, so tired. So Yabai is actually not clear about what happened at the end of the street. Could it be the characteristic of Eagle Sauce? The 0 UN purchase has begun? The dream of a shootout of 300 million people, a battle royale with a huge map, a happy shootout in a free country? Yabai almost laughed when he thought of those Yinjiang jokes. But Yabai didn't plan to join in the fun, turned around and took Hela with him and planned to leave. He is not a superhero, so he can't be the first bird. And this is not his homeland. What does he care about the life and death of those free citizens? What Yabai didn't know was that at this moment, the entire Eagle Sauce country was paying attention to the City of Angels. Even many news media have sent helicopters to take pictures of the unrest in the City of Angels. I saw in the video that a hideous and ugly monster was wreaking havoc in the city. It was the Abomination that had just escaped from the military base. In the face of hatred, the passing vehicles are no different from larger toys, and they are thrown away at will. As for the people in the car, if you are lucky, you can fall into a whole corpse, but if you are lucky, it will become a liquid and solid intermediate, in the form of a sauce. Hulk, get out of me. Disgust yelled loudly. He now desperately hopes to fight Hulk to prove that he is the most powerful existence. It's just a pity that instead of waiting for Hulk, his shouting waited for the military. General Rose completely played off. Just like the previous Hulk, he created another monster that he couldn't control. The lesson that mankind can learn from history is that mankind will not learn any lessons. History does not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. This is the situation now, and General Rose made the same mistake again. Destroy him, before the loss has expanded to be unbearable. General Ross ordered the army. If the loss caused by hatred cannot be reduced to a minimum, then his future is at an end, and he will even go to a military court to stand trial if it is not good. The military of Yinjiang country is definitely one of the most elite military on Earth. Both the quality and the weapons are first class on the Earth. If this disturbance is a terrorist organization, then the military will come out and it can definitely be suppressed easily. Unfortunately, this time the military's opponent is a monster that shouldn't exist. Can human conventional weapons deal with Hulk? Obviously it cannot be done. In the same way, human conventional weapons cannot deal with hatred. Those most advanced weapons fell on the body of Abomination, and even his skin could not be broken. Even if it is a big killer-level missile, it makes hatred feel painful at most, that's all. On the contrary, many innocent civilians were affected by military attacks and died under weapons made by mankind. For a time, the entire city of angels was in a mess, and countless people cried and ran away. Yabai and Hela were already in the car at this time, leaving the area where the Abomination was far away. Seeing the look of hatred and power in the mobile video, Yabai has an urge to laugh. The military of these eagle sauces is really, shouldn't it be called the Marvel world? An ordinary person may become a disaster if he mutates. Living in such a world, the fate of ordinary people can be imagined. Not to mention the Charita army invasion that will happen in later generations, the casualties caused by hatred alone are as high as tens of thousands. The danger of the Marvel world is evident. Maybe I should invest in a construction company. Yabai suddenly thought. From now on, it will be the era of superheroes, and damage similar to hatred will happen from time to time. If you set up a construction company, you will definitely have no business in the future. Of course, it's still just an idea. Yabai plans to wait until he returns to the Big Apple City to consider forming a company. As for stopping hatred from destroying the city, become a hero respected by the people. Sorry, Yabai is really not interested. Even if he had this ability, he wouldn't do it. He is not a saint, but a selfish traveler. Without hurting the lives of innocent people, they have already done their own thing. As for no matter how much, whoever loves to go. Moral kidnapping? Haha. Hela became more stable, and even studied the hatred in the video with great interest. She herself is the goddess of death, the most famous battlefield butcher in the 9 realms. Expect Hela to become a hero to save the world? You might as well expect Satan to come out of hell and correct evil. This can be considered to a certain extent. It is not a family, no one enters the house. Unlike the calmness of Yabai and his wife, General Rose was almost crazy. You know that hatred is a monster he created, and all the damage caused by hatred will be counted on him in the end. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If you can't get rid of hatred quickly, he will definitely not end well, and none of his political opponents will let him go. If hatred is not in the City of Angels but in the wild, he even has the idea of using mushroom bombs. At this moment, his daughter Elizabeth Rose walked over with Banner. Elizabeth Rose is the girlfriend of Dr. Banner. Why did you bring him here? Didn't I lock him up? Seeing Banner following his daughter, General Rose couldn't help it. As an old father, he is instinctively hostile to all men close to his daughter, and Dr. Banner is no exception. Not to mention that Dr. Banner was still Hulk, and he was not treated by Rose. Father, now is not the time to care about these. We need to find a way to deal with hatred, don't we? Elizabeth Rose said to her father that General Rose did not pursue her release of Banner. As for Dr. Banner, he voluntarily asked to come over. Dr. Banner is different from Yabai. He is the kind of person who has the qualities of being a hero. He cannot tolerate the constant destruction of the city by hatred, because the birth of hatred is also related to him to some extent. And Dr. Banner knows that it is simply not realistic to rely solely on the military to solve the abhorrence. Only by letting Hulk come out can there be the possibility of a battle with hatred. Let me go, I can deal with that monster. Banner didn't sell it, but directly explained his intentions. He is going to summon Hulk, and let Hulk deal with hatred. Otherwise, the City of Angels might be destroyed. No, the Hulk in your body has been suppressed, and you won't be able to get out in a short time. You are going to die, so you can't go. Rose rejected Banner's proposal without even thinking about it. He couldn't bear the risk of losing Hulk anymore. The hatred is no more, but Hulk has to hold it firmly in his hands. This is related to his future. When the two were in a stalemate, General Rose's cell phone rang. After he turned on the cell phone, his face quickly became pale. This call was made by a high-level military officer in order to accuse him of this mistake. In addition, he was also required to immediately resolve the abhorrence, and it was impossible for Yinjiang to accept the destruction of the City of Angels. The City of Angels and the Big Apple City are the two largest super cities in Yinjiang, and one is more important than the other. No matter which one is lost, it is a great injury to Yinjiang. Of course, this kind of thing is not what Yinjiang wants to see. After feeling the pressure from the top, General Ross was also silent. The current situation is urgent, and he can no longer hesitate any longer. He must respond immediately. Thinking of this, General Rose looked at Dr. Banner. Wish you all the best. General Rose agreed to Dr. Banner's request, and as expected, monsters should be used against monsters. As for the others, it's not too late to talk about it after the hatred is resolved. After obtaining the consent of General Ross, Dr. Banner also quickly boarded a military helicopter and started flying towards the location of Abomination. As for General Rose and his girlfriend Elizabeth, they did not follow. Would that big man be willing to put himself in a dangerous situation? Hulk, I'm reliable this time. Dr. Banner sat in the helicopter and said to Hulk inwardly. Now there is only one way to prevent Abomination from continuing to destroy, and that is to let Hulk deal with Abomination. As for whether Hulk is the opponent he hates, Dr. Banner actually doesn't have much confidence in his heart. Let's take one step at a time. What else can we do? Soon, Dr. Banner came to the sky above the City of Angels and saw the abomination that was wreaking havoc in the city. This hideous monster is ruining everything that can be seen unscrupulously, and the city is turned into ruins. Dr. Banner knew that he had to go. So without hesitation, he jumped directly from the helicopter and landed towards the loathing place below. After Yabai and Hela returned to the villa, they did not choose to take a break for the first time, but turned on the TV to watch the news. Yabai was not used to this in the past, but today it makes an exception. Sure enough, what was reported in the news was exactly what was hated. What's interesting is that now hate is no longer an ambiguous destruction of the city, but a fight with a green giant. Undoubtedly, this giant is Hulk. Nice fighter. Hela thought in her heart, whether it was hatred or Hulk, in Hela's eyes he was a fighter with good potential. If it can be put on the battlefield, it can definitely become a meat grinder. Of course, Hela just thought about these things in her heart. She was not ready to tell Yabai that she was actually a war madman. Yabai was also watching the battle between Hulk and Hatred, watching the fist-to-fight fight between the two super monsters. However, it was obvious that Hulk was completely at a disadvantage at this moment, and was beaten on the head by Hatred. It's not that Hulk is inferior to Hate, but before that, Hulk has been injected with inhibitors. Otherwise, the strength of Hatred is still much worse than Hulk. Not to mention that Hulk can be more angry and stronger. There are also those special modes of Hulk, which are not at the same level as Hatred. While watching the news, Yabai was also thinking about another thing. Let's go back to the Big Apple City in a few days. The City of Angels has been so damaged that it may be rebuilt for a long time in the future. Yabai suddenly said to Hela, planning to end this vacation. Hela nodded, no objection. Anyway, as long as Yabai goes, she will go wherever she goes. And in the City of Angels, on the battlefield of Hulk and Abomination, two huge monsters are fighting with the most primitive methods, rough and barbaric, but they are particularly shocking. However, as the fight continues, Hulk has fallen into a comprehensive disadvantage. There were also many injuries on his body, and there were obviously signs of defeat. This time Hulk, can it be defeated like the original plot? No one can say that it is bad. Why, is that all? Aren't you crazy? Why don't it work now? Don't you think I am a bug? Disgust sneered at Hulk while suppressing Hulk. He waited for this day for too long, so he was very happy. This is power, fascinating and addictive. Read more at hopmtlnovel.xyz. Although Hulk also roared again and again, but he was incompetent and furious, and he never made an effective counterattack. On the contrary, he was constantly hit by hatred, and the defeat became more and more obvious. Just when Hulk accidentally exposed his flaws and was about to be hated to seize the opportunity to expand his advantage, a thunder suddenly sounded. Then, against the backdrop of thunder, a hunk fell from the sky. Before he could react to the hatred, he was hit by a hammer from the heavens, and his whole body flew out. When the thunderlight subsided, Thor appeared on the battlefield wearing a battle armor and a red cloak. It turned out that when hatred was constantly destroying the City of Angels, the high-level humans approached Thor, hoping that Thor, who came from mythology, could help him. Considering that mankind still has the value of use, and that mankind treats Thor quite well, Thor agreed. After all, Thor himself was a militant, and he would certainly not object to being able to fight. The sudden appearance of Thor completely reversed the situation on the battlefield, and the abomination that had already secured the victory fell into a bitter battle instead. Thor and Hulk, each of them are not inferior to him in strength, and they are even much stronger. One-on-one is a bit reluctant, let alone one-on-two. Thor is the god of war in Asgard, fighting for hundreds of years and exaggerating with rich experience. In the face of such an opponent, it will only be a ghost if you hate it. In the villa, Yabai and Hela were also a little surprised when they saw Thor suddenly arrive. Is this the butterfly effect? The plot is completely different from the original. Yabai is a little better, just wondering if his appearance disrupted the original plot. Hela was different, staring at the hammer in Thor's hands with beautiful eyes. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. What few people know is that Mjolnir was originally a weapon belonging to Hela, which was specially awarded to Hela by Odin. It was only after Hela and Odin fell out that the hammer was taken back by Odin, and now it fell into Thor's hands. This also explains the identity of Thor, a man of Asgard. Thinking of this, Hela's heart was agitated. It's really bad news to see the Asgardians on Earth. This made Hela understand that Asgard had noticed this small place in the atrium, and she would be discovered by the Asgardians sooner or later. At that time, maybe it will be a war. At this moment, Hela suddenly felt a sense of urgency, and she felt that there was not much time left for herself. Yabai and Hela are thinking about their own thoughts, but they are also silently paying attention to the situation of the battle. After Thor joined the battlefield, the end of hatred was doomed. Under the constant blow of Thor's hammer, hatred was getting more and more injuries and more serious. Soon, after Thor had knocked on the forehead of Disgust, Disgust couldn't hold on to it, and he was stunned. At this point, the disaster that affected the City of Angels was over. After that is the finishing touch, which has nothing to do with Thor. After smiling at his teammate Hulk who was fighting side by side just now, Thor wielded his hammer and disappeared. Only the City of Angels, which was in ruins after the war, and countless people wailing in the ruins. This is a real world, so it seems extra cruel. Behind the era of superheroes is the blood and tears of countless ordinary people. General Ross breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that hatred was suppressed. But my heart is also a little complicated, and some are unwilling. Abomination was a monster he carefully created, but it was smashed by a man with a hammer. Doesn't this mean that his creation and hard work are worthless? But the strength that Thor showed in his appearance was good news for General Rose. Because in this way, there is no need to worry about being punished by the top federal officials. The more powerful the Asgardians show, the more vigilant they will arouse humanity. Although the relationship between Asgard and humans is good for the time being, who knows what will happen in the future? It is certain to prepare early. Humans must ensure that they have the power to fight when facing Asgard. In this case, General Rose's plan appears to be very good. Although there are many drawbacks, the power of hatred is actually there. If you can create super fighters like hatred in batches, you can have a lot of confidence even in the face of Asgard. The impact of hatred is actually just beginning. On the second day after the incident ended, large-scale protest marches broke out in Yingzhong. The people of Yingzhong angrily accused the military and demanded an explanation for what they hated. Such a terrible monster must have a statement. But none of this has anything to do with Yabai. They have left the City of Angels and returned to the seaside manor in Big Apple City. As for the hatred, Yabai didn't take it to heart. Anyway, the people of Yingzhong will get used to it sooner or later. And it didn't take long for Yabai to return to the manor, and after waiting for several days, Laser Eye came to the door. In addition to Laser Eye, there is another person who is more anxious than him, and that is Wolverine. God knows how miserable Wolverine has been these past few days. He woke up almost every morning and was dragged to Professor X's bedside, and then emptied of his body due to the little mischievous mutation ability. The vitality is used to extend the life of Professor X, lest Professor X die suddenly. Professor X's life was saved, but Wolverine was miserable. Every day, I feel sluggish, and it feels like I've been hollowed out. So after learning that Yabai had returned to his seaside manor, he couldn't wait to follow Laser Eye to the door of the manor. After pressing the doorbell, he and Laser Eye stood obediently at the door, waiting for Yabai to come out. This time Wolverine decided that if Yabai didn't agree to let Professor X go, he would kneel down to Yabai with a puff like Laser Eye. Where Yabai went, he knelt down there. Soon, without letting Laser Eye and Wolverine wait too much, Yabai opened the door of the manor. Looking at the two hunks who came to find him, Yabai was a little puzzled. How did these two find themselves here? Could it be that you are here for trouble? But soon, the movement of the Laser Eye shocked Yabai. I saw the Laser Eye directly puffed and knelt in front of Yabai. This attitude, this speed, this is called professionalism. What do you mean? Yabai was completely confused. He originally thought it was to trouble him, but what if you knelt in front of me when you didn't agree? People who don't know think you are my son. Yabai, right? You'd better let the professor go quickly, otherwise I'll never end with you, and when you go there, I will kneel there. Laser Eye still used the most horizontal tone, speaking the most intimidating words. The shameless posture made Yabai a little bit dumbfounded. This is the first time I have heard of such threats. Looking at Yabai's unmoved appearance, Wolverine began to hesitate in her heart. Do you want to kneel down too? But the dignity of a macho made Wolverine decide to wait a little longer and see the situation. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Professor X is on his own account, and he deserves it if he died. If you want to avenge him, just come to me. Funny to funny, Yabai is not that easy to be threatened. Based on what Professor X had done before, Yabai couldn't kill him too much. Even in Yabai's opinion, this is already a very benevolent approach. Otherwise, Yabai can use black magic to control Professor X's soul, which is called cruelty. You are right, this matter is the professor's fault first. But the professor is kind to me, I can't watch him die in front of me, so I kneel for you today. I just knelt and won't leave. Laser Eye also knows that they are not taking care of this matter, so there is no plan to retaliate against Yabai. Their X-Men have their own ethics and will not do such things. As for Professor X, although there was indeed a mistake, he really couldn't die. If the professor dies, the mutant children will die as well. The best result is to be arrested and do various experiments all day long. With this alone, the Laser Eye could not kill the professor. After hearing what the Laser Eye said, Yabai was really speechless. The key is that people's attitude is still very upright, and you will kneel down first when you come up. You really can't do anything to them. This feeling is like meeting a gangster. People are messing around and it's hard for you to handle it. Of course, this is also because Yabai has his own rules in his heart and is not willing to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Change to someone else, such as Hela, and maybe kill him without saying a word. After thinking about it, Yabai felt that it was better to just let it go. Anyway, Professor X has also learned a lesson. Although he will not die, he is also badly injured, and his body is basically useless. And it is estimated that after this time, Professor X will be much more honest. It is unlikely that Yabai will trouble him in the future. If you look for it again, I'm sorry, the Laser Eye is useless even if you kneel down, Yabai will definitely break his neck. After weighing inwardly, Yabai made a decision. It's okay to let him go, but you must remember that there can be no such thing a second time. If he doesn't know how to trouble me anyway, not only will he die, you guys don't even want to run. Although he decided to let Professor X go, he still had to give him the beating. Otherwise, if you have nothing to do, come to trouble yourself. Isn't that tiring? After listening to Yabai's words, Laser Eye nodded quickly, for fear that Yabai would regret it if he agreed to be slow. As for the conditions mentioned by Yabai, it must be executed unconditionally. There is no need to say more about Yabai, it is impossible for mutants to trouble Yabai. Such a terrible existence, who is impatient with life, come to find out about him. After seeing Laser Eye agreed, Yabai did not hesitate, and directly took back the curse from Professor X. Of course, Yabai still defended it. When he recovered the curse, he left a small black magic on Professor X. As long as Professor X intends to deal with Yabai in the future, the little black magic left behind will be triggered and directly kill Professor X. It depends on Professor X's own understanding. After solving the matter, Laser Eye took Wolverine and left here. Their purpose has been achieved, and there is no point in staying. You can't keep kneeling in front of Yabai, because their mutants also want face. After the two mutants left, Yabai closed the door again and returned to the house. It's still early, and he intends to find something to do for himself. Construction companies are not bad. There will be more and more superheroes in the future, so there is no need to worry about business. Thinking of this, Yabai began to use his contacts to find a helper to start the company. This construction company belongs to Yabai's ticketing nature, and even if it is established, it is also a shopkeeper. Yabai is only responsible for paying the money, and the specific operation and work are left to professionals to take care of. Otherwise, if it takes Yabai a lot of time, isn't it the end of the day? Yabai is not short of money, nor is he particularly eager to make money. It is purely to find something to do, so as not to be too boring. This is also related to Yabai's situation. Who made him get married early? If it weren't for Hela, Yabai would be as busy as Tony at various parties. But now that you have Hela, you have to take care of it. This is a man's responsibility. After taking Hela around for a while, Yabai lost the thought of going outside. I plan to stay at home with Hela for a few days in peace of mind. However, many times Yabai doesn't want to cause trouble, but the trouble will always come to his door. Aunt Lu, why are you here? Yabai, who was lying by the pool basking in the sun, asked a middle-aged Chinese woman suspiciously. This Auntie Lu is a nanny hired by Yabai, who cooks Sichuan cuisine well. Sometimes Yabai is too lazy to cook by himself, or if he has something to go out, he will let Aunt Lu come over to cook. However, it was the first time for me to go straight to the door without saying hello. Mr. Ye, I have something to trouble you. Aunt Lu was embarrassed, as if she had some difficulties. She was hesitant to speak. Seeing Aunt Lu's attitude, Yabai was also a little serious. He and Aunt Lu have a pretty good relationship. If Aunt Lu really encounters any difficulties, he can't help. If you have something to say slowly, I'll pay attention to you depending on the situation. Yabai said gently, but he didn't say it too hard either. If it is a matter of effort or no effort is needed, Yabai is not unreasonable to help. But if things are troublesome, Yabai needs to think about it. Aunt Lu didn't care about this. After hearing Yabai's comfort, her emotions became more stable. Then, Aunt Lu said things slowly. It was not Aunt Lu who had the accident, but Aunt Liu's son. Aunt Lu said that her son got into trouble recently and owed a lot of money, so he couldn't pay it back. Nowadays, people are detained by creditors, and people will kill them if they don't pay the money. Aunt Lu is just an ordinary person. Where is so much money? In desperation, Aunt Lu found Yabai, hoping to ask Yabai for help, to see if he could get his son out first. Yabai has only heard of such a bad thing, but he did not expect it to happen. But Yabai didn't fully believe it, and even started to feel a little skeptical in his heart. Aunt Lu has a true son, but Aunt Liu's son is quite honest, and Yabai has also seen him. Will such a person owe others a large sum of money? What's more, what Aunt Lu meant was that she wanted Yabai to go out with her, which was also very unusual. Shouldn't it be normal to borrow money from Yabai? Could it be that it came for me? Yabai thought calmly, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. Hasn't he been targeted by Lao Wan recently? As for Lao Wan's subordinates, if Yabai remembers correctly, there should be a mutant named Demon Girl. Thinking of this, Yabai's eyes became a little cold, and he was certain of the identity of this Aunt Lu in his heart. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Okay, then I'll accompany you on a trip. I'll get people back first. Yabai smiled and said to the Aunt Lu in front of him, then greeted Hela and drove Aunt Lu away from the manor. Since people are deliberately trying to let Yabai pass, Yabai is not too good to give face. Just go and see what tricks these mutants are going to play. By the way, solving these troubles at once will save you troubles in the future. Seeing Yabai driving away with Aunt Lu in the car, Hela's eyes gradually became cold. Yabai has been stuck with her these days, and she has no time to do other things. With time today, Hela will naturally not waste it. As for the goal, Hela has actually planned it in her heart. Shield, mutant. Hela thought coldly. Shield and mutants are both troublesome in Hela's eyes and need to be resolved. Shield Bureau will not talk about it. The black-hearted bitten egg provokes the feelings between their husband and wife before. This hatred Hela has always remembered. As for the mutants, if you dare to hit Yabai's attention, you should destroy them quickly. Silently, Hela disappeared in the manor. Shield building, Nick Fury office. Bittern has been very tangled recently. Looking at the information in front of him, he feels helpless. The information is all the information about Hela that can be found, and this information also made Nick Fury firm one thing. That's Yabai's wife. Hela, who may be problematic in his opinion, is basically from Asgard. That's what Thor said some time ago, that sister. Nick Fury's entanglement also originated from this. Knowing that Hela is a real goddess, should he come in contact? Still don't touch it? If contacted, there is no suitable candidate and no suitable opportunity. Hela is too mad. If you don't touch, leave such a great god, Nick Fury's heart is not so big yet. Or, start with Yabai first, and then contact Hela. Nick Fury thought to himself that this was the best way he could think of. As for the relationship between Yabai and Hela, Nick Fury is completely out of ideas. He is a man of talent and beauty, does he need to be a monster to oppose? And he was also afraid that if Hela knew about the relationship between Yabai and his wife, his fate would definitely be miserable. Tony has shown the strength of Asgard, and God is not just talking about it. As Thor's sister, Hela would not be worse than Thor if she wanted to. To offend such a goddess, even Nick Fury feels stressful. Nick Fury sighed sadly. Then he looked up and saw Hela standing in front of him. The air suddenly calmed down, and Nick Fury even heard his own heartbeat. At this moment, Nick Fury even had the urge to slap himself in his heart. What a crow's mouth. What I was afraid of. Just now I wondered if Hela would retaliate against him, but in the blink of an eye, people came to him. Hela coldly looked at the black marinated egg in front of her, her heart full of killing intent. This guy also provoked the relationship between her and Yabai some time ago, and this hatred must be reported. Hello, Ms. Hela, nice to meet you. Nick Fury said bluntly. Nick Fury naturally felt Hela's killing intent, and he was so flustered. If it weren't for the dark complexion, his face should be frightened as white now. Are you investigating me? Hela didn't care about Nick Fury's reaction, but looked at the information on the table. The person on the information, Hela, is very familiar, and that is herself. This is where the responsibility lies, and I can't help it. Nick Fury gave a smile that was uglier than crying, and explained far-fetched. But you can rest assured that we will never harass Mr. Yabai and you in the future. Nick Fury knows exactly why Hela came. Obviously, Hela knew what he said to Yabai. At the same time, Nick Fury's brain is spinning rapidly, and he is now thinking about what to do to save his life. Nick Fury didn't know much about Hela, and even Hela's identity was heard from Thor. If Nick Fury knew Hela's past, knew that she had wiped out countless cosmic races, maybe Nick Fury will not worry about his own life, but about whether human beings will still exist. Do you think you can forget about it if you admit it wrong? Hela sneered and didn't let Nick Fury's plan go. Does this black-hearted bitten egg know that when he provoked Yabai, Hela was almost not scared to death? If Yabai was really moved by Nick Fury and doubted her feelings, Hela would have a murderous heart. Perhaps in a rage, he would directly exterminate human beings. It's not that Hela can't do this kind of thing. So the humans on Earth are really lucky. Yabai's feelings for Hela are still very strong. As long as Yabai is a bit scumbag, human beings are basically gone. So Yabai saved all mankind and should be the greatest unsung hero. Although not as prestigious as other superheroes, Yabai's contribution to mankind is not lower than those of superheroes. Nick Fury didn't know that he almost became the chief culprit of the extinction of all mankind. But Nick Fury knows one thing, that is, if he fails to give Hela a satisfactory explanation today, he is probably going to be cold. Seeing Nick Fury, who was still trying to find excuses, Hela shook her head. The sword of the night sky has emerged in his hand, and Nick Fury is about to be killed. You are from Asgard. Suddenly, Nick Fury opened his mouth and said, successfully delaying Hela's movements and buying himself a short life. You know me. Hela did not deny, and there is no need to deny. Nick Fury nodded, and then said, have you seen the battle in the City of Angels? The one with the hammer is Thor from Asgard. Nick Fury tried his best not to look at the sword of the night sky in Hela's hand, otherwise he was worried that he would not have the courage to continue. What then? Do you think I'm afraid? Hela hasn't done it yet. Let's listen to what Nick Fury has to say. As for Thor, Hela is really disdainful. Thor, god of the hammer. Odin seemed to be really old, and he actually cultivated such a naive person. It seems that your relationship is not good. Of course this is your business in Asgard. What I want to say is that Thor from Asgard is looking for you through human power. Nick Fury knew that it was useless to apologize at this time. Apologizing and begging for mercy when you are about to die will not increase your chances of living a little bit. What can really keep you alive is to show your worth. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Valuable talents deserve to live, and Nick Fury, the king of agents, understands this deeply. Just like the Jinbin who faced Yabai before, begging for mercy is useless. Showing one's value is the guarantee of survival. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Hela fell silent briefly. This is indeed a trouble. If Asgard really uses humans to find her, she will be found soon. The network of human society is so developed that there is no difficulty in finding someone at all. Seeing Hela's thoughtful look, Nick Fury knew that his chance to survive had come. So Nick Fury immediately said again, but don't worry, our shield still has a lot of energy. I can prevent Asgard from finding you easily. In exchange, a little conflict in the past can be assumed to have never happened. How? Nick Fury said as he died. If Hela didn't agree, he would really have to wait to die. Hela frowned, weighing inwardly. In fact, Hela doesn't care about being found by Asgard. Her injuries have basically recovered and her strength has returned to the peak. Facing Asgard, Hela was not afraid. And even if Asgard doesn't find her, she will find Asgard's trouble sooner or later. It is Yabai that really worries Hela. The more you care, the more afraid of loss. Hela is in this kind of psychology now. Hela did not want to reveal his identity before he could not confirm whether Yabai could accept his past. Although Yabai will know the truth sooner or later, Hela hopes that the truth will come as soon as possible. Looking at it this way, the deal proposed by Nick Fury is a bit worthwhile. Remember what you said, if I can't do it, I will find you at any time. Then you will never have the opportunity to speak. After Hela put a harsh word down, he disappeared in front of Nick Fury. She basically agreed with Nick Fury's statement and exchanged her life for S.H.I.E.L.'s help. Nick Fury will hide her identity and will not let Asgard find her easily. If SHIELD cannot do this, Hela will not give Nick Fury any chance to speak. After confirming that Hela was gone, Nick Fury's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. It wasn't until this time that Nick Fury realized that his back had been wet with cold sweat. The pressure Hela gave was really too great. That is a real goddess, whose strength is beyond measure. If you really want to kill him, it's probably as easy as crushing an ant. Among the people Nick Fury knows, there is only one Captain Marvel who can fight Hela. It's a pity that Captain Marvel is not on Earth all year round, and now I don't know which galaxy he has gone to. After experiencing Hela, Nick Fury deeply understood a truth. What is the use of your power? Without strength, you are still the meat on the chopping board. Perhaps, we can consider cooperating with General Ross. Nick Fury thought to himself. Originally, he did not agree with General Ross's super soldier serum plan, but now it seems that this plan is necessary. Humans need to have the confidence to say no when facing such a powerful civilization as Asgard. After solving the SHIELD issue, Hela did not immediately return to the manor. But after finding the place of the Mutant Brotherhood, he rushed over. The place where the Mutant Brotherhood hides is an abandoned factory in the suburbs. When Hela came here, there were only more than 20 mutants gathered here, and most of the mutants had already gone out. In the face of these mutants, Hela didn't even bother to speak, and immediately began to kill. Give Nick Fury a chance to speak because Nick Fury has not harmed Yabai. These mutant brotherhoods are different. Facing these people who dared to beat Yabai's attention, Hela didn't hesitate, and didn't even need to listen to the explanation, and the killing was over. There are more than 20 mutants with various mutant abilities. Put it elsewhere, this is a force that cannot be underestimated. But in front of the great demon king Hela, it makes no sense at all. From Hela's hands to the end, within 10 seconds, the mutants were all destroyed. It's a pity that there are some small shrimps here, the core members of the true mutant brotherhood, and they don't know where to go. Let's go back to Yabai's side. After arriving at the designated place with Aunt Lu, Yabai got out of the car with Aunt Lu. This is a relatively remote warehouse located in the slums of Big Apple City. It's in there, isn't it? Standing outside the warehouse door, Yabai asked Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu nodded, and motioned Yabai to enter quickly with her eyes. Seeing this scene, Yabai strengthened his opinion in his heart and sneered in his heart. Without entanglement, he walked in directly. With a clam, Aunt Lu, who was following Yabai, directly locked the door after Yabai entered the warehouse. Then, a group of strange-looking mutants walked out of the corner and looked at Yabai maliciously. The reason why mutants are not accepted by human society has a lot to do with their looks. One by one looks willful and reckless, as if they are a combination of animals and humans. Only a small number of mutants seem to be indistinguishable from humans. And this kind of mutant is usually more powerful than the Wagwa split jujub. At the same time, an old man in his 60s wearing a metal helmet slowly walked from the back to Yabai. Yabai knows that this person is no accident. Magneto. Mr. Yabai, admiring your name for a long time, I am glad to see you in a place like this. Magneto greeted Yabai in a self-feeling manner. This calm posture, as if everything is under control. Magnetic King, I've been admiring a great name for a long time. Yabai smiled and greeted Magneto, but the coldness in his eyes became more obvious. This time it was Magneto's turn to be surprised. It's not surprising that Yabai knows his identity, this is normal. He has done so many things over the years, and I don't know how many headlines have been posted. It's not surprising that Yabai can recognize him. What really surprised Magneto was that Yabai knew that his identity was still so calm. Could it be that there was something to rely on? Thinking of this, Magneto glanced at the devil behind Yabai, as if asking what was going on. The magical girl shook her head. Nothing happened along the way, and it went smoothly. At this time, the devil's disguise has been lifted, and it is no longer the appearance of a middle-aged Chinese woman, and has become a normal form. After seeing the witch's answer, Magneto didn't care. Even if Yabai really has anything to rely on, he is not afraid, everyone is in his hands, and he can still run away. Thinking of this, Magneto looked at Yabai again. I have to admit that Yabai is a bit too calm. The malicious eyes of the mutants around him seemed to be turning a blind eye. This gradually gave Magneto a bad premonition in his heart. But Magneto still spoke. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. We hope that you, Mr. Yabai, can display a humanitarian spirit and support our mutant movement. In addition, we also hope that you will speak up for the mutants and say something for us mutants. Magneto's kindness said, if you are an unknowing person, you might think Magneto is a kind old man. But Yabai sneered and said it was really nice. Isn't it just asking Yabai to give money and Yabai to speak for their mutants? To put it bluntly, it's not because of Yabai's family property and Yabai's huge social influence. What if I say I don't? Yabai said indifferently, but the patience in his heart is getting less and less. If you refuse, then you are the enemy of our mutants. The way we treat the enemy, I believe Mr. Yabai you wouldn't want to see it. Magneto also tried to see him poorly, and when he saw that Yabai was not so good to talk, he started to threaten directly. If Yabai is just an ordinary person, there is really nothing to do. Either be squeezed out of property and fame, and then ruined. Either to be tortured to death, but also to be robbed of property and fame, which is even worse. Unfortunately, Yabai is no ordinary person. Almost at the moment Magneto threatened, Yabai stretched out his hand like lightning and directly pinched Magneto's neck. Then he mentioned Magneto directly. A long-range mage, why does he like to come and jump in front of me? Yabai sneered and said to Magneto. Magneto is not weak, but he has one of the biggest shortcomings, that is, his physique is too poor. Compared with ordinary people, Yabai can easily pinch to death with such an existence. If Magneto is more cautious and hides in the distance, Yabai may have to spend some extra effort to make Magneto struggle twice. Unfortunately, this guy jumped too much. Is it because of Gandalf's influence that he became obsessed with melee combat? One stock, Magneto's actor, and Gandalf are the same person, a melee mage. Hearing Yabai's spit, Magneto wanted to say something, but at this time, he was caught by Yabai's neck and couldn't even breathe. I can only pinch Yabai's hand with both hands, trying hard to break free of Yabai's control. But Yabai's hands are like steel tongs, and he can't shake them anymore. The sudden change made all the mutants unexpected that their leader was directly captured by Yabai, and seeing Magneto's face flushed, Yabai would be choked to death if she didn't let go of Magneto. At this time, the fastest response is undoubtedly the magician girl. She directly drew out a shiny dagger, and then thrust it towards Yabai's back. With a sound of kang, the dagger broke, as if it had been stuck on the hardest steel. Yabai turned his head and glanced at the bewildered devil girl, showing a cruel sneer. Then the hand holding Magneto's neck was slightly forced and twisted. With a click, Magneto's shin was directly twisted. Magneto's body also hung limply. Dead, a generation of heroes, the leader of mutants, Magneto, who has been in the world for decades, just died. Yabai's face remained unchanged, as if he squeezed an ant to death. He casually threw Magneto's body aside. There is no psychological burden for Yabai to kill Magneto. It was this guy who came to look for himself, and when he died, he asked for himself. Yabai is not a good gentleman, and there is no plan to let Magneto go to trial. Just pinch it to death, it's a simple matter. Even if Professor X provokes himself, Yabai can be cruel to kill him, let alone Magneto. As for these mutants, to be honest, Yabai doesn't plan to let it go. Don't look at how miserable the mutants are in the movie, but they all asked for it. There may be innocence among the mutants, but none of the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. These are lunatics who follow Magneto and are extremely hostile to human society. What? Surprised? Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Looking at the incredible devil, Yabai said cruelly, and then suddenly attacked and killed the mutants around. Yabai has fully integrated the template of General Zod and is a powerful general of Kryptonians. Not to mention the entire universe, at least Yabai has no rivals on Earth. The Supreme Master Gu Yi may be able to pose a little threat to Yabai. After all, the Kryptonian magic resistance is low. But in Yabai's eyes, these mutants are all lambs to be slaughtered, and they can't even resist the fairy girl, whose real name is Rowan Duckholm. He was adopted by Professor X since he was a child, and he was regarded as Professor X's childhood sweetheart. But later, due to the inconsistency of ideas, the magical girl left Professor X and followed Magneto. For the great cause of mutants, the magic girl dared to do anything and take any risks. But what the magician girl didn't expect was that it would be herself that would make the mutant brothers fall into ruin. Looking at the mutants in the warehouse who had been completely killed by Yabai, the magical girl trembled, angry and frightened. She couldn't think that Yabai, a guy who seemed harmless to humans and animals, would be so cruel. From the beginning to the end, a total of less than 1 minute. More than 30 elite mutants from the Brotherhood were killed by Yabai in seconds, and she was the last survivor. Looking at Magneto, who had no life on the ground, the devilish girl felt a sense of collapse in her faith. She even became confused in her heart, not knowing how to go on the road in the future. But she doesn't need to think about this issue anymore. Yabai won't give her a chance. Yabai came directly to the devil girl, then pinched her neck with one hand and lifted her from the ground. In the face of his own enemies, Yabai never relents. Yabai still understands the truth of the spring breeze. The devil girl who was pinched by her neck and plunged into suffocation and pain was struggling desperately. At this moment, the instinct for survival prevailed. Suddenly, the thin blue scales on the devil's body fluctuated. The witch also quickly changed into another look, a look that Yabai was very familiar with, Hela. The scene suddenly became Yabai pinching Hela by the neck. Seeing the charming eyes of Hela in front of him begging for mercy, Yabai did get a little shaken. No matter how cruel Yabai is, he can't kill Hela. The magical girl played this play, it can be said to be very effective. It's just a pity that Yabai still doesn't plan to let her go. Everyone is an adult, and they are responsible for what they have done. Now that you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to die at any time. Just as Yabai was about to smash the devil's neck, her expression suddenly changed, just like she had suddenly changed her person. Mr. Yabai, please let Rowan go. She is just being bewitched, and her heart is not bad. The witch-shaped girl suddenly spoke, in a very sophisticated tone. Professor X. Yabai asked tentatively, guessing that the old hooligan might have controlled the magical woman's mind. It's me, I'm sorry that we have had a very unpleasant thing before, and I solemnly apologize to you again. But Rowan is my childhood friend, I can't watch her die without being indifferent. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. So I beg you humbly, let her go this time. I promise she won't remember anything about you, and will never trouble you again. Professor X controlled the witch's body and pleaded with Yabai. Professor X knew what happened here when Magneto was killed by Yabai. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Professor X killed Magneto again. You die by yourself, why do you take Rowan with you? Of course, Magneto is dead, and Professor X is also very distressed. After all, he is a good friend of his own. But Yabai started too quickly, and Professor X was useless even if he wanted to intercede. At the same time, Professor X also understands that Yabai cannot be blamed at all for this matter. It can only be said that Professor X has a bad life and has found a hard time. After listening to Professor X's words, Yabai sneered, but did not agree. Why should he give Professor X face? Just because Professor X has less hair? It's undeniable that bald heads are all gangsters, don't you see that even Thanos is bald? But Yabai is now stronger and even bigger. So even with Professor X's plea, Yabai's murderous intent to the Devil's Girl has not diminished in the slightest. Only a dead enemy is a good enemy. Mr. Yabai, I beg you not to kill her. I can pay the price. How about the shares of Stark Industries? I have 1.2% in my hands and I can give you all of it. I will also wash away Rowan's memory and promise that she will not have anything to do with you, and will definitely not cause you any trouble. Professor X felt Yabai's killing intent and quickly spoke. For the magical girl, Professor X even willingly gave up an astronomical wealth, which shows that Professor X still attaches great importance to feelings. At the same time, this guy is really rich. This is also normal. With the ability of mind control, how could Professor X have no money? Even the current Yabai and Professor X can only be regarded as poor. Yabai thought for a while about Professor X's proposal, and he was indeed a little excited. This is a sky-high price for a % stake in Stark Industries. You must know that the current market value of Stark Industries Group is more than $700 billion, and 1% is 7 billion. Who doesn't like this kind of wealth? And Professor X promised to wash away the memory of Devil Girl, and will not trouble Yabai again. This also reduced Yabai's many killing intent. And what kind of storms can be upset by a devilish girl? If Professor X is smart enough, he should not come to provoke him again, otherwise there is only a dead end. Thinking of this, Yabai had a plan in his heart. You succeeded in persuading me, then, the deal is concluded. As he said, Yabai released his palm and let the magic girl fall to the ground. Then he went on to say, I will let my manager contact you, I hope you can say it, don't play tricks. After speaking, Yabai stopped paying attention to the situation of the devil, turned around and left the warehouse. As for how Professor X cleans the devil's memory, it is not Yabai's business. This trip not only solved the potential threat of the Brotherhood of Mutants, but also gained a lot of wealth by the way. Yabai was very satisfied and drove towards his manor with a smile. As for the magical girl, she was lying on the ground with her eyes blank, and the memory in her mind was quickly being deleted. Although Professor X is a good person, he is not soft when he should be cruel. Otherwise, how could a good old person protect so many mutants? Really think those military and politicians are easy to deal with? Yabai didn't struggle with this matter for too long, it was just an episode in his life. With this effort, it's better to think about how to deepen your relationship with Hela. Speaking of it, with Yabai's efforts recently, Hela seems to be a bit bigger. Although it is not obvious, Yabai can feel it. After all, he has personally experienced it every day. This is a good start. Yabai decided to continue his efforts and strive to train a big Hela as soon as possible. Then there is no need to worry that the child will be hungry. Not long after Yabai left, the Storm Girl of the X-Men came to this warehouse. Pushing open the warehouse door, after seeing so many mutant corpses inside, even people like Storm Girl who have seen big scenes are shocked. What followed was fear from the depths of the soul. The X-Men has the most say in how powerful Magneto's mutant brothers will be. Head to head, the X-Men may not win. But such a powerful force was actually killed by Yabai alone. Looking at the broken walls and the smashed steel in the warehouse, Storm Girl understood for the first time what a god of the world is. Aurora, bring Rowan back. As for those mutants, I will deal with them. Professor X told Storm Girl that although Professor X did not arrive at the scene, he could still imagine the tragic coming of the scene. If it had been known that Magneto would end up like this, Professor X would stop them no matter what. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world, everyone has to pay for their choice. If Magneto didn't keep an eye on Yabai's wealth, he would not be killed. The Storm Girl didn't say anything, silently picked up the devilish girl who had passed out in a coma, and left the warehouse. After this war, the name Yabai has completely become a taboo among mutants, and no one dares to touch it again. The threat of mutants was completely resolved with the actions of Yabai and Hela. I believe that after the lessons of Professor X and Magneto, there should be no one who is not afraid of death to provoke Yabai again. In addition, Nick Fury of SHIELD had just been warned by Hela, and he did not dare to provoke Yabai again. Yabai and Hela also lived a stable life. In a short period of time, no one with a long eye will come to trouble them. Sign in successfully, reward the ancient Ruin Day template. One morning, Yabai woke up and opened his eyes. Before he could push Hela's jade arm away from him, he heard such a sentence. Some sleepiness disappeared instantly, replaced by endless excitement. After checking in for many days of weird and useless items, Yabai finally got a strong reward again. Ancient Destruction Day, I am invincible. Forcibly resisting the excitement of shouting, Yabai was ecstatic in his heart. Others may not know what the Ancient Destruction Day is, but Yabai knows it very well in his heart. Speaking of the Day of Ancient Destruction, many people will think of a movie, Superman vs Batman. The Superman in there was killed by the Doomsday and died together. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But what needs to know is that the Day of Destruction in that movie is not the Day of Ancient Destruction. The Doomsday that killed Superman in the movie was bred using the genes of the ancient Doomsday and the Krypton gene of General Zod. It is a fake copy and is incomparable with the original. The true ancient Day of Destruction was born in the research room of Kryptonian scientists. This is a killing machine created by Kryptonian scientists, a true ultimate life form. Cannot be killed, cannot be destroyed. Even if he was thrown into a black hole and resisted the Big Bang, he would not die. Any attack method will only be effective on the Day of Ancient Destruction the first time, and will be completely immune after the second time. Moreover, any form of attack may lead to the evolution of the Ancient Destruction Day and become more powerful. Simply put, this is an unsolvable life that cannot be killed, and the stronger the attack, the stronger it is. One can imagine how powerful this template Yabai got, and he can even clearly feel his body starting to grow stronger. This is because the Ancient Destruction Day will evolve on its own, and it will evolve many times in a very short period of time. I was still worried about the 5 great creation gods and other cosmic gods, but now it seems completely worthwhile. Yabai thought with satisfaction, and the confidence in his heart has become more fulfilled. General Zod's template is indeed very powerful. After all, General Zod's gene is the Kryptonian god of war. But General Zod is not a Superman, has no life code, and cannot evolve continuously. To put it bluntly, General Zod has the limit of potential, and Yabai has gradually felt this limit. In the past few days, Yabai couldn't improve much even if he was in the sun. In the final analysis, the reason was that it had reached the growth ceiling of General Zod's template. I want to go up again, unless I get the Superman's life code. But this is the Marvel Universe, and there is no Superman. Yabai just can't get it if he wants to grab it. Originally, Yabai wondered if he should look for opportunities to collect infinite gems, so as to enhance his strength. After all, ordinary Kryptonians like General Zod can still walk sideways on the earth, but if the opponent is those cosmic gods, it will be a bit hanged. But now, this is completely unnecessary. The template of the ancient Day of Destruction gave Yabai plenty of confidence. Even if Thanos holds the infinite gloves, he cannot be Yabai's opponent now. In a dangerous world like Marvel, there is nothing more happier than improving your own strength. After all, with the strength, Yabai can not only protect himself, but also protect his wife Hela. What's wrong with you? You giggled early in the morning. At this time, Hela also regained consciousness and opened her eyes to see Yabai silly alone. Yabai didn't explain, the system and traversal were his biggest secrets. He didn't tell anyone, even Hela. So in the face of Hela's complaints, Yabai just smiled and didn't explain much. Hela didn't care either, just simply asked, "Go get something to eat, I'm hungry." Hela pushed Yabai like a coquettish, and said charmingly. Hela, who had just woken up, lost the usual coldness, and was a little more confused and charming, more attractive than usual. Yabai is also ready to move, and has a bold idea to implement it. "We will eat later, it's still dark, we will sleep again," Yabai said with a smile, and did bad things neatly. After struggling with resistance for a few times, Hela gave Yabai a blank look, then closed her eyes and let Yabai mess up. Soon, the movement of life began to sound. 10,000 words are omitted here. After being satisfied, Yabai quickly entered the state of a sage and began to prepare for lunch. Why is it lunch? Do you still need to talk about it? Of course, you overslept. After being tossed by Yabai, Hela fell asleep completely, and now she can't wake up. Yabai didn't care, it was really difficult for her today, too excited. The appearance of the ancient Day of Destruction template made Yabai feel more confident in his heart suddenly, and he didn't worry about anything anymore. Moreover, his body is much stronger than before, completely surpassing General Zod's template limit. Yabai doesn't know exactly how strong it is now. Because there is no opponent, Yabai doesn't know if he can beat the 5 gods with one punch now. S.H.I.E.L.D. The Office of Alexander Pierce. Pierce has been searching for information about Hela during this time. The expression of Nick Fury at that time, Pierce has a deep memory. Also let Pierce know that Nick Fury must know something. It's just that Nick Fury moved too fast, almost immediately setting Yabai and Hela's information to the highest level of confidentiality. Unfortunately, in the Snake Shield Bureau, nothing can be hidden from him. After a lot of hands and feet, Pierce got the information of Yabai and Hela as he wished. The first is Yabai's, from the initial encounter with Daredevil, until Yabai killed Magneto and a bunch of mutants recently. Pierce was terrified to see that such a terrifying existence was actually a super rich man. In fact, it's not just Pierce, Nick Fury was also taken aback when he learned about Magneto. It wasn't until then that Nick Fury realized that neither of Yabai was easy to provoke. A Hela, the god of Asgard, whose strength is immeasurable. A Yabai, Magneto who killed one of the most powerful mutants on the planet, is also a dangerous element. I really complied with the old saying, not a family, don't enter a family. Later, Pierce saw Hela's information again. Compared with Yabai's extensive information, Hela's information is much less. The main reason is that Hela's time to come to Earth is too short, and there is not much to study at all. But what shocked Pierce was Hela's identity. the god of Asgard, the goddess of death. Good guys, these two couples are better than the other. Pierce had no other ideas, let alone any other ideas. No matter how powerful the Hydra is, it is only an organization established by mortals. Can it be compared with God? Forget it, don't provoke these two people. Pierce sighed and shook his head, and turned off the information for Hela and Yabai. There is no need to look anymore, and I dare not do anything. Pierce is not a fool, he knows he can't provoke him, but he wants to join him. Isn't that just looking for death? Not everyone is as stupid as mutants. But suddenly, an immature idea emerged in Pierce's mind. Maybe, their Hydra can really come in contact with Hela. Of course, not to die, but to take refuge. No, how could I have this idea? Hydra serves the hive of the great alien god, and will never abandon his beliefs. Pierce's thoughts just arose, and he immediately dispelled it. You must know that Hydra's purpose has always been to meet his own god. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hydra can be traced back to 1,400 years ago, when it was created by a stranger named Hive. Later, the hive was exiled to a distant unknown planet, and Hydra lost its leader. In order to welcome back to his god, Hydra runs a 1,000-year-old plan, the Far Star Project. The core content of the plan is to bring the hive back from a distant alien planet and re-lead the Hydra to rule the Earth. But until now, the Far Star Project has not officially started, mainly because Hydra hasn't even figured out which planet the hive was exiled to. By now, Hydra basically has no expectations for the distant star project. Maybe, I should ask other people's opinions. Pierce thought of it suddenly. Hydra is a very large organization with many branches. Each branch has a leader, and Pierce is the leader of the Snake Shield branch. In addition, there are some other leaders. Pierce's discussion also refers to these leaders. Soon, Pierce secretly contacted the leaders of several other Hydra divisions and expressed his plans and thoughts. Originally, Pierce was ready to be scolded. After all, his plan was a betrayal of faith. What Pierce didn't expect was that the leaders of several other branches actually asked him to give it a try. This. Isn't Hydra loyal to the hive? You all want to betray one by one? I took the lead, then it's okay. In fact, this is also normal. The beehive has disappeared for 1,400 years. After such a long time, there is no loyalty to speak of. And Hela's card is big enough, the goddess of death, just suitable to become the new god of Hydra. Of course, the main reason is that Hydra urgently needs to find a backer. Don't look at the fact that Hydra is now very powerful, there are many secret branches, and even SHIELD has been infiltrated. But in fact, Hydra is far worse than its heyday, and now it is just lingering. It's like walking a tightrope. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. reacts and discovers Hydra, it will immediately be able to make Hydra's years of hard work in vain. An organization cannot be as powerful as a country. During the heyday of the Hydra, there was a strong empire to support it, and that was the fundamental reason why the Hydra was so prosperous. As for now, you can ask, is there any country that supports Hydra? After getting the replies from the leaders, Pierce began to think carefully about the possibility of surrender. If you really succeed in surrender and get Hela's back, then Hydra will be stable in the future and embrace Asgard's thigh. If you fail, the consequences will be serious, and you can basically consider hiding. The risks and benefits are great, so Pierce is not cautious. After thinking about it for a long time and analyzing it over and over again, Pierce was determined to try it. Hold the courageous to death, starve the cowardly to death. Thinking of this, Pierce gave instructions to one of his agents to contact Hela first. As for the success or failure, it depends on God's will. Hydra, always loyal to Goddess Hela. Pierce said softly with a smile, and prayed that this contact would be successful. Yabai received a strange invitation today, somewhere in the Big Apple City. Yabai didn't intend to pay attention to the invitation, but after seeing the signature, he changed his attention. At the end of the invitation letter, the signature is, Master Guyi. As the protector of the earth, Guyi, known as the Supreme Mage, Yabai feels that he still needs to respect it. Moreover, Guyi also kept the time gem, and Yabai felt that he should go there. After saying hello to Hela and agreeing to come back earlier, Yabai set off, and soon arrived at the destination, the temple located in the Big Apple City. There are 3 temples in Kamatage, which are located in Wudou, Big Apple City and Xianzhong. Every temple has a special magic that ordinary people can't see. Of course, Yabai must be able to see it. So Yabai walked into the temple of Big Apple City. Walking into the temple, a quaint aura hits his face. It can be seen that this temple is definitely hundreds of years old. As Yabai entered the temple, a mage came up. Guest, the Supreme Mage is already waiting. This mage was not the one who appeared in the movie, so Yabai didn't care. After nodding, he followed the mage into the depths of the temple. Soon, a golden circle appeared in front of Yabai. This should be the portal. Please. The mage respectfully said to Yabai. Yabai hesitated, but decided to go in and take a look. For one thing, the strength is strong enough, and I don't worry about being disadvantaged by the ancients. Secondly, Yabai also wanted to know what purpose Guyi had in inviting him over. After entering the portal, Yabai found himself on the top of a snow mountain. In front of him, a man in a robe of a wizard with a hood turned his back to him. After sensing that someone was coming, the man turned around and looked at Yabai. It is the Supreme Master Guyi. Hello, Mr. Yabai. Guyi nodded politely to Yabai and greeted him. Yabai did the same. After greeting, he began to inquire about Guyi's purpose. Supreme Mage, I don't know if you invited me over. Is there anything wrong? Yabai asked bluntly, a little curious about Gu Yi's purpose. Don't worry, just get to know and make friends. I have no ill will towards you. Gu Yi smiled and said to Yabai, his expression calm and his eyes clear. It seems that there is really no malice towards Yabai, but Yabai didn't fully believe it either. He had to be defensive. After coming to the Marvel world, Yabai discovered that the world is not as beautiful as he imagined. Superheroes are not as great as they seem in the movies. For example, the former Professor X was an old hooligan. Make friends, there is no need for such a big battle. Mirror space, do you want to trap me here? Yabai said coldly. He didn't easily believe it because of his status as the Supreme Master. Moreover, this is a mirrored space. Except for Yabai and Gu Yi, Yabai can't feel any other life in the whole world. This is not the attitude of making friends, it's more like trying to shoot yourself. Gu Yi shook his head, still in that calm posture. It's really making friends. I'm very interested in you. To be honest, your previous performance scared me. Gu Yi's words revealed a message that she had already been paying attention to Yabai. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I also know that Yabai's strength is very strong, the kind of strong and excessive. What Gu Yi didn't know was that Yabai is definitely stronger than she had guessed. Speak up if you have something to say, no need to bend around. If you really want to make friends, you won't bring me to the mirror space. The more Gu Yi said, the more Yabai confirmed his guess. This Supreme Mage really intends to deal with him. But Yabai is not afraid. He doesn't know how strong he is now, but it is definitely not something that Gu Yi can resist. Well, I was asked by an old friend, but I don't plan to shoot you, it will only make us completely antagonistic. What about a bet? If you break free of this mirrored space, I will teach you all the magic I know. If you can't break free, don't worry, I will let you go in a month. Gu Yi stated his purpose, a gamble. As for the old friend in her mouth, she didn't say anything, and didn't plan to tell Yabai. And Yabai, after listening to Gu Yi's gambling game, there was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. With this mirrored space, I hope to trap him. Is it because Gu Yi is too bloated, or he feels that he is too weak? And he has entered the mirror space now. Do you bet that he has the final say? Even if Yabai didn't want to bet, he wouldn't be able to get out. He had no choice at all. However, it seems that Gu Yi did not have any malicious intent towards him. At most he wanted to detain him for a month. This is why? Will something big happen in this month? Yabai had to think more about it. At the level of the Supreme Master, each one is simple. Anything you do has her deep meaning, and you have to be careful not to be fooled. As for the spells of the Ancient One, Yabai doesn't care, but it's not bad to get them. After all, the portal is really convenient, and there is money left to buy a plane. Then the gambling begins. I look forward to your performance. Gu Yi smiled, then his body burst and turned into countless butterflies, disappearing in this mirrored space. As for Yabai, he shook his head helplessly. Knowing it would be so troublesome, he would not agree to Gu Yi's invitation. Now that something has happened, Yabai no longer hesitates. Isn't it just a mirrored space? What's the point? Yabai didn't make much movement, just made a fist and then raised it. Finally, it aimed at the ground under his feet and smashed it down. With a boom, there was a loud roar. At the foot of Yabai's snow-capped mountains, large cracks appeared directly. The mountain began to fall off and was knocked out by Yabai with a punch. This is just the beginning. Now Yabai has no idea how destructive a punch can be. But one thing is certain, that is, the earth can be easily shattered. Yabai's punch not only knocked the snow-capped mountains apart, but the huge force spread along the mountain to the surface. Then, countless terrible cracks spread out like a spider web centered on the snow mountain. These cracks on the ground are still expanding and getting deeper and deeper. Gradually, even the crustal plates began to crack, and the basic structure of the entire earth began to collapse. Endless magma rushed to the earth along the cracks, and the originally peaceful world suddenly became hell. Countless magma ignited the whole world. Loud noises kept coming, followed by terrible earthquakes. The crustal plates began to collapse, and the entire continent began to disintegrate. In the end, the entire planet exploded and turned into gorgeous fireworks. So far, this mirror space has also been broken, and Yabai won. After breaking the mirror space, Yabai broke free from that space and appeared in front of Gu Yi. This is the real world. Yabai is on a snowy mountain at this time, in Comitage. Your performance is much stronger than I expected. Gu Yi said truthfully. She saw Yabai shatter the mirror world. That world is actually the Earth, which was built by the Ancient One based on the ratio of the Earth to 1. Yabai can smash the mirror world with one punch, which means that Yabai can also smash the entire Earth with one punch. Even Gu Yi was frightened by such destructive power. Are you going to gamble? Yabai didn't talk, but looked at Gu Yi coldly and said. He didn't want to conflict with Gu, but it didn't mean he was afraid of Gu Yi. Gu Yi didn't really hit him, otherwise he would not hit the mirror space with one punch. No need, you are stronger than I thought. Gu Yi looked at Yabai, shook his head and said. As a bet, I will teach you all my magic, as long as you are willing to learn. I won't ask you to do anything. I just hope you won't be so angry in the future. There is only one Earth. Gu Yi looked at Yabai and said with a smile. She has always been so calm, even in the face of Yabai. Not to mention other things, Yabai is convinced by this attitude alone. Let's talk about magic. I am going back now. I will come to you again when I have a chance. Yabai didn't want to stay longer, and didn't plan to befriend the old school. No need, as long as Guyi doesn't bother him. Guyi did not stop him this time, but took the initiative to send Yabai back to the temple in Big Apple City. It wasn't until Yabai completely left that Guyi's mouth showed a smile. From the very beginning, Guyi didn't expect the mirror space to trap Yabai. It might be possible to use the infinite loop of time gems, but it's not necessary. If you really want to do this, Yabai will definitely blow up the hair. Maybe it is not good to smash the earth. Moreover, that Guyi gambling game itself was rushed to lose. Some people, after pursuing magic to death, can't find any trace of magic. And some people, even if you are not interested in magic, will let you learn it. Yabai is the latter. Guyi's purpose for Yabai to learn magic is simple, that is, he hopes to win Yabai. Don't ask Yabai to be the protector of the earth like her, as long as Yabai will help when the earth is in danger in the future. Of course, in addition to this careful thinking, there is another important reason for being entrusted by others. The purpose of that old friend was not to trap Yabai, but to kill Yabai. It's just that Guyi didn't plan to do this, and knew he couldn't do it. Odin, I won't get involved with your housework, it's up to you to do it yourself. Guyi thought of gloating in his heart. That's right, the old friend mentioned by Guyi refers to Odin. As the guardian of the earth, how could Guyi not know Odin? After all, the earth is one of the 9 worlds, an atrium. As for why Odin wanted to shoot Yabai, it was naturally because of Hela. Asgard, Golden Palace. Odin is very angry now and wants to kill people. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The source of anger is Hela, his unfilial daughter. After Hela escaped the seal before, Odin had never been so angry. At best he was a little worried. But after learning that Hela had become a couple with a mortal, Odin was completely blown up. His daughter, the eldest daughter of the Oddingsson family, the eldest princess of Asgard, the heir of the noble king of blood, actually found a mortal as his husband. This is simply an insult to Asgard's glory. Not to mention how angry Odin was as an old father when he heard that his cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Damn mortal, I will hang you on the Rainbow Bridge and torture you every day for 1,000 years. Odin gritted his teeth and cursed, almost smoking on the spot in his heart. Although the relationship between Odin and Hela is not good, Hela is bleeding his Odin's blood after all. Hela is her daughter, and this can never be changed. But his daughter found a mortal, which Odin could not accept. Even more uncomfortable for Odin than Hela's rebellion. Heimdall, tell me Thor and let him go and kill the mortal. Odin said to Heimdall that he wanted to watch Yabai die now. Dare to ruin my daughter of Odin, you are afraid that you don't know how ruthless my Odin is. Heimdall looked a little ugly after hearing Odin's words. Your Majesty Odin, I think it is more likely that Thor will be killed directly by Hela. Heimdall whispered, hoping Odin could change his order. Why is this to kill Yabai? This is obviously to let Thor go to death. Today's Thor is too immature, he can't be Hela's opponent at all. Going to the door can only die for nothing. After hearing Heimdall's reminder, Odin also reacted, and secretly cursed himself as an idiot. But immediately became even more angry. My daughter not only ran away with outsiders, but also helped outsiders to bully her family. Can this be better? No, I personally go to the atrium, seal the unfilial girl, and then smash the mortal body into pieces. Odin was so angry that his beard was about to curl up. Because of the excitement, even the blue veins on the neck were violent. If this is the case, then the entire atrium may be destroyed. And have you forgotten? You have reached an agreement with the Celestial Group not to interfere with other civilizations. Heimdall persuaded him, hoping Odin could calm down. As for the Celestial Group, it is a mysterious organization that has existed for countless years, and every member of the Celestial Group is terrifyingly strong. In the very early days, Odin once had a fight with members of the Celestial team. After killing several members of the Celestial Group, they reached an agreement with the Celestial Group not to forcibly interfere with the development of other civilizations. Otherwise, without these celestial gods, Asgard's territory would probably occupy half of the universe. The Kari Empire, which is now rampant in the universe, was just an indigenous civilization that only dared to hide in a corner and shiver in the glorious era of Asgard. After hearing the Celestial Group, Odin also calmed down, and sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that there is really no way to stop Hela. But when he thought of his daughter having a love affair with a mortal, and even having a family and having children, Odin felt as if he had taken gunpowder, and was furious. Although the girl Hela is a bit too filial, she is still her own girl after all. Your daughter can bully herself anyway, but why is a mortal? No, I must have that mortal die. Odin thought bitterly that he couldn't let go of his daughter being put to sleep by a mortal. At this time, the Queen Frigga walked out. When Hela rebelled, I never saw you so angry, Frigga said in a bad tone, and when it comes to this, Frigga has a very faint resentment towards Odin. Now Hela has been taken over by a mortal, after all, it is not your pot. If you don't, Hela raises crookedness, will Hela rebel? If Hela does not rebel, will he be sealed in the atrium? Will Hela escape the seal without sealing it in the atrium? If Hela doesn't escape the seal, will he be put to sleep by a mortal? It was said that, but Frigga was not very angry in her heart, or that she was angry with Odin. As for the matter of Hela and Yabai, Phrygia did not object. As long as Hela feels it is worth it, then she, the Queen Mother, will have 10,000 support. This is the difference between father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yabai actually made a mistake at the beginning. He wants to live a stable life, live a small life for two people, and don't want too much trouble. But many times, trouble will come to the door. In the final analysis, the reason is that Yabai has enough value and will take the initiative to attract trouble. Not to mention Yabai's own abilities, the net worth he has accumulated over the years when copying documents is enough to make a lot of troubles focus on him. This is the result of Yabai being as low-key as possible, otherwise he will have more troubles. When dealing with these troubles, Yabai often causes more troubles, just like the butterfly effect. From the smallest butterfly fluttering its wings, to a huge storm in the end. From the very beginning, Jinping waited for the gangsters to stare at him, and now he is stared at by the Supreme Mage Gu Yi. This was just the beginning. Yabai didn't even know that he had been targeted by Asgard. In addition to Yabai himself, Hela is also easily attracted to trouble. She is the goddess of death after all, even if she does nothing, she will welcome many people with her identity alone. When Yabai was called by the Supreme Master to drink tea, he also broke into an uninvited guest in his seaside manor. This is a female agent from Hydra. This female agent was discovered by Hela as soon as she entered the manor. Hela originally planned to kill the intruder directly, but found that the intruder was not hostile. Out of curiosity, Hela planned to ask the intruder what he meant. If the female agent's answer fails to satisfy Hela, Hela doesn't mind accepting the female agent's soul. Who are you? What are you doing here? When the female agent broke into the living room of the manor, Hela suddenly appeared on the stairs and condescendingly questioned the female agent. The female agent is still very vigilant, but after seeing that Hela is her mission goal this time, her vigilance is put away and replaced by humility. My name is Christy and I am from Hydra. I received an order from the chief to come here to offer you loyalty. The Hydra agent named Christy said respectfully to Hela, his eyes pious and enthusiastic. At first glance, she knew that she had been brainwashed before coming. Hydra may not be very good, but the brainwashing skills are still very solid. After listening to Christy's words, Hela frowned slightly. Dedication of loyalty? Hydra? Hela lived with Yabai for a year, and naturally heard the name of Hydra. I knew there was such an organization, but I never cared about it. Such a mortal organization, Hela naturally looks down on it. So I didn't expect that this mortal organization would come to her specially. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Before being sealed by Odin, Hela had many followers, and some of those followers came to take refuge in her race. Therefore, Hela has a wealth of experience in accepting other people's refuge. Hydra? I don't accept valueless loyalty and speak out your value. Hela didn't refuse Hydra's refuge, but he didn't accept it easily either. Not all cats and dogs are qualified to follow the great goddess of death. This means that the followers of Hela are now either sealed or dead, and they are seriously understaffed. Otherwise, Hela wouldn't even look at Hydra at all. How much value can a group of mortals have? After hearing Hela's words, Christy didn't hesitate to open her mouth and introduced her organization to Hela. Briefly talk about Hydra's current strength and various advantages. Just like selling products, I am very eager to sell my organization to Hela. No, it should be given to Hela in exchange for a large enough backer. Many leaders of Hydra eagerly hope to reproduce the glory of the former Hydra, and Hela is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Otherwise, the Hydra, which has no strong backing, cannot be compared with SHIELD, which has the support of global countries. After listening to Christie's introduction to Hydra, Hela shook her head in disappointment. The value of Hydra is much less than she thought. Although Hydra is not bad now, it has infiltrated many countries and has a power that cannot be underestimated on the earth. But how big Hela's vision is, he is a ruthless man who has fought in the universe. The power of the Hydra organization is really small and pitiful in Hela's eyes. However, it cannot be said that there is no value. At least on the earth, Hydra still has a lot of influence. It just so happens that Hela and Yabai are now living on earth. After mastering Hydra, it will definitely help Yabai avoid a lot of trouble. Hela knows that what Yabai hates most is trouble. Thinking of this, Hela already had a plan in her heart. Even if she didn't think about it for herself, she still had to think about it for Yabai. So Hela nodded and said, if this is the case, then I accept the loyalty of Hydra. Go back and tell your sir to let them come and talk to me in person. After speaking, Hela turned upstairs and didn't stay there anymore. Accepting the loyalty of Hydra is nothing more than a trivial matter to Hela. If it weren't for Yabai, she would never look down on such a mortal organization as Hydra. Moreover, the Hydra can also be regarded as a dark chest left on the earth, and it may be used at any time. After receiving Hela's reply, Christy breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly quit the manor, preparing to report the good news to his leader. Yabai might not have thought of it. He went out for a while, and his wife took over the famous Hydra in the Marvel Universe. And this is just the beginning, and Hela's trip to trouble is destined to not stop easily. After living with Yabai for more than a year, Hela's injuries have basically recovered. After she started to think about it, she thought about how to get back the position of God King that should have belonged to her. Asgard Hela will definitely go back, there is no doubt about it. Only before returning to Asgard, Hela must first handle the relationship with Yabai. Informing Yabai of his true identity and allowing Yabai to accept his past is what Hela is most concerned about at the moment. Hela herself is also very troubled, and she still doesn't know how to tell Yabai about her identity. The wife who gets a long day and night is actually a big devil, the kind that destroys countless races. Hela was really worried that Yabai would not be able to accept it. If this is the case in the end, Hela doesn't even know what she will do. Oh, if only we had a child. Hela had such thoughts in her heart for the first time. She now wants to have a child with Yabai so that the two will have a bond. Unfortunately, because of the laws of the universe, the stronger the life, the harder it is to give birth. It's not that Yabai and Hela didn't work hard, but it's really not easy. Today's Hela is also worrying about how to make Yabai accept her identity. While Hela is troubled by how to confess his identity to Yabai, Yabai also has similar troubles. And in Yabai's heart, he has already begun to doubt Hela's identity. Yabai hadn't noticed it at first, but as he continued to get along, Yabai also gradually realized that something was wrong with his wife. Apart from other things, Hela's performance is not an ordinary person just when playing the life movement in peacetime. Can ordinary people stand up to Yabai's pretense? Even Yabai has begun to suspect that his wife Hela is not the princess of Asgard. After all, the names of both are the same. In the Marvel world, the strong man named Hela seems to be the princess of Asgard. However, Yabai was only suspicious in his heart, and he still couldn't determine it directly. Because according to the plot, the eldest princess of Asgard should still be sealed by Odin. Hela will not appear until the plot of Thor 3. So Yabai can't say in his heart now, what is the identity of his wife Hela. Forget it, I will say hello later when I have a chance. And I believe that if Hela wants to say something, she will take the initiative to tell me in the future. Yabai thought inwardly, deciding that he should not worry so much anymore. Regardless of what status Hela is, it's not enough to be his own wife. Even when the sky fell, Hela was also his wife and wanted to do so much. Today is another peaceful day, Yabai thought so after getting up. Successfully sign in, reward a cup of combustible oolong tea. Yabai, who just woke up, twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard the reward. This damn sign-in system, the daily sign-in reward gap is too big. You can get the Ancient Destruction Day template when you are lucky, and a cup of combustible oolong tea when you are not lucky. There is even such a worthless thing as Sister Kying's rabbit doll. However, after having been in the system for so long, Yabai almost understood the urinary nature of the sign-in system, and his inner receptivity was also much stronger. It's just that when I get a wonderful reward, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Recently, Yabai's life has finally settled down. There will be no more troublesome people without eyesight coming to him, even Shield has disappeared from his life. Yabai naturally didn't know. Shield had been warned by someone and directly chose to admit it. In addition to Shield, the underground gangs, mutant forces, and even Hydra in Big Apple City were beaten twice by their husband and wife. Now one is more honest than the other, and I don't dare to trouble them at all. However, Yabai also discovered one thing, that is, Hela seems to have something on his mind these days. I watched him several times and stopped talking, but in the end he didn't say anything. This made Yabai frown, and secretly asked that what he had done recently was exposed and scared Hela. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yabai naturally didn't know that Hela was going to have a showdown with him. It's just that every time Hela's words are swallowed back after seeing Yabai. Wait a little longer. Every time Hela warned herself like this, and then procrastinated. The more you love, the more you fear to lose. Hela is now in this kind of psychology. Just because he cares so much, Hela has always had concerns and dare not tell the truth to Yabai. What if Yabai gets grudges after knowing her identity? It's not that he doesn't believe Yabai, but Hela really doesn't dare to bet. Although knowing that Yabai is unlikely to abandon herself because of her past, Hela still dare not bet. This state of worrying about gains and losses is something Hela has never felt before. Love is not only sweet, but also accompanied by all kinds of troubles. Hela understood this a little bit now. No wonder Frigga warned her very early not to trust her sincerity to one person easily. Tony organized a barbecue and invited us over. Are you going? At the dinner table, Yabai asked Hela, testing her attitude. As for Tony, Yabai has had a good relationship with Tony during this time, and the two are now good friends. Occasionally there are some parties, Tony will invite Yabai to go with him. I don't want to go, I plan to take a good day off. Hela shook her head, and refused coldly. Yabai is helpless, Hela's temper is too cold, he actually wants to make Hela more lively. But Hela seemed to have no such interest now. But forget it, Yabai doesn't plan to force Hela. The time ahead is still long, so take your time. Yabai didn't worry about the matter anymore, and after agreeing that he would come back earlier, he left the manor. As for Hela, after eating breakfast, she went up to the second floor, and then saw Phrygia who was waiting for her in the room. Yes, Asgard has found Hela's location, but for some reason, Asgard has not launched an action against Hela yet. How did you come? Looking at Phrygia, Hela asked nonchalantly. The tone is a bit blunt, but there is not much hostility. This is Phrygia, if it were Odin, Hela wouldn't say a word at all, drew the sword and cut it. Come and see you, I heard that you have a family here. Frigga smiled gently, not paying attention to Hela's indifference. She knows Hela and knows that Hela is often insincere. Yeah, is there any problem? Hela is still indifferent, as if the relative who raised him is not in front of him, but a stranger. No, I'm here to bless you, you have a good vision. Frigga smiled and said to Hela, which also reduced Hela's coldness. This change naturally fell in Frigga's eyes, and Frigga sighed secretly. It seems that this mortal is really heavy in Hela's heart. But your father Odin is very angry about this, you have to be careful. Frigga continued, as a reminder to Hela. Hela's face became cold again when he heard this, and the expression in his eyes became full of murderous intent. He is not my father, he is just a hypocritical BD. Hela retorted, showing how bad her relationship with Odin really is. This is also normal, and the relationship between Hela and Odin itself is not good. Hela will come to this point, mostly thanks to Odin. As for who Hela hates most, it is Odin. But Frigga's words still made Hela's heart, knowing that Asgard was already eyeing Yabai. This makes Hela a very headache. She knew how arrogant Asgard's group was, and killing a mortal was nothing to Asgard. Although Hela herself is also an arrogant guy, but who makes her really like Yabai? Be careful yourself, Asgard will not be indifferent to you, Frigga told Hela again, and then disappeared. This is just a projection of Phrygia, not her personal presence. Otherwise, I can't hide it from Odin. Asgard will not be indifferent to Hela's affairs, that's for sure. In Asgard's view, Hela combined with a mortal to form a family, which is an insult to Asgard's glory. Odin, an old-fashioned and stubborn guy, can't wait to eat Yabai raw. However, for some reasons, Odin is not convenient to descend on the earth himself, and can only achieve his goal through some small means. So Yabai was in mold, and all kinds of extremely coincidental accidents happened to Yabai. First on the road, Yabai suffered a car accident, then a billboard fell, a natural gas pipeline exploded, and even a thunderbolt came down. This series of terrible accidents made Yabai wonder if he was being targeted by some unknown existence. Just like the story in Reaper is Coming, there is an invisible Reaper who is trying to take his life away. Yabai certainly didn't know that this was Odin's method, and wanted to kill him, the guy who tarnished the blood of the Odinson family. After all the hardships, Yabai finally came to Tony's villa. Tony's villa is not far from Yabai's manor, but Yabai's time was wasted abruptly. By the time Yabai arrived, Tony's barbecue party had already begun. Seeing Tony surrounded by a group of supermodels, Yabai shook his head funny. This playboy is really smart. If Yabai didn't know Hela, he should be about the same as Tony, Yabai thought in his heart. In addition to Tony, Yabai also saw some other acquaintances, all of whom have appeared in movies, such as War Machine, which is Tony's military friend. Another example is Tony's bodyguard, Harry. Even Yabai saw Black Widow and Hawkeye, the two members of the original Avengers, actually there. This makes Yabai a little puzzled. Is it possible that Tony has joined the SHIELD Avengers project? Calculating time, it seems to be the same. The Avengers project is in Iron Man 1, and Nick Fury already has an idea. Even Yabai was originally in Nick Fury's plan. But as Yabai and Hela continue to show their strengths, Nick Fury has also cancelled this plan. Can't afford to offend these two bigwigs, really can't afford to offend. However, Nick Fury still didn't give up. Today's party can be regarded as a trial for Nick Fury. Even if it's not easy to tell Yabai to invite Yabai to join, it's not bad to have a good relationship with Yabai first. After guessing a little about Nick Fury's thoughts, Yabai burst into laughter. He felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a licking dog in front of him, extremely humble. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. But that's okay, letting S.H.I.E.L.D. be its own licking dog, it's better than being the licking dog of SHIELD. Yabai's arrival quickly became the center of this party. Tony entertained Yabai enthusiastically, and even began to introduce Yabai to supermodels. The supermodels also looked at Yabai with bright eyes, just as a group of wolves saw a piece of fat. Yabai's appeal is still great, handsome in appearance and exploding figure. And young and more money, more wealth, and more billions. He is also the most famous best-selling author, with considerable influence in the world. Such a juvenile is simply the perfect partner. They don't even expect to be Yabai's wife, but having a little scandal with Yabai makes them very rewarding. Yabai knows the thoughts of these supermodels, they are greedy for his own body. Unfortunately, Yabai already had Hela and was determined to be a good man, so he refused all of them. Hey buddy, you shouldn't be so unfeeling, look how sad those girls are. Tony came to Yabai's side, and said to Yabai in the voice of someone coming. Yabai smiled, did not give too much explanation, the two are not a personality at all. Tony is a standard dandy, lingering in the flowers every day. Looking at Tony's posture, I'm afraid I can't wait to have 48 hours a day, so I can enjoy life to the full. It was not until later, after a series of things, that Tony changed his mentality and began to become a qualified superhero. At the same time, he put away his heart and began to shoulder the responsibility of being a husband. Only now, Tony is still a child who has not grown up. Yabai didn't explain with Tonido either. He had different personalities and different philosophies. Yabai feels that this is good now. You don't need to worry about the pressure of life, and you don't need to worry about anything, as long as you live with Hela every day. After a few more conversations with Tony, Tony left soon, turned around and plunged into the flowers. Yabai can't talk about envy about this, but thinks Tony is a little naive. After Tony left, Natasha came over. We meet again, genius writer. Natasha smiled and said to Yabai. This female agent who had intended to seduce Yabai, now faces Yabai without her previous charms, but purely with a mentality of making friends. Hello, Agent Natasha, I hope you didn't come with a mission this time. Yabai also laughed and joked, as long as it is not with a purpose, Yabai does not refuse to say a few more words to Natasha. In fact, Yabai's personality is really easygoing, and it's just to treat the enemy coldly. After a few conversations, Natasha left and didn't stay longer at Yabai. Natasha also knew that Yabai had no idea about her, so she didn't plan to waste time with Yabai. She came out to play today, but she didn't come to work, so naturally she wouldn't be wronged. After Natasha left, Hawkeye also came over. Get to know, you can call me Button. Hawkeye spoke to Yabai very familiarly, and at the same time stretched out his right hand. Yabai, nice to meet you. Yabai also greeted Hawkeye, and they knew each other. Hawkeye is one of the veterans of the Avengers and a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The main thing is that Hawkeye and Yabai are really similar. Hawkeye also has a family, a lover, and even children. Like Yabai, Hawkeye is a very loyal person to his family. After chatting with Hawkeye for a few words, Yabai and Hawkeye talked happily, and the friendship between them leaps forward rapidly. Even Hawkeye invited Yabai to have a chance to be a guest at his home to increase the relationship between each other. After Yabai dealt with it, Hawkeye also left soon. As for Yabai, after staying for a while, he had the idea of going back. The harvest this time is to get to know several veteran members of the Avengers, and witness the embryonic form of the Avengers by the way. But just when Yabai was about to leave, a guy who came suddenly interrupted Yabai's thoughts of going back. The Crown Prince of Asgard, Thor came. Thor's time passed by can be described as a happy breeze. After returning to Earth, Thor soon received the highest level of reception from the human government. At the same time, I also met many new friends, such as Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark and so on. The relationship with his Earth girlfriend Jane Fox has gone further, almost like a glue. Today, Thor was invited by Tony to come to a party. To say what Thor likes the most on Earth, apart from beer, it is estimated that there will be parties. When in Asgard, Thor was keen on all kinds of lively occasions. The party made Thor so addicted, as if he had become the second party little prince. After Odin, who was far away in Asgard, knew about this, he almost didn't go down in person and killed Thor, the rebellious son. It's sad to say that one of Odin's 3 children is better than the other. Hela rebelled and formed a family with mortals. Thor is a naive man, and he also found a mortal girlfriend. Loki has a black belly, and is either doing things every day, or on the way to doing things. This shows how much Asgard's education failed. The arrival of Thor makes Tony very happy. Tony and Thor have a very good relationship, not only because of their similar names, but more importantly, they have a common topic. They are all second-generation people, and they are all people who like to play. By the way, Thor did not bring his girlfriend here today, but came alone. As soon as he arrived at the party, Thor began to provoke the hot-bodied supermodels, as if there were signs of a playboy transition. It's not that Thor is a scumbag, but that he really likes to play. Hey Thor, introduce a friend to you. This is Ye, a talented writer. Tony still cares about Yabai. The first time Thor arrived, he introduced him to Yabai. Hello buddy, this is Thor, from Asgard, would you like to have a drink together? Thor also gave face, put his arms around Yabai's shoulders, and said like a good buddy. This level of familiarity makes Yabai somewhat unacceptable. But Yabai did not refuse Thor's kindness. Yabai, nice to meet you, where is Asgard? Yabai said with a smile. For Asgard, Yabai is still very curious. I really want to see with my own eyes whether the legendary Asgard is more spectacular than in the movie. Yabai still didn't know at this moment that Thor, who laughed like a silly critic, was actually his brother-in-law. Yabai finally left the party. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. In addition to making several friends, more importantly, he got an important message from Thor. According to Thor, his main purpose in coming to Earth this time was to find his sister. That is the legendary goddess of death Hela, the princess of Asgard. At the same time, Yabai also learned that Hela had broken the seal. It is even clearer that Hela broke free of the seal a year ago. Hela, who broke the seal a year ago, came from Asgard. All these clues made Yabai understand one thing. His wife seemed to be the eldest princess of Asgard, Hela, the goddess of death. In the past, Yabai had doubts in this regard, because there was only one strong man named Hela in Marvel. The news that Thor revealed now confirms Yabai's guess. My wife is the devil. Yabai thought in his heart, always feeling a little unreal. He just picked up a wife at the door, and it was Hela the devil. Yabai didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unfortunate. After knowing Hela's identity, a question also appeared in Yabai's heart. That's how to face Hela? As before, pretending not to know Hela's identity, or showdown with Hela, telling Hela that no matter what her identity, she is willing to accept it. Yabai's heart was leaning towards the second kind, but in the end Yabai vetoed it. Since Hela didn't tell him his true identity, it must be of ulterior motives. Yabai didn't need to worry, he might as well wait for Hela to confess to himself. I believe Hela will confess to Yabai one day sooner or later, so she can't always hide her identity. In addition to these, Yabai also needs to consider the follow-up impact. Hela's identity is destined, and there will be a lot of troubles in the future. The first is from Asgard. Will Asgard let Hela go? This is obviously impossible, and the contradiction between Hela and Asgard cannot be resolved. At that time, Yabai may also have to have a fight with Asgard. With Yabai's current strength, there is no need to worry about this. In Yabai's eyes, Asgard doesn't mean Yabai, so Yabai quickly adjusted his mentality. What should he do? Anyway, Hela is her own wife, and she has done everything that should be done. Can you run? Even if Hela is going to become the Great Demon King and destroy the entire universe, Yabai will not hesitate to be the man behind the Great Demon King. Thinking about it this way, Yabai suddenly found that it was quite emotional. NASA, Eagle Sauce Space Agency, an aerospace and space research institute founded by the federal government. In addition to studying some space equipment, this organization will also observe space and eventually large meteorites passing by the Earth. Today, in NASA's space agency, the staff seemed to have been cast by petrified magic, all staring blankly at the huge screen in front of them. In everyone's eyes, there is a deep despair, and at a loss. Lawson is one of the directors of the space agency, and he is also on the scene at this time. Looking at the data on the screen, Lawson put his head in his hands, his eyes full of disbelief and despair. Because, on the big screen in front of him, a huge black shadow was constantly approaching the Earth. As an old man at NASA, Lawson naturally knows what this black shadow means. This is a black hole, the ultimate celestial body in the universe. In other words, a huge black hole is approaching towards the Earth. There is no doubt that this is a huge disaster, a greater disaster than the meteorite hit the Earth 65 million years ago. 65 million years ago, a huge meteorite comparable in size to the City of Angels struck the surface of the Earth. The destructive power brought directly led to the complete extinction of the Earth's overlord at that time, the dinosaurs. And now, an even more terrifying disaster strikes. Under the black hole, not only the humans on the surface of the Earth, but also the dinosaurs will be extinct. The entire Earth will be swallowed by black holes and disappear completely into the universe. Compared with the disasters facing the Earth today, the meteorite impact 65 million years ago is simply not worth mentioning. Eagle Sauce, Pentagon Building. Mr. Yingjong President, Mr. Unreliable, is fiddling with his mobile phone to check the latest comments on his Twitter. When encountering some interesting messages, the president of the Unreliable will give them a thumbs up. Mr. Tbukaupa may not be the greatest president of Yingjong, but he is definitely the most close to the people. Just when Mr. Tbukaupa was enjoying himself playing Twitter, his confidant minister directly pushed open the door of his office and interrupted his movements. Hey, you should knock on the door first, you rude fellow. While cursing, Mr. Tbukaupa quietly turned off the phone screen, hiding the pictures of the hot girls. I apologize, Mr. President, but I think you have to look at this first. The confidant kept panting, and he could see that he was very anxious, almost rushing all the way. At the same time, he also put a copy of the information in his hand on the table, which is particularly unreliable. NASA, have those space nerds detected any habitable planets again? In the past 6 months, I have received 20 similar reports. The ridiculous thing is that they were finally confirmed, and they were all false. Mr. Tbukaupa relentlessly spit out, and he doesn't have the slightest affection for NASA. But speaking of it, he still read the report carefully and honestly. It's just that the more you look at it, the more serious the face of MR. At the end of the day, Mr. Tbukaupa had a trace of madness in his eyes. Oh Mika? God, tell me it's not true. Mr. Tbukaupa was going crazy. He couldn't believe what he saw. If his confidant now tells him that all this is an April Fool's Day joke, he will never be angry, but will invite this confidant to have a drink. It's a pity that Mr. Tbukaupa really's hopes are destined to be unfulfilled. Mr. President, it is a pity that this report is true. Our astronauts on the space station can confirm the truth of this news. The end of the world is really coming. The confidant said with difficulty, how much he hopes this report is false if possible. It was a joke made by some guy deliberately. If this is the case, no one will blame him. Unfortunately, the cruel facts are right in front of you, and you can't help but believe them. A huge black hole is coming towards the Earth. There will be at most 3 days before the Earth will be swallowed by this huge black hole. This is a disaster more terrifying than 65 million years ago. Mr. Tbukaupa was completely frightened and stupefied, standing there blankly for a long time unable to return to his senses. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Not only in the Pentagon building, but also in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury also heard the news. Seeing the report confirmed by NASA, Nick Fury also struggled to swallow. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The end of the world is coming. At this moment, even if Nick Fury was the chief of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the most powerful men on the planet, he was completely panicked at this moment. Those eyes were full of firmness on weekdays, but at the moment they were all confused. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this crisis. The usual strategizing became a joke at the moment, and for the first time he felt helpless when facing a difficult situation. Black hole, is this thing Nick Fury can handle? Not to mention him, that is, all the life on the Earth combined, looks extremely small in front of the black hole. This is not the existence of human power at all. Suddenly, Nick Fury thought of someone. He took out the calling machine he had cherished for more than 20 years, hesitating whether to use this last trick. Captain Marvel, the strongest individual known to Nick Fury on Earth. It is also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s greatest confidence when facing Asgard. After some hesitation, Nick Fury finally used this pager to send a message to Captain Marvel. If it were Captain Marvel, there might be a way to deal with this danger. Nick Fury thought in his mind that Captain Marvel is his only life-saving straw now. Asgard, Odin was originally angry about Hela. At this moment, Heimdall walked in quickly. Your Majesty, there is something important to report to you. Odin saw through the anxiety on Heimdall's face. What's the matter? Thor got into trouble again. No, it has nothing to do with Thor, but a major crisis in the atrium. Heimdall replied. Swallowing Star, one of the 5 great gods, appeared near the atrium, and it is likely to be directed at the atrium. Heimdall's insights are naturally not comparable to humans. Therefore, he could see at a glance that the one that was constantly approaching the Earth was not a black hole at all, but a more terrifying existence. One of the 5 founding gods, the planet devourer, referred to as swallowing stars. A guy who hates all cosmic races. As far as swallowing star is concerned, planets are his food, and a large number of planets are eaten by swallowing star every year. Not long ago, swallowing star also swallowed a colonial planet of the Kerry Empire, resulting in being chased and bombed by the Kerry Empire's fleet. However, the fleet of Kelly stars is just a bunch of small bugs to star swallowing. It doesn't hurt or itchy at all, it doesn't matter at all. Unexpectedly, the swallowing star that had just swallowed the planet of the Kerry Empire was now eyeing the atrium again. Swallowing star, why is this guy staring at the atrium so well? Odin frowned when he heard the news, which was a big deal. If one is not good, the atrium is gone. Although star swallowing is the shame of the 5 great gods, it is definitely a brain problem because of this underestimation of star swallowing. As the god king of Asgard, Odin is very aware of the terrible star swallowing. The star swallowing in its heyday could be tied to annihilation, which is known as the strongest of the 5 gods. Of course, swallowing stars in a weak state is a bit embarrassing. Even Murphydoge can't beat it. The only thing Odin can count on now is that swallowing star is in a weak state at this time. In this case, he can still make a move to repel star swallowing. Those goddamn gods, why don't they show up? Are they going to watch a civilization be eaten by star swallowing? Odin thought a little bit uncomfortably. The biggest shit-chucking stick in the universe is definitely the Celestial Group. This organization that does things everywhere, often uses the balance of the universe as an excuse to act as a cosmic police officer. But at a critical time, why did these people from the Celestial God Group disappear? Of course, Odin was just spitting out. His relationship with the Celestial team was very bad, and he would get blacked out of the Celestial team if he caught the opportunity. Odin also knew that the Celestial God Group was created by the 5 great gods, and star swallowing was the boss of the Celestial God Group. Under this circumstance, it is naturally impossible for the Celestial Group to find trouble with swallowing stars. In the eyes of the Celestial Group, the destruction of an ordinary planet on Earth would be destroyed. Who cares? Even the Earth should have been destroyed long ago. If it weren't for Odin, the Earth would have been gone long ago. While Odin was still wondering whether to take the risk to stop the star swallowing, there were also people on Earth looking out of the sky. Himalayas, Taj. Supreme Master Guyi stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the sky above his head, his eyes solemn. As the guardian of the Earth, Guyi has repelled countless enemies in the past long years. Countless times in the dark, to protect the safety of the Earth. But this time it was different. Guyi lost confidence for the first time. Even when facing Domum, Lord of the Dark Dimension before, Guyi was absolutely sure that he could win. But the danger this time was even more terrifying than Domum. One of the 5 gods, the planet devourer. This is the existence that makes any cosmic civilization frightened. Swallowing the star to stare at the Earth is tantamount to sentence of death for all life on the Earth. Thinking of this, Guyi sighed again. The only way now is to expect that star swallowing is currently in the weakest state. This way there is still a chance to fight, otherwise you can only wait for death. Inexplicably, Guyi thought of Yabai. In the mirror space before, Guyi had seen the power of Yabai. Perhaps Yabai has a chance to contend with Swallowing Star and become a key role in saving this disaster. But Guyi didn't go to Yabai directly. She didn't like to use righteousness to suppress others. She asks Yabai to take action to save the crisis, and it is inevitable that she will be suspected of moral kidnapping. So she was waiting for Yabai to make her own choice. Yabai is also paying attention to this disaster. In fact, he knew of Tungxing's arrival earlier than NASA. Now Yabai himself doesn't know how strong he is, only that he is particularly strong. Yabai felt the existence of Swallowing Star as early as when Swallowing Star was still far away. This kind of terrifying perception was not available before, and it was not until Yabai obtained the template of Ancient Destruction Day before he obtained this ability. Do you want to make a move? Yabai was thinking, Swallowing Stars is coming soon, time is running out. If he doesn't make a move, the Earth can only be eaten by the Swallowing Star, and there is no other ending. Because as far as these superheroes on the Earth are concerned, there is obviously no possibility of confrontation with Swallowing Star. Iron Man has just grown up, and has not yet reached the point where he has developed countless anti-XX armors. Hulk has only now begun to adapt to his own strength, and the Lushang form is so bad that I don't know how far. Thor is still a hammer god, he hasn't even discovered his own potential, let alone the power of Odin. Black Phoenix has not yet awakened, and is still at the stage of being imprisoned by Professor X. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As for Scarlet Witch, who knows where it is now? The chaotic magic that can restart the universe is obviously still far away at this time. As for Guyi, Hela, and Captain Marvel, although the 3 of them are very strong, they have the level of Heavenly Father. But it is by no means an opponent of Swallowing Star, because the star swallowing at this moment is not in an extremely weak state. After thinking about it, Yabai found that he was the only one who could prevent star swallowing from eating the Earth. Yabai doesn't actually want to be a hero, because being a hero is too troublesome. But the current situation is that Yabai can only be a hero, otherwise the Earth will be GG. This made Yabai feel helpless, and the heroes were all forced out. Yes, Yabai has decided to shoot. What else? The Earth just got cold without getting rid of it. Yabai still has so many industries on the Earth, how can he be willing? In addition, Yabai also admitted that he has feelings for the Earth. Although it is not the same world, it is the same small break. Before going to stop star swallowing, Yabai first returned to the manor. Now that he has decided to stop star swallowing, Yabai naturally wants to say hello to Hela. Of course, Yabai will not stupidly say what he is going to do, just find an excuse to go out. As for Hela's identity, Yabai does not intend to ask. Yabai believed that if he asked, Hela would definitely say, but so what? Hela wanted to tell herself, so she would naturally confess, there was no need to be too anxious. People have eaten and wiped it out, are they afraid that Hela will not run away? As usual, Yabai made a big meal first. Then at the dinner table, Yabai and Hela talked about their going out. Hela had no doubts, and nodded to show that she knew. Apart from telling Yabai to pay attention to safety and come back early, there is nothing else. Hela really didn't know Yabai's purpose, nor did he know the matter of swallowing the stars. She is not like Guyi, who has time for gem blessing. It's not like Asgard, with Heimdall's eyes. Without sufficient sources of intelligence, it was strange for Hela to know about star swallowing. At most, through the Hydra organization, I learned that a black hole was approaching the Earth. This is a trivial matter in Hela's eyes. Perhaps ordinary mortals are too panic and think that black holes are unsolvable natural disasters. But Hela knew that the Earth's water was deep. Not to mention anything else, just Odin and Supreme Master Guyi are two big brothers. If it's just an ordinary black hole, these two big brothers can really be solved easily. He doesn't care too much about black holes, but Hela is more concerned about another thing. That is Asgard. Through Phrygia, Hela already knew that Asgard had found herself. This is actually nothing. Hela had no intention of not being discovered by Asgard. But the key is Odin's attitude towards Yabai. Phrygia's warning is still vivid, and Odin is likely to take action against Yabai. No need to guess Hela can think that the old BD Odin must be dissatisfied that he has found a mortal husband. Perhaps in Odin's opinion, doing so by himself is tarnishing the blood of the Odinson family. But so what? Hela likes it herself, that's enough. And thinking of Odin's angry look, Hela felt a kind of revenge pleasure in her heart. Old BD, I just wanted to piss you off before you turned back. Hela's heart is still very dignified. Odin's strength is definitely a huge threat to Yabai. If Odin accidentally kills Yabai, Hela swears that she will definitely go crazy. Therefore, Hela is thinking about how to ensure the safety of Yabai's life as much as possible. She doesn't have to worry about it. Odin can't kill her, unless Odin is willing to destroy Asgard. Of course, Hela has this worry, mainly because he doesn't understand Yabai's strength. If Hela knew Yabai's current strength, he would definitely not be confused now. It is estimated that when the time comes, I will be happy to come to Odin to find Yabai's trouble. At this time, there are still 2 days before the swallowing star reaches the Earth. Today's Yabai, as usual, woke up early to make breakfast for Hela. But I don't know that the people on the small break are going crazy today. The high-level human beings who knew the truth waited desperately for the end to come, and their hearts were ashamed. As for those who are not qualified to know the truth until they die, they are still wondering why the world is so quiet today. The militaries of all countries on the Earth have all taken out their own wealth, planning to go desperately. If you don't work hard to die, human beings have no choice. Although it is outrageous to use technological weapons to attack black holes, what else can we do? Just before the extinction, watch the last firework. The grandest fireworks are dedicated to the human civilization that is about to end. In addition, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury is also very busy. He kept calling out to contact all the superheroes he knew. After Tony Stark got the news, he stopped his research on Mark's armor and hurried to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Fantastic Four also ended their travels and came to the Big Apple City together. Dr. Banner ended his long escape and rushed towards the Big Apple City under the escort of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Even the mutants have received an invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. and plan to participate in this last carnival. Because everyone felt that mankind was dead this time. In front of the black hole, the superheroes who are still immature today have no resistance at all. Yabai naturally didn't know these things, and didn't know that some people on the Earth were desperate because of the coming of swallowing stars. At this time, Yabai said goodbye to Hela after breakfast, and drove to a suburb of Big Apple City. After confirming that no one would notice him, Yabai got out of the car. Then, he squatted slightly, and in the next second he soared. As Yabai inherited the General Zod template and the ancient Doomsday template, it is natural to fly. Moreover, the speed thief was fast, breaking through the supersonic speed at the moment of takeoff, and behind Yabai, a large cone-shaped sonic burst cloud formed. This is the result of Yabai deliberately controlling his speed, otherwise too fast may affect the atmosphere of the Earth. In such a short time, Yabai got out of the orbit of the Earth and officially entered the realm of outer space. After identifying a direction, Yabai disappeared into the Earth's outer space orbit at an incredible speed. In the outer space not far from the solar system, a group of pure black domains is moving fast. If anyone on Earth sees this scene, they will understand that this black area is the biggest threat facing the Earth today, the black hole. To be precise, it is one of the 5 gods, the planet devourer. On the periphery of the black hole, a silver figure is constantly flying. Read more at hotntilnovel.xyz. This is the Silver Shadowman, a superhero from outer space. It's just that the Silver Shadowman at this time is still an envoy under Star Swallowing, who is responsible for helping Star Swallowing to find a planet that can be swallowed. At this moment, the Silver Shadowman stopped his movements and focused on the front. In the line of sight, an unknown object was approaching quickly. In a very short period of time, the unknown object appeared in front of the Silver Shadowman. A human being is naturally Yabai. Looking at the Silver Shadowman stepping on the waveboard in front of him, and the huge black hole, Yabai knew that this was the Swallowing Star and his messenger. The two parties didn't mean to talk, and they couldn't talk at all in outer space. The sound can't be transmitted, talk with a hammer. Moreover, Yabai came this time for the purpose of making trouble and repelling Star Swallowing. So there is no need to talk. The only thing that should be done is to start a fight directly. Yabai took the lead in rushing towards the Silver Shadow Man, planning to kill the envoy of the Star Swallowing before facing the Star Swallowing. The Silver Shadowman was taken aback, but he also reacted quickly, raising his hand to be a cosmic ray. The Silver Shadow Man is very strong, completely at the level of Heavenly Father or even higher. Because of his master, Swallowing Star gave him powerful cosmic power and exaggerated combat power. In the movie, there is even a performance that ends up with tonguesing. Of course, that was an extremely weak version of Star Swallowing. But it can also be seen from the side that the Silver Shadowman's strength is now. After all, even a Star Swallowing in an extremely weak state, at least the strength of the Heavenly Father level can be used to fight against it. However, the strength of the Silver Shadow Man is very strong, and the strength of Yabai is even stronger. Just a template of General Zod is enough to make Yabai's strength reach an exaggerated level. Every Kryptonian is a comparison. In addition, there is a template for the Day of Ancient Destruction. This is the peak period, able to press against the existence of DC villain Darkseid's violent beating. Facing the cosmic rays shot by Silver Shadowman, Yabai didn't even bother to dodge, and directly greeted him. After the physical body blocked this cosmic ray, Yabai not only didn't get hurt, but became stronger. Then, under the surprised eyes of the Silver Shadow Man, Yabai punched the Silver Shadow Man out. This fist was strong enough to smash an Earth-like planet. But with this punch, the Silver Shadowman did not die, but flew for countless distances, and fell into a severely injured coma. He didn't know how long he would float in space. Maybe the Silver Shadowman can stop drifting in space until he is captured by the gravity of a certain planet. A punch, a second kill. The opponent is still a strong player of this level. Yabai's strength can be imagined how terrifying. This is the case when Yabai failed to fully realize his potential. Theoretically speaking, the Day of Ancient Destruction can continuously evolve independently and become stronger and stronger. But in fact, the best way to grow quickly on the Day of Ancient Destruction is actually to keep fighting. Only by constantly wounding and dying, the Day of Ancient Destruction will become stronger and stronger. In this regard, Yabai is obviously not qualified. Because he obtained the Ancient Day of Destruction template until now, he has not died once. This also caused Yabai to be far from being able to tap the potential of the Ancient Destruction Day. The Ancient Destruction Day is not like General Zod's Kryptonian God of War template, which becomes stronger when exposed to the sun. This is the case. Yabai's current combat effectiveness is also exaggerated. But Yabai is not too complacent. The real enemy is not Silver Shadowman, but Star Swallowing. In the final analysis, the Silver Shadow Man's strength was also bestowed by Swallowing Star. Silver Shadowman has such strength, how could Star Swallowing be weak? In Yabai's perception, Star Swallowing, one of the 5 great gods, is deep in the depths of this black hole. Yabai didn't hesitate and plunged straight into the black hole. Black holes are the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe, the intersection of all physics, the ultimate existence. But obviously, black holes cannot kill Yabai now. After all, he is a man with an ancient ruin day template. As soon as he entered the border of the black hole, Yabai felt an almost infinite gravity pressing on him. The gravity is capturing Yabai's constant approach to the depths of the black hole. At the same time, this gravity is trying hard to tear Yabai's body into pieces. Before crossing, Yabai once watched a popular science program. It is said that if a person is swallowed by a black hole, they will be drawn into an infinitely long thin thread. And this thin line can never touch the center of the black hole, because the time flow rate inside the black hole is almost eternal. For this, Yabai is non-committal. Because he did not feel that time was frozen, he could still move inside the black hole. As for the gravity that raised on him, it really made Yabai difficult at the beginning, but Yabai soon adapted. The template of the Day of Destruction in ancient times is so perverted. What Yabai didn't know was that the reason why he didn't feel that time was frozen was completely because he had detached himself from the long river of time. Time can't hold him back, so he can naturally wander inside the black hole at will. In the Marvel universe, the long river of detachment is almost the standard for the strong. If you can't get away from it even for a long time, you won't even be worthy of the title of strong. The abilities of time gems are very powerful, but they are ineffective in front of the real strong. For example, Domum, the monarch of the dark dimension, is not restricted by the law of time. Doctor Strange uses the power of the gem of time and can only annoy Domum by endlessly looping his own death. They cannot cross the timeline and directly kill Domum in his infancy. It was because Domum was detached from time, and he couldn't trace his past at all in the long river of time. Moreover, if the law of time is useful to Domum, Domum will not be annoyed by the infinite loop of time. Because if time keeps repeating, Domum should kill Doctor Strange for the first time every time, and he won't be bored at all. Even Domum can surpass the long river of time, and Yabai can naturally do it too. So Yabai traversed the long gravitational belt of the black hole, went directly to the center of the black hole, and touched the singularity. In the next moment, Yabai's figure disappeared, replaced by a mysterious space. This is the inside of the real black hole, another universe, and the singularity is just a portal into this universe. In this universe, Yabai saw countless floating planets. At the same time, Yabai also saw star swallowing, a god whose body is larger than hundreds of millions of planets. If Yabai expected it to be correct, these planets should have been swallowed up by the swallowing stars for countless years. Black holes are just a tool for swallowing stars, and this universe is the stomach of swallowing stars. All the planets eaten by the swallowing star will eventually be digested by swallowing star here. While Yabai was looking at the universe, Tun-Sing was also looking at Yabai. But Tun-Sing did not take Yabai to heart. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Even if Yabai can pass through the black hole, it is beyond the long river of time. But in the Marvel world, how many strong people have surpassed the long river of time? There are simply too many to count. But the 5 founding gods are always 5. It's not that there are no challengers. On the contrary, there are countless challengers who want to replace the 5 gods. But the final result? Those challengers are dead. Therefore, the swallowing star has the confidence to overlook all life. Interesting little things. Explain your intentions. If there is no reasonable explanation, maybe you will be my next messenger. Yabai was not surprised that the voice of swallowing the stars sounded from this universe. To put it bluntly, this universe was created by swallowing stars, and swallowing stars can control all the rules of this universe. Even in the case of space, the sound can still spread, because the swallowing star is the creator of this universe. It's very simple. The planet you fancy can't be eaten by you. You can change your eating goal. When Yabai faced swallowing star, he didn't immediately start a war. How many still had some worries in his heart? After all, where is Tun-Sing's body shape? Yes, but you have to pay the price. Do you know that a long time ago, someone also asked me to let go of his home star? Do you know what the final outcome will be? Tun-Sing said indifferently. His voice was like a cold machine without any emotions, but also like an unintentional god overlooking the muddy world. You are talking about the Silver Shadowman, the one who stepped on the wave board. Yabai told his guest that he didn't know the backstory of the Silver Shadowman very well. Yes, that is a respectable person. He became my messenger, and I fulfilled my promise and let go of his home star. If you want to save your home planet, you must also become my messenger to find a new planet for me in the universe. Tun-Sing stated his own conditions, took a fancy to Yabai's strength, and wanted to become a younger brother. Yabai couldn't agree to this condition. He has a wife, Hela is still waiting for him. And even with Yabai's own personality, he has no interest in being someone else's younger brother. Even if the opponent is star swallowing, one of the 5 gods. In this case, then maybe we have to have one fight. Yabai was indifferent, and adjusted the state of his body to the peak. A big battle was inevitable. The strength of swallowing star is beyond doubt, not to mention the current swallowing star is not weak. Although Yabai's ancient destruction day template is powerful, Yabai has not developed it too deeply. Really fighting, Yabai and Tun-Sing said it was not good who would win. But Yabai firmly believes that he will not lose. It's a big deal to die several times, and resurrect and evolve several times. Tun-Sing didn't expect Yabai to be so strong. But soon, Tun-Sing determined to let Yabai know that the majesty of the 5 gods should not be provoked. In the long years, Tun-Sing has seen many arrogant strong men. It's just that those strong guys are basically honest after being beaten by star swallowing. In Tun-Sing's view, Yabai is no exception. Suddenly, Tun-Sing raised his right hand, flattened the palm of his hand, turned into a huge palm comparable to Zing, and patted Yabai. Under this huge palm, countless planets were affected and turned into powder. The power of the 5 gods can be imagined. In fact, the so-called universe is too fragile for the existence of this level. Almost every 5 gods have the power to easily destroy the universe. Facing the huge palm oppressed by the swallowing star, Yabai directly resisted. With a punch to open the sky, he slammed it towards the palm that was constantly pressing down. With this blow, Yabai managed to get enough of his strength, and it was the pinnacle blow. However, the ending was cruel, and the strength gap between Yabai and Tun-Sing was quite large. Under the palm of swallowing star, he suffered a great loss, and it was somewhat difficult to contend. But Yabai was not depressed, but was agitated in his heart. He can clearly feel that his evolution speed is greatly increasing, and his strength is rapidly becoming stronger. The day of ancient destruction, this is a pervert. The more you fight, the stronger. The key is not to kill, and it can continue to evolve. In the DC universe, even the Superman with the code of life regards the ancient destruction day as his lifelong enemy. In the world of Marvel, swallowing stars will also be fortunate to experience the horror of the ancient day of destruction. On Earth, superheroes gather together, planning to make the last fight for mankind. The militaries of all countries are also ready, and the weapons accumulated over the years are all going to show up. It was just for the destruction of human civilization to present the most magnificent fireworks. At this time, even a group of assholes who didn't know anything realized that something was wrong. The world today is too quiet. However, just when everyone was ready to fight hard, a news suddenly came from NASA, shocking everyone's jaws. Black hole, stop moving. When I received this news, not only were scientists from all over the world at a loss, but Nick Fury was a scumbag who was a little confused. So, can a black hole be braked like a car? Don't ask, they haven't seen this scene. How about we wait? Looking at a group of superheroes gearing up in front of him, Nick Fury said weirdly. There is a glimmer of hope in his heart, maybe there will be a turning point. The other superheroes looked at each other, and finally nodded silently. What else? Do you really count on them to deal with this black hole? They don't want to die, isn't it good to be alive? In the universe of Swallowing Stars, the battle between Yabai and Swallowing Stars continues. To be precise, it was not a fight, but Yabai was beaten unilaterally. Swallowing Stars will only become the shame of the 5 gods when they are extremely weak. But the star swallowing Yabai is facing now is not weak at all, and the combat effectiveness is terrifying. If you smash a piece of galaxy at will, you open your mouth to be a magnificent cosmic ray. This combat power is really outrageous. However, Yabai's performance is even more outrageous. Facing the attack of Swallowing Star, Yabai couldn't resist at first. But as Yabai died more and more, his evolutionary speed became faster and faster. By now, he was able to break his wrists with Tun Seeing. With a boom, Yabai once again regretted Tun Seeing. This time Yabai smashed the big hand that Tun Seeing had taken. For the first time, Tun Seeing's expressionless and solemn face showed an expression of pain. Although this painful color faded in a flash, it was still captured by Yabai. You are special, no wonder you dare to challenge me. After eating a small loss, Tun Seeing did not continue to attack, but watched Yabai slowly speak. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Tun Seeing is really interested in Yabai now. After all, such interesting lives are rare. It can't be beaten to death, it can't be broken, its vitality is outrageous. What's even more exaggerated is the speed of becoming stronger. It seems that every time Yabai is hit, Yabai will be several times stronger than the original. This is the first time Swallowing Star has seen this kind of existence, and there will inevitably be some curiosity. You are also very strong, worthy of being the 5 gods. Yabai also heartily sighed, a little amazed at the strength of Swallowing Star. Until today, after fighting Tungzing, Yabai realized that he was a bit arrogant before. I think I can walk sideways in the Marvel world by getting the template of the Ancient Destruction Day. In fact, the water in the Marvel world is terrifying. The Day of Ancient Destruction is indeed abnormal, but it also needs to be developed. As far as Yabai's attitude of fishing every day, he hasn't developed much at all. This is also the fundamental reason why Yabai had difficulty contending when facing Star Swallowing at the beginning. It's not that the template of the Ancient Destruction Day is not strong, but that Yabai is too salty. But even so, Yabai still relied on the template of the Ancient Destruction Day, not only survived the battle with Swallowing Stars, but also completed many evolutions at a high speed. By now, he could barely draw a tie with the current Star Swallowing. Many people feel that Star Swallowing is nothing more than that because of the embarrassing record of Star Swallowing. But in fact, the strength of Swallowing Star is particularly strong, the kind of strong exaggeration. Thanos of Infinite Gloves was hung with a hammer by Star Swallowing in its heyday, which shows the strength of Swallowing Stars. Infinite Gloves can destroy half of the universe with a snap of their fingers, and this is still not an opponent of Star Swallowing. To be precise, it is not the opponent of the 5 gods. Yabai can rely on his own strength to fight Tun Seeing to this point, which is already quite remarkable. So, how about we make an agreement? As long as you can withstand my last blow, I will let go of your home star and will never use your home star as food. Finally, Tun Seeing made a condition, and Yabai nodded after thinking about it. Tun Seeing proposed this condition, essentially letting go of the earth by default. After all, Star Swallowing had seen Yabai's difficulty, and he didn't think he could kill Yabai with a single blow. In fact, the best way to deal with the ancient day of destruction is to exile it. It's the same with Yabai. It's something that a fool can do with Yabai. Exile Yabai to the unknown world is the most appropriate way to deal with it. Yabai also understood this weakness of his own, and had already figured out the countermeasures in his heart. After finishing swallowing the stars, Yabai went back and learned the portal of the Supreme Mage. At that time, even if he was exiled to an unknown space, Yabai would be able to return easily. It's a kind of precautionary measure to eliminate your weaknesses in advance. Seeing Yabai promised his agreement, Tun Seeing stopped hesitating, and his 2 huge eye pupils bloomed with endless brilliance. Then, a cosmic energy comparable to a gamma ray burst spouted from the mouth of Swallow Star and came directly towards Yabai. Yabai didn't sit and wait for death, his pupils also shone terribly. The next moment, an equally terrifying cosmic energy ray spit out from Yabai's mouth. This move is Yabai's automatic copying of the Destroy Day template after suffering the attack of Star Swallowing. It is powerful enough to easily penetrate an entire galaxy. The cosmic rays emitted by Yabai and Tungzing smashed into each other after destroying many planets respectively. Then, a terrifying roar comparable to the Big Bang sounded. Before the aftermath of the terrible explosion destroys nearby planets, Star Swallowing takes the lead in suppressing everything that might happen. Soon, the world became cold and dead again. At this time, Tun Seeing looked at Yabai, with a little more approval in his eyes. Only the strong are worthy of the respect of the strong. Yabai is like this, forcibly used his own strength to subdue one of the 5 gods. As you wish, I will let go of your home star. Cunjin didn't intend to go wrong, and he simply recognized what he had said before. This is also one of the advantages of swallowing stars, words count as words. This god is also good and evil. He has fought side by side with superheroes, and he has also fought against superheroes. But only what he said. He never repented. Although the process was a bit difficult, fortunately, Yabai was still acceptable in the end. Not only under the high pressure of swallowing stars, he quickly improved his strength. At the same time, he successfully dispelled the idea of swallowing the earth. Yabai's goal was completely achieved. In fact, what Yabai doesn't know is that the reason why the swallowing stars let go of the earth is just that they don't want to waste their own energy. As a representative of hungry all year round, swallow the star who is not full. His energy is precious, and the only way to replenish it is to eat the planet. It is also because of this that when the gain is not proportional to the effort, the giving up of Cunjin is quite normal. After all, it's the same on any planet, so why bother with the earth? What's more, Yabai's performance really surprised Cunjin. Yabai, who is getting stronger and stronger, has already been regarded as being at the same level as a certain monster, and star swallowing is naturally unwilling to provoke him. Otherwise, if Yabai attracts revenge in the future, the days of swallowing the stars will also be very difficult. Let's go, I won't deal with your home star anymore, I should also go looking for new food. Swallowing star said to Yabai in a deep voice, returning to a mechanically cold tone. Yabai didn't plan to stay longer either. Once the goal was reached, he could leave. I don't know how much time was lost on this trip, I hope I can make dinner for Hela in time. After saying hello, Yabai went back the same way and flew out of the black hole smoothly. The capture limit of a black hole is the speed of light. As long as it has a speed that exceeds that of light, it can escape the range of the black hole. Now Yabai's speed, if he uses his full strength in space, it is not a problem to exceed the speed of light. Easily get rid of the huge gravitational pull of the black hole. After spotting the azure planet, Yabai speeded up and rushed away. As for the swallowing stars, after Yabai left, he controlled the entire black hole to turn around, leaving the solar system in a short period of time. A disaster that might exterminate the Earth was directly resolved without anyone knowing it. On Earth, NASA. After watching the black field that symbolized the black hole disappeared on the screen, countless researchers were stunned, and had not recovered for a long time. After a long time, the loud cheers almost overturned the roof. Everyone is venting the despair of the past few days. At the same time, everyone began to celebrate regardless of demeanor, celebrating that mankind and even the Earth had escaped a catastrophe. After venting their emotions to their heart's content, the researchers also raised a question one after another. So how can a big black hole disappear inexplicably? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. A miracle of God? Or is the previous black hole just an oolong? Everyone has similar questions in their hearts, because the crisis has dissipated inexplicably. But soon, the researchers pressed this question to the bottom of their hearts and began to send out various reports. They are a survivor, and there are still many people on the planet who are still desperate and dying. It is also time to tell the world, God bless the Earth. Eagle Sauce Country, Pentagon Building. On the Oval Conference table, the particularly unreliable president was holding his head, desperately listening to the reports of the people below. Unlike the usual political talks, most of the people sitting on the Oval Conference table this time are from the military. Mr. President, the 132 nuclear bombs at our base have been prepared and can be launched at any time. Mr. President, the nuclear bomb at our base is also ready. Give the order. Let us use the ultimate weapon of mankind to personally bring the final salute to the end of our mankind. A military chief who was at least at the rank of lieutenant general spoke to Mr. President in a generous tone of death. All of their firepower has been prepared, only the president's order. Countless weapons will rise into space, kicking off the demise of mankind. This is not only the case with Eagle Sauce, but also in other countries. When faced with black holes, the ultimate celestial body in the universe, human beings are really too small. Unless they can push the Earth away, it will inevitably be extinct. I know, but please wait. The particularly unreliable president knows more than the military, and he knows that the black hole has stopped strangely. So he decided to wait, maybe there will be a turning point. Although he knew in his heart, this possibility was very slim. But at this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and the confidant again broke in rudely. Mr. President, NASA is in a hurry. Good news. The black hole has disappeared and our crisis is over. The confidant minister almost rushed all the way because he was too anxious, so he gasped. But everyone here listened carefully to his report and didn't want to miss a word. After hearing the news completely, a huge excitement rose in everyone's heart. This is a feeling of aftermath. But soon, some people came back to their senses. Is this news true? Isn't it nonsense? Isn't it fooling us? This shows that sometimes the big ups and downs come too fast, and it is easy to change the mentality. Mr. Tbukaupa stood up from his seat at a speed completely incompatible with the 70-year-old elder, and quickly came to the confidant minister to grab the NASA report. After confirming that the report was true, the 70-year-old old man couldn't help crying with joy. This is a kind of salvation from hell to heaven. At SHIELD, after receiving the news from NASA for the first time, Nick Fury's black face remained unchanged. After turning around, Nick Fury realized that everyone in the room was looking at him with eager eyes. Sir, how is the situation? Someone couldn't help being impatient and asked Nick Fury on their own initiative. Even the superheroes are staring at the report in Nick Fury's hands. P.S. Thank you 3 mice for the 100 VIP points and the monthly flower pass for rewards, plus more. Tony Stark even had the urge to let Jarvis hack into NASA to see what the situation is like. After taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down and maintain the personality, Nick Fury finally spoke. In a faint, pretending tone that everything is under control, Nick Fury slowly said, NASA's latest news, they have detected that the black hole has disappeared. Humans are struggling from the death line again. Although Nick Fury tried very hard to maintain his high-cold personality, the corners of his lips still betrayed him. God knows, when he confirmed the good news just now, how much willpower he used to suppress the heart of wanting to jump and revel that the so-called enthusiasm is to go from the trough to the peak. The so-called redemption is to move from despair to hope. At this moment, all the people who knew that the black hole disappeared and the Earth was safe could not suppress their inner excitement and vent their inner emotions to their heart's content. God knows how desperate and helpless they are when facing a black hole. Fortunately, all this is over, and the damn black hole disappeared. The whole world was plunged into a sea of ecstasy, and countless people who knew the truth announced on Twitter that God bless the Earth. But after the carnival, everyone had to face an embarrassing problem. That is, how did the black hole disappear? When people woke up from the carnival, they all pondered this question. Some people think that the whole thing is a big oolong, and it is God who made a big joke for mankind. There is no such thing as a black hole at all, it's just that NASA made a major mistake. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the sudden appearance and disappearance of black holes. Some people think that there must be some superhero who has guarded the safety of the Earth in a place that humans don't know. But this speculation was met with numerous ridicules as soon as it came out. That's a black hole. What kind of superhero can repel a black hole? Even if the legendary God himself descends, he can't do this. In fact, the Marvel world really has gods and angels. In the early days, God led his angels to spread his orthodoxy on the Earth. Then, God met an arrogant war madman. It was directly sealed in another world, the 10th world above the 9 realms. And the guy who sealed God and the angels was named Odin. Odin is still very strong, but he has shot less and less recently. Having said that, when many humans are looking for the reason for the disappearance of black holes, the top of the Himalayas, Taj, Guyi stood with his hand in hand and looked west with relief in his eyes. Unlike human beings who don't know anything, the Supreme Master Guyi knows who shot the swallowing star back. She was very satisfied, and finally Yabai made her own choice and became a hero behind the scenes. This is very similar to Guyi, she herself is such a person. When other superheroes rescued a disaster, people all over the world want to know it. But Guyi is different. She has silently guarded the Earth for thousands of years and repelled many secret enemies. But few people know Guyi's deeds. Even in Taj, few people know how many times Guyi has repelled enemies that have invaded the Earth. Yabai's approach is very similar to that of Guyi, which is the kind with deep reputation. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This made Guyi naturally feel close to Yabai. Unfortunately, Yabai is not destined to be her successor, and cannot become the second Supreme Mage. However, with Yabai's strength, there is no need to become the second Supreme Mage. What Guyi didn't know was that Yabai chose to repel star swallowing, not because he moved himself by being a hero, nor because of the nasty critics on Earth. I just don't want to live in another place. Besides, Yabai still has so many industries on the Earth, so he is not willing. When human beings speculate about the truth behind the black hole incident, Asgard, on the throne of the King of Gods, Odin had already learned that star devouring had been repelled. For this news, Odin was not surprised. The strength of swallowing star fluctuates too much, it depends entirely on his own state. When it is strong, Tungzing can't stop it. When it's weak, Tungzing loses the face of the 5 great gods. Odin himself is confident that he can repel the star swallowing in an extremely weak state. What Odin was really thinking about was, who was the one who repelled star swallowing? Supreme Master Guyi? Probably. The great mage who has guarded the atrium for thousands of years, even Odin will stand in awe. Emperor Waishan, the god of the Trinity, did not exclude them. As the source of the white magic that Guyi possessed, Emperor Waishan was still very strong. And it's very mysterious. I only know that I live in seclusion on the Earth, and I rarely take shots. Even Odin didn't know the true strength of Emperor Waishan, only that they did exist. As for Hela, Odin found it impossible. Hela's character, Odin, understands that it is impossible to fight the star swallowing for the Earth. So after thinking about it, Odin found that the most likely to take action to repel star swallowing, it should be the Supreme Mage not running away. So far, the impact of star swallowing ended here, and Odin did not struggle with this matter for too long. Compared to swallowing stars, it is Hela who really deserves Odin's attention. As Odin's eldest daughter, Hela's strength and potential are beyond doubt. As long as you stand on the land of Asgard, your strength can be infinitely enhanced. With this alone, Hela's potential surpassed Odin. So for his eldest daughter, Odin has always treated it as a confidant. The most important thing is that Odin understands that his time is running out. He must be dealt with as soon as possible to lay a solid foundation for the next King of God to ascend the throne. When he was young, he was too busy to fight, and suffered a dark wound. Now that his life is about to come to an end, it is time to consider finding himself an heir. Originally, Hela was the best candidate for the heir, but unfortunately, she was wronged. Except for Hela, there is only Thor. Loki is impossible, not to mention Loki's bloodline. Loki's potential alone locks out the possibility of Loki becoming the King of God. The King of God must be the strongest in Asgard, and this cannot be shaken. Loki's strength is considered appropriate to assist the God King, and it is enough to become the God King. Thor, thinking of his Odin's head hurts for a while. What Thor has done recently on Earth, Odin is all in his eyes. This Tuha-san, like his daughter Hela, likes mortals. This, unfortunately at home. Every time I think about this, Odin feels sad. He is a magnificent God King of the 9 realms, and he has crossed the universe for so many years, and has gained a reputation. As a result, in his later years, even a qualified heir could not be found. Hela has a character problem and is too bloodthirsty. Thor is a second one again, and he hasn't let go, asking Thor to go to the earth, but Thor is reluctant to come back. If it's not that the body is really bad, Odin even has the urge to work harder and raise a trumpet with Phrygia. Hela's matter can't be delayed anymore, it must be resolved. As for Thor, I hope he can grow up and become a true king of gods. Odin sighed and thought, looking back on his life, for the first time he regretted certain things he had done when he was young. If you were a little more concerned about yourself at the beginning, maybe Hela wouldn't become what it is now. Hela recently discovered a problem. That's why Yabai's eyes are getting more and more weird when she sees her recently. If I have to describe it, it is probably the look of "so you are like Hela." Sometimes at night, Yabai will be inexplicably excited, and she can't sleep all night to toss her often. By the way, Yabai's body is getting stronger and stronger now, and Hela gradually feels that she is overwhelmed. All signs made Hela understand one thing, as if Yabai knew her identity. Of course, this is only Hela's guess and there is no direct evidence. But it also gave Hela a sense of urgency. She realized that maybe the showdown might be just recently. In fact, Hela's guess is correct, Yabai does know her true identity. But there is no other idea. Whether it is an ordinary girl, Hela, or Asgard's princess, Hela, they are all their own wives. Even after knowing Hela's identity, Yabai was even more interested in some aspects. Whenever he thinks that Hela, who is given and requested by herself, is a big devil queen, Yabai always feels a sense of satisfaction. To put it bluntly, it is the vanity of a man, that his wife is awesome. Just like men dream about big stars. In fact, there are many girls whose looks are comparable to those of big stars, but the aura of that big star is too dazzling. It's the same with Hela, the aura of that big devil makes Yabai very fulfilled. What about such a fierce big demon, is he still his own wife? At this time, it has been more than a month since Yabai repelled star swallowing last time. During this time, Yabai and Hela's life was very peaceful, and no one would bother them. The only thing that makes Yabai upset is that the rewards given by the system during this period of time are hard to describe. It may be that the last time I drew the Ancient Destruction Day template, I overdrawn too much European energy. Successfully sign in, reward Crab Boss for a secret burger. Successful sign in, rewards 3 copies of sweet stuffed chicken. Successfully sign in, reward the young name Genbei to practice drawing a copy. Successfully sign in, reward $1 million. Successfully sign in, reward the out-of-print Mao Wang to do a copy. There are many similar wonderful rewards, and it's hard to say. The only thing that can be considered useful is a combat uniform that will never be damaged. Of course, the function of this battle suit is only that it will not be damaged. There is no blessing in combat effectiveness at all. The system check-in since this time has made Yabai even start to wonder if he has changed. Or do you mean that being too handsome has affected your European spirit? It is said that the luck of looking good is not good. Yabai thinks this may be true. Except that the system rewards are not smooth, Yabai is still very satisfied in other aspects. The world is finally clean, and no one will bother me anymore. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. SHIELD has also learned well, and no longer troubles the Yabai couple. This is also normal, knowing that I can't afford it, I still have to get together. I'm really stupid for SHIELD. Even if Nick Fury is arrogant, after being threatened with death by Hela before, he can't get up mad. The black braised egg has no doubt, if he dares to say the least bit ill of Hela, Hela will dare to stab him to death. Not to mention the mutants, they were completely scared of being killed by Yabai. Although there are some mutants now clamoring for revenge for the great leader Magneto, most of them don't even know who killed Magneto. As for those superheroes who are beginning to show their prominence, Yabai also has concerns. But as long as those superheroes don't trouble Yabai, Yabai won't take another look. If you have to say it, Yabai feels like a traveler in this world, watching everything that happened in this world with cold eyes, and rarely intervened. Only when he was with Hela did Yabai feel that he also has a home in this world. Surrounded by the familiar land of Asgard by Hela, it is as beautiful as in memory. Hela walked a little dazed, not understanding how she suddenly came here. What about Yabai? Before Hela wanted to understand the problem, a figure appeared in front of Hela. Wearing battle armor and holding a war spear, the god King Odin. The King Odin who appeared in front of Hela was almost exactly the same as Hela's memory. Still so cold, still so arrogant. Odin. The so-called meeting of enemies is extremely jealous. If you want to ask Hela who he hates most, it is definitely Odin. After seeing the figure standing in front of him clearly, Hela directly drew the sword of the night sky and rushed towards Odin. There is only one thought in Hela's mind now, to kill the man in front of him, even if this man is her biological father. Seeing Hela rushing towards him, some disappointment flashed in Odin's eyes. After such a long time, Hela did not change her temperament. Still the same as before, cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Odin, who had some other ideas, was completely disappointed after seeing Hela like this. It seems that you still haven't learned to repent in these days when you were sealed. Odin shook his head and sighed, as if Hela's performance disappointed him. It's just that Hela didn't plan to talk to Odin. The sword of the night sky in his hand passed through Odin's body mercilessly. However, Odin's body seemed to have no sense of reality. After being pierced by the sword of the night sky, Odin became virtual and quickly consolidated. This is not Odin himself, just a phantom. Hela also calmed down, but a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with monstrous killing intent. Odin also had a headache seeing this scene, knowing that there is almost no possibility of reconciliation with Hela. While having a headache, there are more disappointments. A qualified god king must learn to control his emotions and killing intent. If you learn this, you should be my perfect successor. Unfortunately, you can't learn it. Odin shook his head and sighed. If Hela wasn't so deep and bloodthirsty, he would have retired long ago. After hearing Odin's words, Hela sneered, not believing it at all. Besides, who is she because of what she is now? Hela, the goddess of death, who brought it up? Did this fellow Odin really forget? Well, it seems that we don't have to talk about it today, so let's wait for you to calm down. After that, Odin disappeared, and the whole Asgard was also shattered. In a flash, Hela opened her eyes, only to find that she had been lying in bed at all, not going anywhere. Thinking back to the conversation with Odin just now, Hela also had some doubts in his eyes. Is it a dream? Or an illusion? Hela knew that Odin was still the god of magic, with strong magical powers. Creating an illusion is not difficult for Odin at all. In Asgard, Odin closed his eyes tiredly. Just now, he used the supernatural power of Gangnir to construct a real illusion. And in that fantasy world, Odin and Hela met. As expected, Hela wished he would die. The first reaction after seeing him was to kill him. Thinking of this, Odin felt a little pain in his heart. Her daughter regards herself as an enemy and kills herself as soon as she meets. It would not be a good thing to put this on anyone, and Odin was the same. But who can you blame? Isn't this Hela also cultivated by Odin himself? In fact, this time Odin wants to meet Hela. The main purpose is to examine the current character of Hela. See if Hela has changed. If Hela can see the hatred of the past, then Odin might consider giving Hela the position of the king of God. After all, Hela also began to have her own lover, and learn to love and be loved. In theory, the personality will change a little bit more or less. It's just a pity that Odin hit Odin in the face severely. Hela did not change in the slightest, and did not let go of her hatred of him. The first reaction to the meeting was to die. What a filial daughter. Odin's idea of surrendering the position of the king of God to Hela just emerged in his heart, and it completely dissipated. Such a Hela, who can't let go of the hatred Hela in the past, is really not suitable for being a god king. The reason why Odin would suddenly look at Hela's character was actually not a choice. If Thor was good enough, how could Odin think of Hela? It's really Thor, it's hard to say a word. All of Thor's recent actions on the earth were seen by Odin. In Odin's view, Thor is even more unsuitable to be the king of gods. Thor is suitable to be a hero, or the bravest warrior on the battlefield. As for becoming the king of gods, Asgard will definitely be taken in the ditch. See what good things Thor has done on earth. He not only became friends with a mortal, but also fell in love with a mortal. Recently, he joined a mortal organization called the Avengers. After being fooled twice by a black braised egg, he left Thor as a part-time worker. How could such a person be the king of God? As for the Avengers, Nick Fury has already been preparing. During the previous black hole crisis, taking advantage of the opportunity to gather all the superheroes together, Nick Fury completed the formation of the Avengers. Today's Avengers have many members, much stronger than the original Avengers in history. Although the American soldiers are still sleeping in the glacier, they have added 4 superheroes, the Fantastic Four. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Thor also joined this organization under the flicker of the black braised egg. However, the Avengers, who have not suffered any setbacks, are still playing their own games. Thor fooled around with Tony Stark all day. These 2 superheroes, who would fight in the original plot, are inexplicably similar at this time. It was Thor's performance on the earth that made Odin waver in his decision-making. He began to worry about what Asgard led by Thor would look like if he died. It is precisely because of this incident that Odin has the idea of reconsidering Hela. It's just that Hela also successfully interrupted his thoughts and didn't hide his hatred for him. Sons who are well-connected are not suitable for heirs, and daughters who are suitable for heirs have a particularly bad relationship. This is the situation Odin faces, unable to choose a satisfactory successor, only a relatively not-so-bad successor. Sure enough, even in the Marvel world, it is still a worse world in the final analysis. In addition to meeting with Hela and getting to know him, Odin did not forget Yabai. This damn mortal who slept with his daughter. Odin naturally couldn't let it go easily. To tarnish the noble lineage of the Oddingsson family, Yabai must pay for it. Therefore, after Odin ended his illusion with Hela, he rebuilt another illusion, which was aimed at Yabai. In the illusion, the meeting this time was on a cliff by the sea. Yabai was at a loss at this time. He clearly remembered that he was resting. Why did you come here in a blink of an eye? Is it Gu Yi? When Yabai was puzzled, Odin showed up, holding the eternal sharp gun Gangnir, standing on the top of the cloud, looking down at Yabai high above. Bold mortals, to tarnish the blood of the Oddingsson family, deserve death. I pronounced the sentence in Odin's name, you damn it. If Odin faced Hela with guilt and regret, when facing Yabai, only the killing intent was left with gritted teeth. Thinking of his daughter being put to sleep by a mortal, Odin almost vomited blood in anger. Yabai only realized what was going on at this time. The co-author is the old man looking for himself to settle the account. As for Odin's killing intent, Yabai didn't care at all. Even star swallowing has faced it before. Can Odin be more powerful than swallowing stars? Only the appearance of Odin also reminded Yabai. That is, although he is very strong now, he still has obvious weaknesses. The weakest place is that the magic resistance is too low. Not to mention the template of General Zod. Kryptonians know all the magic resistance. Didn't see how much Superman suffered in magic in the DC next door? As long as the opponent knows a little magic, it is a hard fight for Superman. As for the Day of Ancient Destruction, although it possesses the characteristics of immortality, the magic resistance is hard to describe. The core structure of the Ancient Destruction Sun was made using Kryptonian genes. Therefore, the magic resistance of the Ancient Destruction Day is also very low. With immortality, it is difficult to be killed. But magic can still deflate the Ancient Destruction Day, and even be sealed by magic. Yabai is the same. The most difficult enemy Yabai has to deal with at the moment is the enemy who has the same powerful magical abilities as the Supreme Mage. The appearance of Odin proved this again. Isn't it because Yabai's magic resistance is low to pull Yabai into the illusion easily? When Yabai was thinking about his current strengths and weaknesses, Odin was completely furious. Good guy, you not only slept with my daughter and tarnished the blood of my Odinson family, but you dared to ignore me. Naughty animal, die. Under Odin's anger, the infinite thunder gathered behind Odin. Eventually a huge spear composed of thunder was formed. Die. With a cold snort, Odin directly controlled the thunder and lightning spear to stab Yabai. This blow, let alone a mortal, even a strong man like Thor would die directly. Although Odin hasn't shot for a long time, it doesn't mean that he has become weak. Although Odin could not completely kill Yabai in this illusion, it was no problem to erase Yabai's soul. Yabai, who has no soul at that time, can naturally only become a dead person alive. Since learning that Hela was put to sleep by a mortal, Odin's inner anger has not subsided. He didn't want to kill that damned mortal all the time. And now, he finally found the opportunity. As for whether Yabai is innocent, Odin doesn't care. In his whole life, he crossed the universe, conquered the 9 realms, and killed countless innocents. Now there was just one more innocent person. He didn't care at all. Seeing the divine spear that struck him like a world-destroying thunder, and Odin's very obvious killing intent, Yabai's eyes fell cold. After learning about Hela's identity, Yabai even thought about whether to reconcile the relationship between Odin and Hela. But now it seems that this is unnecessary. Since you have a murder intent on yourself, then you should go to die. Yabai wouldn't be able to tolerate what this old guy did just because Odin was Hela's father. And, maybe Hela wants to kill Odin more than Yabai. Odin above the clouds frowned as he looked at the indifferent Yabai. There is something wrong with this situation. Logically speaking, under his own mighty power, shouldn't Yabai panic? What's the matter of being so calm? Odin vaguely felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. But it doesn't matter, this mortal is dying anyway. Just when the spear that thunder turned into a divine spear was about to hit Yabai, Yabai clenched his fist and then smashed it out at the spear of thunder. Unimaginable power burst out from Yabai's body in an instant, and the terrifying power even made this fantasy world appear to collapse. The divine spear formed by thunder converged directly against Yabai's fist. Then, the spear broke directly, and countless thunders were also directly extinguished. In the face of absolute power, all magic appears fancy. One punch can break all kinds of magic. Obviously Odin didn't expect this kind of ending, and at this time he stared blankly at the smashed thunder. After so many years of fighting, Odin is not without encountering a strong man. When facing the ancient gods group, Odin was almost beaten to death. But there are so many strong people, but no one is more special than Yabai. Yabai doesn't have those fancy methods, only seeing the ultimate power. Under that punch, Odin's supernatural power was like a joke. No matter you are unparalleled, I will break it with my own punch. This simple and rude attack method is in great contrast to the effect it caused. So much so that Odin has a sense of unreality. What shocked Odin even more was the strength that Yabai showed. Isn't this guy immortal? Shouldn't you let yourself rub on the ground like ants? What the hell is it suddenly becoming so strong? Read more at hotmetalnovel.xyz. Can this be considered immortal? Odin was completely confused at this moment. But Odin was stunned, but Yabai wouldn't. After smashing the spear made up of thunder, Yabai did not stop his movements. Instead, he flew directly from the ground and rushed towards Odin. Yabai didn't fight back after being beaten. Since Odin wanted to attack himself, Yabai would definitely teach him a profound lesson. Although Odin himself could not be heard in the fantasy world, it was enough to humiliate him. By the time Odin recovered, it was already too late. Because Yabai had already appeared in front of him, his one-eyed eyes could only watch, and Yabai's palm was getting bigger and bigger. Snapped. Yabai slapped Odin fiercely and found it very enjoyable. As for Odin, trembling with anger, looked at Yabai in disbelief. Odin, who had already been on the throne of God, was desecrated his authority for the first time in so many years. Although this is only in the illusion, what Yabai does is not his body, but the illusion. But more importantly, Yabai dared to do something to him and slapped him in the face. This is more than just a crime, this is trampling the dignity of his God King under his feet. This was throwing his majesty on the ground and stomping wildly, and then spit on it. This is a humiliation to Asgard. After realizing this, Odin shivered with anger. From his birth to the present, no one has dared to treat him this way. Odin wanted to say a few ruthless words to protect his authority, but unfortunately, the fantasy world he created was completely broken. In the end, he could only look at Yabai's foolish eyes and couldn't say anything. Yabai and Odin met for the first time, and that was the end. In the manner, Yabai opened his eyes and saw an anxious Hela at first glance. As early as when Yabai was drawn into the illusion, Hela realized that he was wrong. Hela, who just woke up from the illusion, guessed right away that Odin had shot Yabai. This made Hela very anxious. She didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to Yabai if something happened to her. She even planned to avenge Yabai by killing everyone in Asgard. Fortunately, Yabai woke up in time and was not succeeded by Odin. But even so, looking at Yabai who woke up, Hela hugged him for the first time. Great, you woke up. Hela even has the urge to cry. She almost thought she would lose Yabai forever. This kind of lost and regained joy made Hela completely unable to stretch her cold personality. Yabai also patted Hela on the back to soothe it. Don't be afraid, he can't do anything to me. To be honest, Yabai's heart was a little moved. There are people who can worry about you wholeheartedly, joy and cry for you, and few people cannot be moved. Yabai is a very rational person, and his judgment is basically not influenced by emotions. But at this moment, he still felt warm in his heart. I love you. All feelings finally turned into these 3 words. This is also the first time Hela has said this sentence since she met Yabai. Then, Hela, who was always in a passive state, hugged Yabai and gave her everything. Yabai wanted to say me too, but the enthusiastic and proactive Hela blocked all Yabai's words. Feelings are often like this, and in many cases it is uncontrollable. Although Hela has lived for a long time, she is still blank in terms of feelings. Never experienced it, and no one told her what to do. When she was young, the only thing she learned was how to kill efficiently. This also caused Hela to be at a loss when facing Yabai's initiative. But today, Hela finally taught herself without a teacher and proactively expressed her feelings for Yabai. Only after almost losing, will you understand the value of the person in front of you. To be honest, Yabai is a little uncomfortable with Hela's initiative. You have to know that he used to bring the rhythm, and when did Hela be on it? However, this feeling is also good. Hela's initiative opened the door to a new world for Yabai. Many of the knowledge that I didn't have the opportunity to use before seems to be able to find a chance to practice it in the future. If we say, this time the crisis made the relationship between Yabai and Hela more stable. For Odin, it just made him even more angry. In itself, Odin had murderous intent on Yabai. He was very upset with this guy who tarnished Odinsson's noble lineage. But now, when Yabai punched him, when Yabai stomped his pride under his feet, Odin's killing intent on Yabai was so strong. Despicable mortal, you will pay for what you do. Odin, who has been self-cultivating for hundreds of years, was successfully defeated by Yabai at this moment. He showed his true face, and that vicious look is not the kind that people think of. There is a fact that must be known. No matter how kind and affection Odin was in Thor, when he was young, he was a war madman. He is the executioner who has led countless genocides, the true butcher on the battlefield. Would such a person have a good temper? Who believes it? Only after getting older, Odin restrained his brutality and showed hypocrisy. Hoped to lead by example and train Thor and Rocky well. But when he was thoroughly irritated by Yabai, that damn demeanor was already thrown into the corner by Odin without knowing it. He really wants to start a war now, leading Asgard's army to the earth and killing Yabai. He did the same, summoning Heimdall for the first time. In front of Heimdall, Odin announced that Asgard's army would be assembled. The 9 realms had forgotten the power of Asgard, and he felt that it was necessary to let the 9 realms recall the fear of being dominated by Asgard. Only this time, even Heimdall disagreed with Odin's order. Your Majesty, you must know that Asgard is no longer suitable for starting a war. Heimdall said to Odin. Heimdall is right. Asgard is not suitable for war anymore. It is not suitable, not incapable. Odin is old and Thor hasn't grown up yet. Launching a war at this time will only drag Asgard into the quagmire. Worse, doing so will make Thor a target. When Odin is completely dead, do you think Thor will be retaliated by countless people? Once the seeds of hatred are planted, they will surely be the fruits of hatred. As an old man who has followed Odin for many years, Heimdall clearly understands this. So far in the universe, many Asgard's former enemies are staring at them. Of course, if only this is the case, Heimdall still dare not say anything in front of Odin. It was Frigga who really gave Heimdall the guts to refute Odin. He was right, Odin. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. You should really calm down now. Frigga also stood up at this time and stopped Odin's impulsive behavior. Odin has already had a fallout with Hela, and if he does it again, Hela will never forgive Asgard in his life. A heir who should have been excellent will also become an enemy of Asgard. Frigga didn't want to see this scene, because Frigga felt that Hela still had a chance to return to Asgard. You want to stop me too, Frigga. Odin's face now looks like a rage lion. The ferocious expression seemed to be ready to tear the enemy to pieces at any time. Facing Odin in this state, even Heimdall felt tremendous pressure. Only Phrygia has no fear at all. Yes, haven't you been worrying about not having a suitable heir? I think Hela is good, she has changed. Phrygia persuaded Odin. She is a very gentle woman, and she is also the first witch with great vision. She knows better than Odin that Thor is not the best candidate to become the heir to the king. Even if Thor is her own, but Hela is not. She hasn't changed. Her first reaction when she saw me was to kill me. Do you think I should cultivate an heir who is ready to kill me? Although Odin is still angry, he is somewhat sensible anyway. Odin still didn't comment on Phrygia's proposal. Hela has changed. Become a ghost. Isn't it a change that you want to die when you see yourself? She has learned to protect, and she no longer blindly pursues killing. She has a lover of her own, and she is no longer a god of death without emotion. You should look at your child more rationally instead of staying in the past with your views of her. Phrygia once again persuaded that she really didn't want to see Odin and Hela go where they are today. And she is the queen of Asgard. She should choose a qualified heir for Asgard. Otherwise, Asgard will not end well in the future. Asgard is really miserable. After listening to Phrygia's words, Odin's inner anger also calmed down, and began to think carefully about Phrygia's words. If, as Frigga said, Hela really changed, then Hela is indeed suitable to be his heir. Hela's strength is strong, cruel, and extremely talented in warfare, which can keep Asgard from being spied on. At the same time, Hela is her eldest daughter, and the noble blood of the Odin family is flowing in her body. In all respects, Hela is the best candidate to become the heir to the King of God. Except that Hela was too obsessed with killing and didn't know how to curb her edge. It is for this reason that Odin did not consider Hela as his heir in the end. Because a god king who only knows about killing is definitely a disaster for the 9 realms. But now, if Hela really learned how to guard, as Frigga said, as the heir of the god king, Hela really has no shortcomings. However, when he thought that Hela had found a mortal as her husband, Odin was so angry that he would not fight. Hela is the eldest princess of the Odin family, and the most noble blood of the 9 realms flows in her body. How can such a Hela accept a mortal? Thor is a man after all, so Thor can barely accept a mortal girlfriend. After all, in this kind of thing, men always have to take advantage. But Hela is a daughter, and her daughter has been jeopardized by others, and it is strange that Odin is not angry. Isn't the current series of events triggered by Hela's finding a mortal husband? If there is no such thing, the situation cannot be changed to what it is now. If Hela wants to become the king of gods, she must kill the mortal and wash away the shame of the Odin family. This is the only condition. If Hela can't do it, she will never want to become a god king. In the end, Odin said so.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.